Chapter 642. Yi Qin Murong Qingqing. Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyun had sensed Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing approaching, so they turned around at the same time. Yi Qin laughed. You guys have also come to the Treasure Holy Tower? Li Xiaoyun said, once a year, how could we not come? Unfortunately, we did not gain much and only got a normal top-rank weapon. In fact, most of the young geniuses who entered the Holy Treasure Tower had some harvest, but there were also many young geniuses who died inside. Some died naturally, some were killed by other young geniuses, and their treasures would naturally be left inside the Holy Treasure Tower. After being nourished by the treasure chi, some of the high-grade treasures might even become top high-grade treasures, continuously replenishing the Holy Treasure Tower. This was also why the number of treasures inside the Holy Treasure Tower had never decreased, maintaining a balance. You and Murong Qingqing must have gained quite a lot, right? Li Xiaoyun said. Yi Qin said, our luck was not bad. We both got a semi-extreme rank weapon. Whether it was inside or outside, Yi Qin did not need to hide his gains. Only those who were not powerful enough would do so. Just like how he had sensed earlier, there were a couple of people who had bad intentions towards Jing Aoshuan. They thought that Jing Aoshuan did not have enough power, and that they could rob Jing Aoshuan's gains. TSK, you guys are just as lucky as Jing Aoshuan. She also got a whole set of top-rank weapons. Li Xiaoyun forced a smile as he shook his head. Oh, congratulations then. Yi Qin knew that with a whole set of top-rank weapons, Jing Aoshuan's power would increase by at least one level. Even among the master-level warriors, she would be one of the powerful ones, and would be able to catch up with Lin Ku and Hai Wuya. Jing Aoshuan said, only with strength can you protect your own things. As she spoke, she glanced at the group of people who had just left and said, thank you. She knew that Yi Qin had purposely come to find them to warn those who harbored ill intentions. Without Yi Qin's deterrence, they were likely to be ambushed along the way. Murong Qingqing said, we are also going back to the southern sector, why don't you come with us? She had been wounded quite badly and would need a long time to recover. Plus, she felt that it was not just that group of people who had their eyes on Jing Aoshuan. A couple of unfamiliar top young warriors had their eyes on Jing Aoshuan as well. It should be known that a whole set of top-rank items was worth more than a normal semi-extreme rank item. It was impossible for it not to attract people's attention. All right then. Jing Aoshuan nodded. She knew that now was not the time to show off. Only when she returned to the Thunder Territory's Thunder Capital would she truly be safe. Ice Pavilion, Mysterious Ice Cliff. A human shadow was walking towards the entrance of the cave on top of the cliff. It was a man with green hair, wearing a green leather armor. He looked very handsome and determined. It was indeed Duan Lengya from the Ice Spirit Martial School, who had lost an arm to Yi Qin before. Right then, both of Duan Lengya's arms were perfectly fine, as if they had been reattached by someone with a secret art. However, judging from the frequency of his right arm swinging, it was obviously a bit uncoordinated. Soon, Duan Lengya arrived at the entrance of the cave. Second uncle. Duan Lengya said with a loud voice. Come in. A cold voice came from inside the cave. Hearing him, Duan Lengya walked into the cave. It was very spacious and the environment inside was very simple. The walls and the ground were covered with thick ice layers. There was an ice platform in the middle of the cave, where a middle-aged man with white hair was sitting with his legs crossed, looking very cold. What is it? The middle-aged man opened his eyes, a gentle look flashing through his face. Duan Lengya kneeled on the ground suddenly. Second uncle, please help me. I cannot take it anymore. What is going on? Just say it. The middle-aged man was shocked. He flashed his body and held Duan Lengya up. He was Duan Lengya's biological second uncle, named Duan Binghe. Duan Lengya's father was Duan Binghe's big brother, but he had died a long time ago. Duan Binghe, who did not have any children, had been taking good care of Duan Lengya, treating him like his own son. Duan Lengya reached out his right arm. Second uncle, look. Duan Binghe looked at Duan Lengya's right arm and realized that there were a lot of blocked meridians in his right arm. It was soft and the chi and blood were not coordinated. At the base of the right arm, there was a light blood-colored mark that caught Duan Binghe's attention. If he was not wrong, Duan Lengya's right arm had been cut off before. Although it had been reattached without some rare and precious medicines, this right arm would be useless. It could only be used for some simple physical work and definitely not for battling. Who cut off your right arm? Duan Binghe yelled angrily. He had been in closed-door training all year round. Normally, no one would come and disturb him unless something happened. This closed-door training had lasted for about 1 to 2 years. Duan Lengya said, it was Yi Qin. Duan Lingya told Duan Binghe all the information about Yi Qin. "Ha, such a vicious brat. It was just a training session and he cut off one of your arms. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Duan Binghe was very dissatisfied. Duan Lingya was his nephew. If he had known about this, he would have cut off one of Yi Chen's arms for an eye for an eye. Duan Lingya forced a smile and told him about the Ice Pavilion hiring assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. In the beginning, Duan Lingya also thought that the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion would definitely be able to kill Yi Qin and capture Murong Qingqing. However, after all the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion had been wiped out, he knew that no assassins in the whole continent could kill Yi Qin anymore. After all, the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion only had one chance to kill their target, and they couldn't keep on doing it. Apart from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, it was almost impossible to find an assassin who could kill Yi Qin. From the assassins who had set up the barriers, he knew that Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing were not afraid of assassination. If they wanted to kill him, it would be better to fight openly, which would increase their chances. After that, it was not that the Ice Pavilion had not thought of other ways, but Yi Qin had improved too fast. Every time they thought of a plan, they would get the news that Yi Qin's power had increased drastically, which made the original plan completely useless. As time went on, the Ice Pavilion had given up on killing Yi Qin, since they did not have any half-step king warriors, and they did not have any master-level warriors who were very close to it. If they wanted to kill Yi Qin, they could not just go out and kill him, which would not only break the rules but also make the Ice Pavilion infamous. As for Life and Death Realm warriors, it would be even more impossible. If people below the Life and Death Realm had not offended them, then Life and Death Realm warriors would not be able to kill them easily. Plus, Yi Qin had a powerful background. If they dared to touch a Life and Death Realm warrior, then the Dragon King would have a reason to attack the Ice Pavilion when he came out. Then, it would still be the Ice Pavilion that would suffer. Plus, Xianhou also thought highly of Yi Qin, which could be seen from the relationship between Yan Fengfeng and Yi Qin. Therefore, the leader of the Ice Pavilion would not be willing to deal with Yi Qin. One Duan Lingya would not be worth it for him to do so, since the Ice Pavilion was a rank 5 martial institution. There were a lot of young martial geniuses, and there were even 1 or 2 young martial geniuses who were only slightly weaker than Duan Lingya. Losing one Duan Lingya would not be a big deal for the Ice Pavilion. After knowing the attitude of the Ice Pavilion, Duan Lingya was completely disappointed. He thought of his second uncle, Duan Binghe, the left guard of the Ice Pavilion, ranked 31st in the master-level warrior ranking. His ice profound martial arts were very powerful, and some of Duan Lingya's profound martial arts were learned from him. With Duan Binghe, Duan Lingya did not think that Yi Qin would be able to do anything. He did not want him to die. He only wanted him to be like him, with only one right arm broken. An eye for an eye. Perfect. My Jin Yuan has been accumulated to a limit, and I will not be able to increase it in a short period of time. So, I will go with you to meet the Yi Qin guy. From peak level late seas of Soul's Realm to half-step king warrior, one would need to accumulate a lot of Jin Yuan. Plus, because of the body's endurance, it would not be done in a short period of time. Duan Binghe was still very far away from half-step king warrior, and only his Jin Yuan was richer than normal peak level late seas of Soul's Realm warriors. It was also the reason why he was ranked 31st in the master-level warrior ranking. Thank you, second uncle. Duan Lingya was overjoyed. Duan Binghe laughed. Since when did you learn to be polite with me? I am your second uncle. You have been bullied, so of course I will stand up for you. Plus, you are the #1 martial genius of our Duan family in hundreds of years. Losing your right arm would definitely affect your progress. I will make him pay. He had already planned to make Yi Qin pay the same price first, and then try his best to find a great medicine for Duan Lingya's right arm. Although it was very precious, it was not impossible to find. It would just take a bit of time. Let's go take a rest. After flying on the puppet for a week, Yi Qin did not really care about it, but Murong Qingqing was wounded quite badly, and had almost lost all of her battling power. Rushing like this would definitely affect her a bit. Li Xiaoyun said, "There is a town down there. Let's go there and rest." The town was called the Ancient Cloud Town. Although it was called a town, it actually had a lot of people, at least 100,000. It was located at the edge of a huge mountain range, and there were a lot of warriors coming and going. The 5 of them jumped off the flying puppet and landed on the flat ground outside of the town. Entering the town, they could see warriors selling beast pellets and materials everywhere. There were also some shops selling pellets and weapons on the side of the street. It looked very prosperous. They are the most important part of the warrior world. Li Xiaoyun said emotionally. Yi Qin nodded. There were billions of people in this true spirit continent, and there were at least tens of billions of warriors above the condensing reality realm. Without these normal warriors, there would be no way to maintain the normal development of the warrior world. If it were not for him, the Yi Qin in this world would probably only be a normal warrior in the warrior world. If he was lucky, he might be able to live to a natural death, but if he was unlucky, he might be killed at any moment. The biggest restaurant in the ancient cloud town was in the center of the town. The five of them walked over. "Dear guests, please go to the third floor." The waiter bowed as he led the way. Arriving at the third floor, the five of them chose a table near the window and sat down. In the next room, Duan Lengya said, "Second uncle, they are here." "Is Yi Qin so young?" Duan Binghe released his soul power without holding back, covering the whole restaurant. "Someone is watching us." Murong Qingqing and the other three frowned. Yi Qin had already noticed Duan Lengya. He said lightly, "Since we are already here, we might as well go with the flow. Let's see what they are going to do." Pa, pa. Footsteps were heard, and two human figures walked out of the room. "You're Yi Qin?" A light white chi flow came out of Duan Binghe's body. It was like crystal and silk. If observed carefully, one could see that every trace of white chi flow was reflecting the surroundings, giving people a very sharp feeling. It was a technique of turning Zhen Yuan into silk. Jing Aoshuan reminded, "He is Duan Binghe, the left keeper of the Ice Pavilion, ranked 31st in the master-level warrior ranking. Be careful." They did not know how powerful Yi Qin was yet, but judging from the ranking, it was necessary for Yi Qin to be careful. Taking a sip of tea, Yi Qin said, "I don't want to hurt you. You should go." Chapter 643. Yi Qin didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Ice Pavilion. That was why he had only cut off Duan Lingya's right arm. With the power of a rank 5 martial institution, they would definitely have a way to put it back. As for whether or not Duan Lingya could recover to his peak condition, it was not something he should worry about. Duan Binghe was the left enforcer of the Ice Pavilion, a top warrior of the Ice Pavilion. If Yi Qin killed him, it would definitely raise the anger of the Ice Pavilion. However, the premise was that they would not be too aggressive. Otherwise, even if Yi Qin didn't kill them, they would at least make them enjoy the same treatment as Duan Lengya. There were not many high-level warriors in the restaurant, but it did not mean that they were ignorant. They had heard about Duan Binghe and Yi Qin. One was called the Cold Master by the world, ranked 31st in the Master Warriors ranking list, while the other was a peerless genius, ranked 48th in the Master Warriors ranking list. It could be said that they were against each other. Hearing Yi Qin say that he did not want to hurt Duan Binghe, they were all shocked. They could not help but look at Duan Binghe, wanting to see his reaction. "You do not want to hurt me?" Duan Binghe pulled out a cold smile. "Young man, do not be too arrogant and do not bite off more than you can chew. This time I am not here to kill you. I am here to cut off your right arm. I advise you to accept the reality and not to struggle for nothing." "Cutting off my right arm? Are you planning to take revenge for Duan Lengya?" Yi Qin squinted his eyes. "Don't you think it is too cruel to cut off someone else's arm in a martial competition? I am here to teach you how to be a man." Duan Binghe's palm was covered in a layer of ice crystals. The structure of the ice crystals was different from normal ice crystals. It was harder like a diamond. Yi Qin glanced at Duan Lengya. "What if I say that it was Duan Lengya's fault, and that the battle between us was not a martial competition? What do you think?" Duan Binghe did not listen to Yi Qin's explanation at all. He said, "Save your breath. This time I am here to cut off your arm. As for whether it is my nephew's fault or not, it is up to me to decide." Upon hearing that, Yi Qin chuckled softly. If Duan Binghe was provoked by Duan Lengya, then he would only wound him at most and would not do anything to him. However, it was obvious that whether or not Duan Lengya provoked Duan Binghe, he was prepared to cut off one of his arms anyway. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to be a nice person anymore. "Since that's the case, make your move." Yi Qin put down the teacup. "Brat, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for not knowing when to stop." Duan Binghe's body flashed. His ice crystal hand tore through the space, turning into a blurry shadow as it attacked towards Yi Qin. Wherever the ice crystal hand went, the water yuan qi in the air froze into tiny ice crystals, scattering everywhere. If Duan Binghe had not controlled it on purpose, the entire restaurant would have been frozen within a second. Of course, although the attacking range of the ice crystal hand had been reduced by a lot, the explosive power was much stronger. There was no such thing as holding back. Clang. Yi Qin was still sitting on the chair. He took out his gold sword and casually waved it. A thin gold mark flashed in the air for 1/100th of a blink of an eye. The next second, Duan Binghe's right arm was separated from his body. His right arm, which was covered in ice crystals, flew out of the window and landed on the plaza in the middle of the restaurant. That huge plaza twisted a little bit, and was instantly covered by a thick layer of frost. The frost spread everywhere, and the ancient cloud town was filled with screams and screams. What? Duan Lingya, who was gloating, had his mouth wide open. He could not believe his own eyes. My right arm is broken? Duan Binghe looked at the gold sword in Yi Chen's hand, and then at where his right arm used to be. He mumbled to himself as if he had not realized what had happened yet. No, my right arm. Screaming out loud, Duan Binghe looked crazy. He had said that he was going to cut off Yi Chen's right arm, but it turned out to be him. The extreme contrast had almost made him break down. It was like a powerful warrior saying that he was going to teach a young warrior a lesson, but he ended up being taught a lesson by the young warrior. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said casually, I gave you a chance, but you did not take it. You were so unreasonable that you wanted to cut off my right arm. Of course I would not be merciful. Luckily you did not say that you were going to kill me. Otherwise you would not have just lost your right arm but your life. Duan Lingya, take your uncle and leave. I do not want to see you in the next 10 breaths. Yi Chen looked at Duan Lingya, his killing intent spreading out. You. Duan Lingya wanted to say something harsh, but looking at Yi Chen's eyes he could not help but shiver. He knew very well that if he dared to say one more word he would definitely be killed. Holding Duan Binghe up, Duan Lingya flew out with a pale face. Before he left, he made a grabbing gesture with his hand, and the right arm that was covered in ice appeared in his hand. He then brought Duan Binghe and disappeared into the horizon without a trace. It seems like I have underestimated you. Li Xiaoyan gasped. Duan Binghe from the Cold Martial School, who was ranked 31st on the Master-level warrior ranking, was not able to handle one sword attack from Yi Chen, and lost his right arm with just one sword attack. If he was not shocked, then he must have a mental problem. Li Xiaoyan's girlfriend Yuxan felt her body going numb as well. She came from the underground world and majored in mind power. Her observation ability was twice as powerful as Li Xiaoyan's. However, just now, when Yi Chen threw out that sword attack, she felt like she was blinded for a second, and her mind power caught nothing. Needless to say, Jing Aoshuan was also shocked. Even Murong Qingqing was very emotional. Yi Chen's spiritual sword had become even faster. It was 10% faster than when he was in the Murong family, and 5% faster than when he was battling with Xia Hozuan. But it was not a small difference, as it meant victory. After resting for a night in the ancient Cloud Town's restaurant, the five continued their journey the next morning. The leader of the top 9 martial schools. Inside the surreal martial school, Zun you have to go to the altar to train the space profound. It was the headmaster of the surreal martial school, an elder in yellow robes. Headmaster, I have made up my mind. Xia Hozuan said with respect. Being able to become the headmaster of the school, the elder in yellow was not a normal master-level warrior. He was a half-step king warrior, and his power was at least a couple of times more powerful than Xia Hozuan's. The elder in yellow could tell that Xia Hozuan had been through something out there, which was why he could not wait to make a breakthrough. He reminded him, although you have trained the space profound on the altar before, it was only for a short time. This time you will be training for a long time and it will be quite dangerous. The surreal space is colorless and odorless, and there is no sense of anything. Without a powerful will, it will be easy for you to get lost in there. If I cannot even handle this kind of difficulty, then I do not deserve to be the head disciple of the surreal martial school. Xia Hozuan said with determination. Alright, you go then. Be careful. Headmaster, I will go now. Xia Hozuan took a step into the portal, disappearing without a trace. In the middle of the surreal space, there was a white gold altar with 6 pillars standing on its edge. Each of them was shining with a pure light, protecting the altar inside. This white gold altar was very similar to the undying altar in the underground world, except for the color. A human figure suddenly appeared on the altar. It was indeed Xia Hozuan. Sitting in the middle of the altar, Xia Hozuan could feel that he had been separated from the outside world. In here he could not feel anything and all he could see was nothingness. If he stayed in this kind of environment for a long time, it would be very easy for him to get lost in there. This time, if I do not train my void-shattering finger art to completion, I will not get out. From 90% to 100%, the difficulty of the breakthrough was no less than learning the space profound. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. But of course, once it was done, the increase in battling power would not be just a little bit, but more than double. Without realizing it, 1 month had passed. On top of the cloud mist mountain, Yichen was training his sword art. Yichen's sword art was very fast, so fast that it was countless times faster than the wind on the mountaintop. With each sword attack, one could not even see the sword shadow, only leaving behind a thin mark. Because of the speed of the sword, before those marks disappeared completely, there would be new ones appearing, which made the marks around Yichen get more and more densely packed. It was like a ball that had wrapped Yichen inside. On top of a mountain dozens of miles away from the cloud mist mountain, Long Bai and the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng, stood together. He has improved so fast. Long Bai sighed. Mo Feng said, I will go test him. Mo Feng's weapon was also a sword, a white one. His body flashed once and dozens of miles of distance disappeared within a second. Mo Feng arrived above Yi Chen's head and threw out a sword attack. This sword attack was extremely sharp, and the sword light was like a long white dragon that fell from the sky. The intense white light shone out in all directions. Good timing. Yi Chen already knew that Long Bai and Mo Feng were watching him train, so he was not surprised at all. His step art changed as he threw out a sword attack. Boom. The space shook and the space between the two started to twist. Alright. Take this. White dragon 4 movement. Mo Feng's body moved around, traveling around Yi Chen. The white long sword in his hand was as fast as white lightning, attacking towards Yi Chen again and again. Yi Chen's body did not move, but he easily blocked out the incoming sword light. At the critical moment, he threw out a fierce counterattack, forcing Mo Feng to back out. Such a fast sword. Mo Feng frowned slightly. As the leader of the White Dragon Palace, he was more powerful than the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace. In fact, among the 5 palaces, the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Zhang Jingguang, was the weakest. The powerful ones would not be able to be the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace. And Mo Feng's power was at least the second among the other 4 palace leaders. The only one who was more powerful than him would be the leader of the Azure Dragon Palace. Tornado Cloud Attack. Mo Feng performed his most powerful ace attack. He knew that he would not be able to hurt Yi Chen, so he did not care at all. Well, as soon as he slashed out, the sword light condensed into a white dragon, which roared towards the sky. It was an extremely profound Zhenyuan transformation, which already contained part of the essence of a dragon. It was no longer just a simple transformation. The white dragon circled in the air, bringing with it a berserk cloud chi as it ferociously attacked Yi Chen. Its speed could no longer be seen by the naked eye, and one could only see a white light flash by. Thunder Devour. Yi Chen threw out a sword attack as well. Silver lightning flowed along the body of the sword. When it reached the tip of the sword, it naturally gathered together and formed into a thunder ball. The thunder ball was not perfect as it was missing a small piece which caused some of the power to leak out. But compared to a month ago, the Thunder Devour right now gave people a feeling that it could destroy everything. It was as if the thunder had descended to the world, destroying all the filth in the world. Boom. The thunder ball and the white dragon clashed together, creating a shockwave that spread out in all directions. If it were not for the two's control, everything within dozens of miles would have been destroyed. The thunder ball was too powerful. The white dragon looked like it was being devoured by the thunder. It started to crack inch by inch, unable to stop the thunder ball at all. After destroying the white dragon, the thunder ball exploded and blew Mo Feng away. Entry completion of Thunder Profound. Mo Feng was shocked. He could tell that Yi Chen had controlled his power on purpose. Otherwise, that sword attack would have wounded him badly or even killed him. Chapter 644. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Mo Feng flashed once and flew over. I did not expect you to have trained your Thunder Profound to the entry level. In this whole world, there would not be many master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors who could beat you. Profound Sense was different from martial arts. Although martial arts could be divided into entry level, completion level, and completion level, they were all about the mastery of techniques and profound sense. However, profound sense was very simple and pure. It was about the understanding of the element. 1 would be 1 and 2 would be 2. Combined with techniques, it would form a martial art. In other words, profound sense was the foundation of profound sense martial arts. Without a high level of profound sense, the martial arts created would not be that powerful. It was just like building the foundation of a building. Without a good foundation, the building would be greatly affected, and it would be impossible to build it well. Training profound sense to the entry level was already very powerful. As for the completion level, even a lot of life and death realm warriors would not be able to reach it. The completion level would be the limit of the profound sense, which meant that one of the elements had already reached the end. Then it would be the natural law. Yi Chen chuckled and said casually, "As far as I know, there is already one warrior who has trained his profound sense to the entry level. Right now there might be more." When Bai Wuxia and Xia Hozuan battled, Bai Wuxia's wood profound had already reached the entry level. That life shield and life spear were both based on the wood profound with the life profound as support. Their defensive and attacking power were both very shocking. After half a year, Bai Wuxia should have made it even further. Mo Feng was not that old, even a couple of years younger than Long Bai. He sighed, "Within 10 years there will be a life and death realm warrior in your generation. Perhaps even earlier." Although he had been living in the South Rudra martial school for a long time, he was still very well informed. Some of the martial geniuses' improvements were simply unimaginable. One change in a couple of months had formed a healthy competition. Long Bai flew over. "Yi Chen, you have grown to this level in just a couple of years. It is beyond all of our expectations." Long Bai thought to herself. Yi Chen said, "Many thanks to sect leader Long and hall leader Mo for protecting the Yi family. If Dragon God Celestial Palace has any difficulties in the future, Yi Chen will not shirk his duty." Without Long Bai and Mo Feng, Yi Chen would definitely be worried about the Yi family in the Sky Cloud Martial School, and would not be able to concentrate on training. In other words, although the Dragon God Celestial Palace did not reward him directly, it was nothing compared to protecting the Yi family. Mo Feng said, "What you have today is all because of your own hard work. Although we can protect the Yi family and the Sky Cloud Martial School, if you don't work hard enough or have no talent, everything would be for naught. However, right now the Dragon God Celestial Palace is indeed in trouble." "What difficulties?" Yi Chen was a little surprised. A worried expression appeared on Long Bai's face as she said, "You should know that this is my great-grandfather's second closed-door training. The first time he came out after a year. This time it's been almost 2 years. The forces in the Eastern Shallow Sea are beginning to stir." "Don't tell me they dare to attack the Dragon God Celestial Palace?" Long Bai said, "Not necessarily. But, although a full-scale war is impossible to break out, some small battles are unavoidable. Just the blood battle ocean alone has already broken out twice in a year. Our Dragon God Celestial Palace has lost more than 300 astral-reaching experts, 20 Sea of Souls realm experts, and 3 Sea of Souls realm master-level warriors. The other 4 forces casualties added together are twice that of our Dragon God Celestial Palace. But they have the advantage in numbers. So, on average the casualties are much lower. So many have died." Yi Chen's voice sank. For a rank 5 martial school, astral-reaching experts and Sea of Souls realm warriors were the true combatants. Astral-reaching experts and below would not participate in the battles, since their individual power was too weak. Even if there were thousands of them, it would not make much of a difference. Instead, it would slow down the speed of the battle. Plus, the martial geniuses below the astral-reaching realm were the foundation of a martial school. Only when the foundation was strong enough could there be an endless stream of astral-reaching experts and even Sea of Souls realm warriors. Therefore they would naturally not be allowed to participate in the battles. Mo Feng said, "After a while, I might have to return to the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Just in case, I will not be able to protect your Yi family in Sky Cloud Martial School anymore." Yi Chen said, "No need to worry. I have already finished my training. In the future, I will not leave the South Rudra region as often as I can." Reaching his realm, he did not need much training anymore. Just the battle of geniuses would allow him to improve a lot. Right now what he lacked the most was time. Only with enough time would he be able to create more powerful profound sense martial arts. "That's good." Mo Feng and Long Bai's hearts were heavy. Yi Chen said again, "If the situation becomes critical, I can work for the Dragon God Celestial Palace anytime." As long as there was no all-out war, Yi Chen thought that he could be of some help. Plus he also wanted to see Su Jing. It had been a couple of years already. Long Bai laughed, "It's good that you have the heart. I think there is no need for you to go." She was very confident about the Dragon God Celestial Palace. She thought that the situation in front of her was only temporary. As long as her great-grandfather came out, everything would be solved. The world of martial geniuses was built with loneliness and blood. All the martial geniuses who thought that they had the chance to shine were all working hard. They might be exploring ancient ruins, searching for treasures, or training hard to increase their cultivation. Of course, there were also some martial geniuses who liked to make breakthroughs through killing. North Region, Biming family's secret training field, hundreds of fireballs shot out from the 8 red totem pillars. They were only the size of a fist, but they were extremely fast. Because of the density, there would be two fireballs colliding with each other from time to time, causing a chain explosion. The shockwave spread out in all directions. Bai Minghui, who was in the middle of the 8 pillars, had blood dripping out of his mouth. He kept waving that long spear in his hand, either pointing, sweeping, or stabbing. But for some reason he did not use any wide-range attacks, only using normal spear arts. Faster. Faster. I need to go faster. Bai Minghui's spear art was no longer in a straight line, but in an unpredictable curve. But, no matter how fast his spear art was, it would still be impossible for him to shatter hundreds of fireballs at once. He could only use his eyes to judge which fireballs were the most threatening and would cause a chain explosion. Oh, oh, oh. The totem pillars continued to shoot out fist-sized fireballs. Although most of them had been pierced through by Bai Minghui, some of them still managed to land on his protective Zhenyuan layer, bringing up waves of explosions and sparks everywhere. Standing in the center of the explosion, Bai Minghui's qi and blood shook violently. His 5 senses disappeared, and his whole body seemed to have returned to his mother's body. Break. Opening his eyes abruptly, Bai Minghui's eyes were extremely sharp, shining with a deep light that seemed to be able to see through everything. He twisted his right arm, and the long spear disappeared immediately, shooting out 4 to 5 curved silver light beams that pierced through the fireballs one after another. It was like he was threading a needle. Oh. All of a sudden, all of the fireballs shot out by the southeast pillar were shattered. The pillar seemed to have sensed it and sunk into the ground. Right after that, Bai Minghui broke through the fireballs shot out by the south pillar, causing it to sink as well. Southwest, west, northwest, north. The 8 totem pillars sunk into the ground one after another. Bai Minghui stood there with his spear in hand, his aura powerful. Ah, I have finally created a new sky bank. Since it is based on the original one, I will call it the second movement of Sky Bank. Bai Minghui laughed out loud. The original Sky Bank was too simple. It was fine for normal warriors but not for young warriors who were at the same level as him. It would be even more impossible for it to work against warriors like Yi Qin, who had super fast sword arts and super fast reflexes. However, the second movement of the Sky Bank was different. This spear attack used the flexibility of the long spear, allowing it to hit 4 to 5 targets at once. There were curves and straight lines in the spear art, and even Bai Minghui himself would not be able to control it completely. He could only change it as he wished. Yi Qin, you must not have thought that I could make a breakthrough this fast. I have created the second movement of Sky Bank based on the foundation of the Sky Bank. Although the average attacking power of the second movement has been lowered, with 4 to 5 attacks added together, it would be twice as powerful as the original one. I will beat you first, then I will challenge the top 5 young warriors. Bai Minghui could not wait to beat Yi Qin, and after beating Yi Qin, his next goal would be to become one of the top 5 young warriors. After taking a couple of steps, Bai Minghui suddenly stopped. I have made progress, but it does not mean that others have not. I have not mastered the second movement yet, so it might not be safe. I need to be absolutely safe before I go. Plus, challenging him right now would not be sensational enough. I will beat him in front of everyone and let them know that I, Bai Minghui, am the most glorious martial genius in this world. After making up his mind, Bai Minghui controlled his urge. Beating him sooner or later would be the same, and the latter would be more suitable for him. The top 4 families. The Dugu family. There was a forbidden place in the Dugu family which was a strange cave. It was pitch black inside and one would not even be able to see their own fingers. Even soul power could not be spread out and all 5 senses would be lost. Standing very far away from the entrance of the cave, one would be able to sense the creepy qi that was spreading out from the entrance. It was a qi that contained all sorts of negative emotions. Pessimism, pain, sadness, and sorrow. All of these emotions combined together, and those who did not have a strong willpower would fall into despair and kill themselves. Therefore, normally when people from the Dugu family passed by this place, they would take a detour. They did not want to be stained by this horrifying qi which would affect their mental state. The higher the cultivation, the more one would be afraid of the inner demon. Once it was activated, even a king warrior would have to pay a heavy price. As the saying went, the better the better. Inside the cave it was pitch black. No one had noticed that there was a human figure sitting inside, enduring the endless negative emotions with a twisted expression on his face. Ju, take revenge for the Dugu family. Xiaoju, I will leave first. You are a murderous demon. In Dugu Ju's mind, everything that he did not want to see appeared in his mind, and he could not tell if it was real or not. A loud scream was heard and the sound spread out of the forbidden place. On top of a building a couple of miles away from the cave, a middle-aged man looked over worriedly. The evil demon cave was a forbidden place for sealing evil demons. The chi that came out of it was something that even life and death realm warriors would not dare to underestimate. For a long time, the evil demon cave had been a place to punish people who had committed crimes. Before, Duguju had only trained outside of the cave, not daring to go in. Do not disappoint me. The middle-aged man mumbled to himself. Chapter 645. It was June, the rainy season of the Windy Nation. The sky was gray and it was drizzling. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow over, and the raindrops would float in the air, forming beautiful arcs. The peak of the misty mountain was covered in clouds and mist all year round. Only when the rainy season came would the mist dissipate a lot, showing its true face to the nature. Sitting on a huge rock on the mountain peak, Yichen did not activate his protective Zhenyuan, and just let the rain fall on his body. Since he was trying to understand the nature, it would be best for him to be in close contact with it. The mountain peak was not flat. As the rain increased, some of the depressions had turned into puddles. The puddles were all over the place, big or small, deep or shallow. The raindrops fell into the puddles, bringing up circles of different sizes of ripples. Yichen stared at these ripples closely, sinking into the ethereal state. Pitter-patter. The ripples were born, expanded, disappeared, just like that. After an unknown period of time, Yichen let out a deep breath and came out of the ethereal state. Nature is indeed mysterious. Even the most ordinary details can make people ponder deeply. However, when ordinary people see it, they can at most create some ordinary martial arts. Only warriors with high cultivation can create profound martial arts that far surpass their imagination. In the past, he wouldn't have felt anything when he saw the rain. However, after creating the gold pattern, he began to dabble in the profound of water. In his eyes, the sky was like a supreme sword artist, and the rain was the trajectory of the sword. The ripples created by the raindrops falling into the puddles were the manifestation of the sword's might. Each raindrop was an attack, and thousands upon thousands of raindrops were thousands upon thousands of attacks. Yichen was shocked. His body floated in the air. Yichen took out a normal long sword and started to practice his sword art. Every time he waved his sword, it would bring up a circle of transparent gold pattern. It was the gold pattern. It could be seen that even though the power of the golden ripple hadn't increased by much, it was much smoother and smoother when used. The topic of geniuses never stopped. In a certain restaurant in a certain city in the Jianghu domain, a large number of peak cultivators gathered together. As they drank, they discussed. The scene was very lively. Have you heard? Recently, 2 new geniuses appeared in the Sky Martial region. One is called Helian Wuhua and the other is called Shangguan Fei. I've long heard about it. When the 4th floor of the Treasure Holy Pagoda opened, they also went in. At that time they were unknown and hidden in the dark. Now that they have come out, it is obvious that they think that their strength is sufficient. If Yichen were here, he would definitely know who they were talking about, Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. When they were attacking the 4th floor of the palace, there were dozens of top young geniuses that he did not know. Among them there were 3 who were the strongest. Besides Situ Hao, the other 2 were obviously Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. I've heard about it too. Both of them are amazing. Helian Wuhua had defeated the 69th ranked Master Fire Cloud, while Shangguan Fei had defeated the 63rd ranked Master He Shui. One of them used 3 attacks and the other used 4. Both of them are incredibly powerful. I cannot believe that the ranking is going to change again in less than a year. I think there will be a lot of young geniuses in this ranking. Of course. But you guys still do not know about this. Half a month ago, there was another young warrior named Situ Hao who had challenged another master on the ranking. He had defeated his opponent with only 1 attack. Who did he defeat? 1 attack. That master must not have a high ranking, right? Otherwise, how could he have been defeated with only 1 attack? Someone asked. You are all ignorant. The master that Situ Hao had defeated was none other than Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master. What? Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master? Everyone was shocked. Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master was not a normal master. On the ranking he was ranked 33, which was 15 ranks higher than Yichen. Situ Hao had defeated him with only 1 sword attack. That kind of power was unimaginable. It was 10 times more shocking than Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. Did you remember it right? How could he beat Tu Yuan with only 1 attack? Why would I lie to you? I was there at the time. I saw him reach out his finger and the long sword on his back came out of its scabbard on its own, wounding Tu Yuan badly. Controlling the sword to attack the enemy. This is a long-lost sword art. I cannot believe Situ Hao had learned it. Situ Hao's horrifying power had formed a deep impression in everyone's mind for the first time. Dong, dong, dong. Rushed footsteps were heard from the stairs as a human figure walked up quickly. Hurry. Bai Minghui is challenging one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Lin Xiaonan. What are you guys waiting for? That person said hurriedly. What? Bai Minghui is challenging Lin Xiaonan? Let's go. Who was Lin Xiaonan? He was one of the top 3 blade artists, ranked 19 on the ranking. His power was definitely at the same level as the top 5 young warriors. Bai Minghui had just become famous at the beginning of the year, and it had only been half a year since he had dared to challenge Lin Xiaonan. It was definitely shocking news. Without even taking the stairs, everyone flew out of the window. As they flew out of the restaurant, they saw a lot of human figures flying out of the city. All of a sudden, all of the warriors in the city started to move. 30 miles outside of the city, there was a long river. A lot of warriors had already gathered by the riverside, creating a huge crowd. I wonder what Bai Minghui was thinking. Even if he had to pick someone, he should have picked a weaker one. Why did he have to pick Lin Xiaonan? I guess he was just too full of himself. He wanted to become famous overnight. Lin Xiaonan was ranked 19 after all. Beating him would be enough to prove that he was one of the top 5 young warriors. He would be able to beat Yi Chen and Du Guju. You are right. But I do not think he will win. Me too. Lin Xiaonan was way too important in everyone's mind. Not to mention Bai Minghui, even Yi Chen would not be able to win. In their opinion, among the top 5 young warriors, besides Bai Wuxia and Lu Xiaoyu, the other 3 would only be around the same level as Lin Xiaonan. Since the ranking was close, then the power gap would not be that big. In the sky, 2 human figures were facing each other. Lin Xiaonan, who was carrying a long blade on his back, said coldly, Bai Minghui, I admit that you are a top martial genius. But it is still too early for you to challenge me. Bai Minghui chuckled lightly. Shen Qianleng had been beaten by Xiao Chuhe twice. This time it will be your turn. But I am a spear user, so I will not compete for the top 3 master-level blade artists. Lin Xiaonan frowned. Are you sure that you want to challenge me? I will not go easy on you. If I make a mistake, I might wound you badly. He had decided to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if everyone came to challenge him, he would be busy to death. Don't worry. Facing me, you will have to use all of your power. After Bai Minghui had created his second movement, he had spent some time training it. But he still needed to use it on his opponent. Otherwise, he would not be able to see the flaws. But right now, he would not challenge Yi Chen. He needed another powerful opponent to train his second movement. It would not be good if it was too weak, and he would not be confident if it was too powerful. Therefore, he picked Lin Xiaonan. Since you are this confident, then cut the crap and let's begin. Lin Xiaonan did not take out his blade as he looked at Bai Minghui coldly. Not taking out your blade? A smile appeared on Bai Minghui's face as his long spear suddenly attacked out. It was like a silver flood dragon attacking toward Lin Xiaonan. So fast. Lin Xiaonan had miscalculated a bit. His body backed out quickly as he took out his long blade, blocking in front of the silver flood dragon's horn. Boom. The shockwave spread out and Lin Xiaonan looked a bit worse for wear. Let's use all of our power. Otherwise, I will not be interested in you at all. Before, his opponent had underestimated him, so Bai Minghui could definitely beat him with one attack. But he did not do so. He needed his opponent to use all of his power in order to test out the power of his second movement. As you wish. Lin Xiaonan looked a bit more serious. This Bai Minghui did not seem to be easy to deal with. He had underestimated him a bit. Moon cut. The blade glowed with a bright moonlight. Lin Xiaonan arched his body and like a bouncing star, his speed was unimaginable. While he was in the air, he slashed down with his blade. The blade could not be seen at all, it was like a ray of moonlight. Not bad. Not bad. Bai Minghui nodded with satisfaction. Sky Bank. Without performing the second movement, Bai Minghui shook his right arm, and the long spear stabbed out at an extremely fast speed. Because of its extreme speed, his hand disappeared along with the long spear, as if it had disappeared into the surreal space. Ding. The invisible spear light landed on Lin Xiaonan's blade light, blowing him backward. Lin Xiaonan, the previous 2 attacks were just warm-up. This next attack will be my real power. Watch carefully. His body jumped out as Bai Minghui performed his ace attack. The long spear disappeared again, shooting out 5 curved silver light beams. It was so beautiful that everyone watching could not help but moan. Ding. Lin Xiaonan had only blocked out one of them, and the remaining 4 landed on his chest, stomach, right arm and leg. Puking out a mouthful of blood, the long blade in Lin Xiaonan's hand went out of control. It spun in the air before finally stabbing into the wall of a mountain. Lin Xiaonan lost. The result was so shocking that no one could believe their own eyes. He really lost. Since when did this Bai Minghui become this powerful? Even Lin Xiaonan is not his opponent. Doesn't that mean that he is already one of the top 5 young warriors? I thought that Yi Qin would be the one with the highest chance. I did not expect Bai Minghui to be one step ahead. This is really unexpected. While everyone was discussing, Lin Xiaonan stood on top of the mountain where the long blade was stabbed into. He looked at Bai Minghui in disbelief, his face blank. Bai Minghui's voice was heard, "Very good. You are indeed one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. You managed to block out one attack. It seems like it was the right choice to test my power on you." Test my power? Lin Xiaonan was angry and bitter at the same time. Even he had not expected that he would lose to a young warrior, who had just become famous at the beginning of the year. Being able to be my test target, you should be proud enough. Bai Minghui did not even look at Lin Xiaonan's expression as he carried the long spear on his back and flew into the distance, soon disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 646. The news of Lin Xiaonan losing to Bai Minghui had spread across the whole Sky Martial region in just 1 month. It was extremely fast and it was not hard to imagine how shocked everyone was. Lin Xiaonan lost to Bai Minghui? When Xiao Chuha heard the news, he looked very surprised. His next target was Lin Xiaonan, since they were both blade artists and one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. He could not ignore Lin Xiaonan, but unfortunately Bai Minghui was 1 step faster than him. It seems like I have to change my plan. Before challenging Lu Xiaoyu, I will clear out all the obstacles first. Xiao Chuha was also one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. If Bai Minghui had beaten Lin Xiaonan, it would definitely make people think that they might not be able to compete with him. Challenging Lu Xiaoyu with this kind of status was not something that Xiao Chuha wanted to see. Brother Lin lost? The head of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Xie Beiding, had also heard the news. He was a bit surprised before returning to normal. For him, this kind of thing was not that strange anymore. In the past decades, besides him, who had always been one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, the other 2 had all been replaced. He had also beaten the previous head of the top 3 master-level blade artists, taking his place. It is getting more and more interesting. Xie Beiding smiled. He could vaguely feel that it would be the time for all the martial geniuses to explode. Right now it was just the beginning. Lin Xiaonan lost. Compared to Xie Beiding's calmness, a bit of bitterness appeared on Shen Qianlong's face. He had already sensed that this era belonged to the young generation, but he did not expect it to come this fast. Right now even Lin Xiaonan had lost. How many old men would be able to stop him? Right now it is still not enough. I will let them be arrogant for a while. Chu Zhongtian was very calm. He did not plan to be too arrogant in the next 1 or 2 years, because he knew that it was not the right time yet. To be arrogant, one would need power to back it up. Without power, it would be called arrogance and ignorance. If Yi Chen were to hear what Chu Zhongtian had said, he would definitely sigh at how terrifying he was. If the previous Chu Zhongtian was an erupting volcano with a strong presence, then the current Chu Zhongtian was a supervolcano that was accumulating power. Once he had accumulated enough power, he would erupt with unprecedented brilliance and shock the world. No matter what kind of expression everyone had after hearing the news, Bai Minghui was definitely at the top of his game right now. His fame was more than enough to compete with the top 5 young warriors, and had even surpassed Yi Chen and Deguju. All of the young warriors from the north region had started to treat him as their leader. The rain was still falling, and Yi Chen was completely immersed in his swordsmanship. His figure moved around in the air, and the sword light circled around him. It was visible to the naked eye that the speed at which the rain fell seemed to slow down, as if it was moving in slow motion. As for Yi Chen, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. He was not affected at all. Pop, pop, pop. Circles of golden patterns spread out with Yi Chen as the starting point. The rain that was touched by the golden pattern was instantly turned into nothingness, and a permanent rainless area appeared. He has become even more powerful. These days, Mo Feng would come to check every couple of days. At least before he left, he needed to see Yi Chen's real power. No, he only needed 70 to 80% of it. He was not as optimistic as Long Bai. The Dragon God's Celestial Palace would have to go through a huge battle, and a lot of people would die in that battle. Without a doubt, if Yi Chen joined the battle, they would have a higher chance of winning. Without a king warrior present, Yi Chen would definitely be their ace. Therefore he needed to know exactly how powerful Yi Chen was. It was easy to tell that Yi Chen was improving every day. Just the sword art that he had just performed was enough to shock Mo Feng. Each of Yi Chen's sword attacks was equivalent to a killing attack, and within that second his opponent had thrown out at least dozens of sword attacks. Dozens of killing attacks stacked on top of each other, it was almost invincible. How did he do it? Mo Feng looked at the rain in the sky and then at Yi Chen. Right then in his eyes, Yi Chen seemed to have merged with the heaven and earth. Still not enough. I still want more. Yi Chen himself was not satisfied yet. He felt that this attack was not complete yet, and that there was still a huge space for improvement. The sound shook the rain up as Yi Chen gathered his Zhen Yuan and threw out a sword attack. A shocking scene happened. The golden pattern that was spreading out in a circle suddenly changed, turning into an oval shape and stretching out. The gentle golden light spread out in all directions. The mountains behind the misty mountain were cut down one after another. The cuts looked like they had been polished meticulously, making them look unstoppable. Alright, what should I call this attack? Mo Feng yelled out. Yi Chen shook his head. It's still a bit lacking. It only has 30 to 40% of its power. Let's call it Gold Fury. The Gold Fury was actually the upgraded version of the gold pattern, which was equivalent to dozens of gold pattern fusing together and attacking toward the target. But of course, these dozens of gold pattern were not the complete version. Otherwise, it would be way too powerful, and Yi Chen would not be able to create such a horrifying attack. This gold pattern only had 1/10 of the power of the complete gold pattern. But, after being fused together, it would be a couple times more powerful than the original gold pattern. Plus it was still incomplete. This powerful, but it only has 30 to 40% of its power. Mo Feng gasped. This gold fury could kill him a couple of times already. Among them, there was the sharpness of the gold and the power of the water. Yi Chen chuckled. He had already made full use of the knowledge that the rain had given him. He was now able to shoot out dozens of gold pattern attacks within a second, and even without merging them, a single gold pattern attack would still have 1/3 of the power of the complete gold pattern attack. Therefore in these 2 months he had learned 2 ace attacks. The first one was to perform the gold pattern continuously. The second one was the Gold Fury. If the gold ripple was said to be dominated by the profound of metal and supplemented by the profound of water, then the gold hurricane was a combination of the profound of metal and the profound of water. There was no dominant one. Letting out a breath, Mo Feng said with admiration, according to what you said, once your Gold Fury is completed, even if it is not a high-rank profound sense martial art, it would be very close to it. Before that, your Thunder Devour was already a couple of times more powerful than a normal mid-rank profound sense martial art. It is somewhere between a mid-rank profound sense martial art and a high-rank profound sense martial art. To be honest, before this, it is hard for me to imagine who could create so many attacks that are close to a high-rank profound sense martial art at the age of 26. High-rank profound sense martial arts. I am afraid it would be very difficult. Yi Chen was not sure if his Gold Fury would become a high-rank profound sense martial art, because even the most normal high-rank profound sense martial arts would need to combine 2 kinds of profounds. His gold and water profound had not even reached the entry level yet. Of course, his gold profound was already very close, just 1 step away from the entry level. Mo Feng said, as long as you are on the right path. It is already very hard to reach the entry level of a profound sense martial art, but to combine 2 kinds of profounds is even harder. You are already on this path, so you will succeed one day. Reaching the entry level of a profound sense martial art was still not enough. One would need to combine 2 kinds of profounds to be considered a high-rank profound sense martial art. It was not hard to imagine how hard it would be. However, for Yi Chen's Gold Fury, the 2 profounds had already been combined quite a bit. As long as he could train his gold and water profound to the entry level, he would be able to get close to a high-rank profound sense martial art. Then, when the 2 profounds were completely combined, it would be a real high-rank profound sense martial art. The power of a high-rank profound sense martial art could be said to be at least 10 times more powerful than a mid-rank profound sense martial art. There was a huge gap between the 2. Therefore, for a long time, only life and death realm warriors could create high-rank profound sense martial arts. Time flew by quickly. Within a blink of an eye, the rainy season of the Windy Nation had already passed. Yi Chen had also stopped his Gold Fury. It was not that he did not want to continue perfecting it, but he did not have the ability to do so. There were 2 ways to improve it. One was to deepen the combination of the 2 profounds, and the other was to increase the level of the profound sense. Neither of these two things could be done in a short period of time. Therefore Yi Chen temporarily stopped his Gold Fury and continued to train his Thunder Devourer instead. Of course, it was not that Yi Chen had stopped training his Thunder Devourer, it was just that he had reduced the amount of time he spent on it. No matter what he did, he had to be careful. Right now, his Thunder Profound was already at entry level, but his Thunder Devourer was not completed yet. There were still some flaws. If he could complete it, its power would be at least a couple of times more powerful than a normal mid-rank Profound Sense martial art. The explosive power after the Thunder Devourer would be quite shocking. Ding. As he waved out his sword, the silver lightning quickly flowed along the sword body. When it gathered at the tip of the sword, the silver lightning squeezed together and eventually formed a silver thunder ball with a small gap. Pushed by his Zhen Yuan, the silver thunder ball shot out at a high speed. Boom. A tall mountain far away from the misty mountain was first shattered by the thunder, then turned into nothingness by the explosive power of the thunder ball. There was even a huge hemispherical crater on the ground, as if it had been hit by a meteor. The silver lightning could not form a perfect thunder ball no matter how hard it was squeezed. It should not be a problem of skill but the lack of Thunder Profound. Yi Chen was very clear that his skill was absolutely shocking. Otherwise he would not have been able to create a Profound Sense martial art. Martial arts contain skills, and the profound was the foundation. Of course, this was only relative to his current level. If his skill was really at an unimaginable level, he could indeed force his Thunder Devourer to complete without the profound. However, if his skills were really high, how could his profound be weak? In the end, no matter if it was skills or profound, they all needed people to use them. Having high skills meant having a high comprehension ability, and having a high comprehension ability meant that one could comprehend profound faster. Therefore they were bound together, and if one lost, they were bound together. The two could not be too far apart. At the end of August, Yi Chen had completed his Thunder Devourer, and his Thunder Profound was also at the entry level, reaching a higher level. He was on the way to completion. At this moment, the Thunder Devourer was performed with its power completely hidden, and its speed was even faster. Once it hit the enemy would definitely be devoured by the thunder and then blown away. It is almost September. On top of the mountain, Yi Chen let out a breath. The 18th of September would be the day of his battle with Duguju. But his opponent should not only be Duguju, since he had already heard about Bai Minghui beating Lin Chaonan. According to the description, he had definitely created a martial art that was even more powerful than his Skybank. Chapter 647. On the 18th of September, there would be two battles in the Nine-Dragon Lake. One would be between Yi Chen and Du Gujue, a monster against a monster, while the other would be between Xiao Chuha and Lu Xiaoyu, one of the top 5 young warriors against one of the top 5 young warriors. No matter which battle it would be equally eye-catching. Therefore, even before September arrived, some people had already started their journey. They would rather arrive early than be left behind, especially those who did not live in the Sky Martial region. Inside the Nine-Dragon Mountain, Nine-Dragon Lake. Just like a year ago before the 18th of September arrived, the place was already packed with people. People kept on joining in. "Brother He, you are late." "It is not that I am late, it is you who is early." "Haha, don't try to find excuses. Drink 3 cups as punishment first." The lakeside was extremely noisy, and there were countless similar voices. On the second day, the Nine-Dragon Lake was even more crowded. "Look, Shengguan Fei and Helian Wuhua are here." One of them beat the Black Water Master, who was ranked 63rd on the ranking with 4 attacks, and the other beat the Fire Cloud Master, who was ranked 69th with 3 attacks. They're not friendly. Only a dragon can cross the river. This year they will definitely be able to make it into the ranking. Everyone sighed. 1 year ago there were only 6 warriors under the age of 40 in the first ranking, which were the top 5 young warriors in Yi Chen. But this year there might be more than 10 warriors under the age of 40. It might even be 15, which would double the number of warriors in the ranking. "Brother Shangguan, how have you been?" Helian Wuhua was wearing a long black robe with a long blade on his waist. His legs were extremely long, looking like he could jump out at any moment to kill his enemies. On top of a small hill not far from him stood a young man in yellow. He had a golden band on his head with thick eyebrows and huge arms and legs. His weapon was a short spear that was as thick as a bowl. It was forked, looking like a poisonous snake's tongue, looking extremely aggressive and evil. "Brother Helian, long time no see." Shengguan Fei glanced at Helian Wuhua with a bit of fear. The two of them had battled a lot before, but there had never been a clear winner. In order to do so, they would have to go through a tough battle. Yi, you are not here to watch this time, right? Helian Wuhua said casually. Sheng Guanfei said right away, of course not. Me too. A sharp light flashed through Helian Wuhua's eyes. On the third day, Situ Hao had arrived. In terms of fame, Situ Hao was much more famous than Helian Wuhua and Sheng Guanfei. After all, the two of them had only beaten warriors who were ranked in the 60s, while Situ Hao had beaten Tu Yuan from the Breaking Sword Master, who was ranked 33rd, and he had only thrown out one sword attack. Although Helian Wuhua and Sheng Guanfei did not come with good intentions, they did not plan to challenge Situ Hao. They knew very well how powerful he was, and without using their defensive sword spell, neither of them had the confidence to win. He looked extremely cold. He had picked a mountain of the chin and and chin of the Situ Hao of the chin of. Yi Chen, my defensive sword spell has already reached the 2nd level. This time, I will make sure you lose without any hesitation. More and more warriors arrived. After today and tomorrow, it would be the 18th of September. Everyone looked up and could see human shadows flying over from the horizon. Among these people, a lot of them were young martial geniuses. Some of them came in groups while others came alone. All of them had an excited light shining in their eyes. For some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors, perhaps they were just here to watch the show, since it would be hard for them to learn anything from it. But as young martial geniuses, their comprehensive ability was naturally not something that some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors could compare with. The Sky Martial region is indeed a sacred place for martial geniuses. Almost none of them are weaker than us. On top of a small hill, a couple of young men and women stood side by side. The one who spoke was a young man with a long sword on his waist. This is good as well. Before, we were always the center of attention. Even in the southern regions, no one would look down on us. But now that we are here, we can finally experience the hardships and joy of climbing up step by step. Didn't Yi Chen rise up like this? These people were indeed Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Bing Ling from the South Rudra region. Besides Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen, only these three had reached the Sea of Souls realm. Of course, Xikong Xing had not been heard from for a long time, so no one knew what realm he had reached. Tua Baku, Gu Yuyun, and the others who were about the same age as Yi Chen had not been able to make a breakthrough yet, since they were too young after all. On the 4th day, Yi Chen arrived. Since Murong Qingqing was still in closed-door training, Yi Chen came alone. Yi Chen is here. I wonder if he has improved a lot. Right now it is not like a year ago. There are too many young warriors chasing after him. If he is not careful, he will be surpassed. Yeah. Although Yi Chen's position is quite eye-catching, it is also quite awkward. In front of him are the top 5 young warriors, and behind him are a bunch of top young warriors. Yi Chen's arrival had attracted a lot of attention. They all looked at Yi Chen hoping to find something from his chi. Yan Qihua studied Yi Chen as a strange feeling flashed through his heart. Back in the South Rudra region, their fame was even bigger than Yi Chen's. Wherever they went, they would be the center of attention. Right now, they had come to the Sky Martial region's 9-Dragon Mountain, but no one paid any attention to them. They were like nameless warriors. However, Yi Chen's arrival had stirred up a huge wave. In the span of 8 years, their identities had been completely changed. Oh, Yi Chen is here. Do you want to play a few rounds with him? Sheng Guanfei and Helian Wuhua saw Yi Chen. A strange light flashed through their eyes. Although Yi Chen was ranked 48 on the Master-level warrior ranking, which was higher than the Blackwater Martial School and the Fire Cloud Martial School that they had beaten, the difference between 48 and 60 was not that big. Moreover, they were able to beat the Blackwater Martial School and the Fire Cloud Martial School within 3 to 4 attacks, which meant that they would be at least ranked 20 to 30 back then. Therefore, even if Yi Chen had improved a lot, they did not think that they would lose to Yi Chen. Most importantly, as long as they did not lose, it would be the same as winning. On the other hand, Yi Chen could not lose unless he was facing the top 5 young warriors. If he lost, then he would not be able to keep his position. If he lost, then he would not be able to keep his position. Let me go first. Sheng Guanfei did not plan to let go of this chance, so he flew out first. Helian Wuhua shook his head. He had wanted to challenge Yi Chen as well. Putting away his flying puppet, Yi Chen landed lightly on a huge mountain near the 9-Dragon Lake. He saw Li Daoxian and the other two, so he nodded to greet them. Yi Chen, tomorrow is the battle between you and Duguju. Why don't we spar a bit? Sheng Guanfei stood in the middle of the lake, his voice spreading out with the help of his Zhen Yuan. Ichem? Sheng Guanfei wants to challenge Yi Chen? These two did not come with good intentions after all. They even targeted Yi Chen. But to be honest, Yi Chen might not be able to win. After all, Sheng Guanfei had beaten the Blackwater Martial School, who was ranked 63 with only 4 attacks. It is a bit hard to say, but Yi Qin would not have made no progress, would he? Everyone did not know that Yi Qin had beaten Situ Hao and beaten back one of the top 5 young warriors, Xia Hozuan. So they all felt a bit uneasy and worried for Yi Qin. You want to challenge me? Yi Qin was a bit surprised. To be honest, with Sheng Guanfei's battle record, not to mention now, even half a year ago, Yi Qin could beat him within a second. The two were not even on the same level. Knowing that he wanted to challenge him, Yi Qin did not expect it at all. Thinking about it, Yi Qin laughed. Indeed, in the past year, his few battles had been very secretive and not many people knew about it. So, it was normal for people not to know about his power. Oh well, I will just shut those people up then. What? You do not dare? Sheng Guanfei saw Yi Qin's expression and thought that he was not prepared for it, so he let out a breath of relief. He thought that he might actually win. You do it. Putting away his surprised expression, Yi Qin said lightly. Hearing him, Sheng Guanfei was furious. He had been waiting in the middle of the Nine-Dragon Lake for his opponent to come, but he did not expect that the latter would not come at all. All right. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Guanfei tried his best to suppress his anger. As long as he won, he would see if the latter still had the right to be so arrogant. Boom. The lake water exploded as Sheng Guanfei attacked toward Yi Qin at an extreme speed. In the middle of it, he held the short spear in both of his hands and drew a half circle in the air before throwing it out. Snake and Dragon combined attack. Sheng Guanfei used his killer move right off the bat. His short spear, which was as thick as the rim of a bowl, emitted a bright light. 2 huge and ferocious figures rushed out of the light. One was a venomous python, and the other was a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The python and the dragon were entangled together, forming a spiral as they rushed out. The snake and the dragon roared together, their auras reaching into the sky. Such a powerful killing attack. The snake contains a soft power while the dragon contains a hard power. One soft and one hard, normal people would not be able to handle it at all. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Yi Qin, wanting to see how he was going to deal with it. Too weak. Yi Qin shook his head and took out his gold sword, waving it out casually. Pop. With Yi Qin as the center, a huge circle of ripples spread out and exploded, covering the giant serpent and the long dragon inside. Although the giant serpent and the dragon were creatures of the water and could easily overturn rivers and seas, this gold ripple wasn't just a simple water profound. It was a killing move that combined the metal and water profound. It contained both the endless water profound and the indestructible metal profound. Moreover, compared to half a year ago, the gold ripples had become even stronger. Crack. Without the slightest pause, the moment the serpent and the dragon came into contact with the golden ripples, they crumbled inch by inch and dissipated into pure energy. What was even more frightening was that the golden ripples spread out in waves, forcibly combining the power of the serpent and the dragon together, and spreading towards Sheng Guanfei. Not good. Sheng Guanfei's face turned pale. He crossed his spear together, trying his best to defend. Boom. It was like a normal person running into a tsunami. Sheng Guanfei puked out a mouthful of blood as his whole body was blown backward without any power to fight back. Chapter 648. What? He could not even handle one attack. A lot of people had their mouths wide open, shocked beyond words. Although they thought that Yi Qin had a higher chance of winning, they would never have thought that Sheng Guanfei could not even handle one attack from Yi Qin. Most of them thought that even if Yi Qin were to win, it would not be easy, and would take dozens or even hundreds of attacks. After all, Sheng Guanfei's power was right there. He had beaten the Blackwater Master, who was ranked 63rd in the Master-level warrior ranking with only 4 attacks. Impressive. Everyone was completely convinced by Yi Qin. Just when they were wondering if Yi Qin could keep his position, Yi Qin had given them a definite answer. How could he improve this fast? The Ice Sword Master had also arrived. She had already prepared herself for Yi Qin to surpass her, since she was not a young person after all, and she had almost used up all of her potential. Her improvement in 1 year would not be able to compete with the young geniuses. Plus, Yi Qin was not a normal young martial genius, but a monster-level martial genius. But she would never have thought that Yi Qin would improve this fast. 1 year was not a long time for Sea of Souls realm warriors, and it would be great if they could make some progress. But 1 year for Yi Qin was equivalent to years for others or even decades. Sword art genius. The Ice Sword Master mumbled to herself. Li Daoxian and the other two were just as shocked. They had not seen Yi Qin for a year or two, and they had all been busy training. Since they were martial geniuses from the South Rudra region, they did not have much contact with the Sky Martial region. They had always thought that the gap between master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be that big. But now, it seemed like the gap between master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors was 10 times bigger than they had imagined. Normal master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to handle one attack from Yi Qin, and someone as powerful as him would not be able to handle one attack from Yi Qin. They could not imagine how the gap between master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors could be this big. Actually, it was not their fault for underestimating the gap between master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Only by standing at the top would one be able to see further. Once they reached Yi Qin's realm, they would know that the gap between the cultivation was not that big, but the gap between martial arts and profound sense would be limitless. 4 normal master-level warriors, once they reached late Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to master a couple of low-rank profound sense martial arts and 1 mid-rank profound sense martial art. Although Yi Qin was not as powerful as them in terms of cultivation, his sword intent power was equivalent to peak level rank 5. If he combined his sword intent with his cultivation, Yi Qin would not be at a disadvantage when facing peak level late Sea of Souls realm master level warriors with peak level rank 4 willpower. He might even be able to win. Excluding cultivation and willpower, Yi Qin's profound sense martial arts were even more impressive. Not to mention his Thunder Devour and Gold Fury, just his gold pattern alone would be twice as powerful as normal mid-rank profound sense martial arts. It would be strange if Shangguan Fei could handle one attack from Yi Qin. Boom. Shangguan Fei crashed heavily into a small mountain beside the lake. His whole body sunk into the rock wall, creating a human-shaped hole. That intense sword chi spread out everywhere, cutting the mountain into pieces. Puking out another mouthful of blood, Shangguan Fei fainted immediately. The young martial geniuses who were close to him hurried to get him out and move him to a nearby building to rest. Helian Wuhua saw Shangguan Fei like this, so he looked at Yi Qin with a horrified expression. He was glad that Shangguan Fei had challenged Yi Qin first. Otherwise he would be the one in trouble. Right now, not to mention challenging Yi Qin, he did not even have the courage to face Yi Qin. Yi Qin glanced at Helian Wuhua. Before Shangguan Fei challenged him, he had been whispering with him, probably discussing who should challenge him first. Feeling Yi Qin's intimidating gaze, Helian Wuhua hurried to turn his head away, avoiding Yi Qin's gaze. His palms were covered in sweat. Is Yi Qin getting more and more powerful? Today was the last day before the battle, and a lot of people had arrived. Yin Fengfeng, Hai Wuya, and the rest of the young warriors had all arrived. Yin Fengfeng said, "I cannot win against him right now." 1 year ago, Yin Fengfeng thought that she could exchange hundreds of attacks with Yi Qin, and if she went back to her phoenix form, she would be able to beat him. But she was just like the godly shark princess. She did not like to be too high profile in front of humans. Only when something unavoidable happened would she use all of her power. A lot of people knew that Yin Fengfeng had been hiding her power, so they did not dare to mess with her too much. Hai Wuya said, "His power right now should be at the first level, right?" The young martial geniuses were divided into a couple of levels. The first level would be the top 5 young warriors, the second level would actually be people like Lin Tian, the third level would be people like Hai Wuya, and the fourth level would be some of the normal powerful young martial geniuses. As for the even more normal young martial geniuses, they would not even be in the top level. Although Shangguan Fei and Helian Wuhua were a lot more powerful than Lin Tian, they were only at the top of the second level. On the other hand, Situ Hao, Baiming Hui, and the rest of them were already close to the first level or even already at the first level, including Yin Fengfeng. Alright. Beating you like this should be even more interesting. It was right then that a sharp voice spread out over the entire Nine-Dragon Lake. Situ Hao. Everyone who was watching the battle looked over and saw Situ Hao flying out, his feet lightly touching the surface of the lake. There was a sword on his waist and another one on his back. Yi Qin's expression did not change. "It seems like your defensive sword spell has improved again. Let's do it." Without even guessing, Yi Qin knew that since his opponent dared to stand out, he must have a lot of confidence. Most likely he was going to use his defensive sword spell as his ace attack. Judging from Yi Qin's tone, it seems like the two have battled before? I guess so. I wonder who won. It is hard to say. Situ Hao's defensive sword spell is too powerful. It is extremely fast and its attacking power is very high as well. Facing this kind of sword spell, most of the martial arts would not be able to perform in time. Tu Yuan from the Breaking Sword Martial School was a master-level sword artist. A sword artist's attacking speed was always fast, and so was their reflexes. For Situ Hao to be able to beat his opponent with one sword attack, it was not hard to imagine how powerful his defensive sword spell was. Therefore, besides a small portion of people who thought that Yi Qin would win for sure, most of them were just watching. Among them, there was even a small portion who thought that Situ Hao was going to win. The defensive sword spell was a long-lost sword spell, and it was indeed a powerful weapon. Don't worry, I will use it. Situ Hao was not stupid enough to use his defensive sword spell to attack Yi Qin from a distance. If the distance was too far, his opponent would definitely have time to prepare. It would be like attacking his opponent's advantage with his own weakness, which was not a smart move. Of course, if it were Shangguan Fei or Helian Wuhua, Situ Hao would not be so scared. With his defensive sword spell, he would still be able to win easily. Different opponents meant different strategies. 3 Ultimate Sword. His body floated into the air as Situ Hao threw out 3 sword attacks in a row towards Yi Qin, who was on the mountain peak. Break. Yi Qin wanted to test out Situ Hao's defensive sword spell, but he knew that the latter would not dare to use it if he did not get close to him. He did not stay on the mountain peak, but flew towards the 3-sword chi. On the way, his body suddenly sped up. That sharp sword light was like a crescent moon, cutting the 3-sword chi in half. The remaining power was still there as it continued to attack towards Situ Hao. Arrogant. A sneer flashed past his face as he took a deep breath. He held the long sword in his right hand and waved it hundreds of times in the air. Each time he threw out a sword attack, the sword chi would be extremely slow, as if it was frozen in the air, waiting for the other sword chi to arrive. Within a blink of an eye, hundreds of sword chi interweaved together. Under the push of the last huge sword chi, it was like a huge net, covering Yi Qin who was coming at him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Skynet sword. Besides the defensive sword spell, Situ Hao's most powerful sword attack was under the cover of the Skynet sword art. Pulling one part of it would affect the whole thing. As long as one sword chi was broken, it would be surrounded by other sword chi. It would be like catching fish in a huge net with no way to escape. Not a bad sword attack. How could Yi Qin not see through the secret of this attack? If normal fast sword attacks had a wide attacking range, then the Skynet sword art was definitely not as simple as that. People who could not see through this attack would think that they would be able to pass through as long as they could break the sword net. However, once they broke the net, it would cause the balance of the sword net to lose, which would lead to the other sword chi's attacks. It would be like hundreds of sword chi attacking from all directions. However, it was a pity that Yi Qin's gold pattern was the bane of this attack. Raising his gold sword high up, Yi Qin threw out a sword attack. Pop. The gold pattern spread out in a circular shape. Yi Qin was surrounded by the attack from all directions, and he was like the center of the pattern, the source of the wave. Pop. The sword net and the gold pattern clashed together, causing a huge explosion. The dense sword chi could not even get close to Yi Qin. Once it got close, it would be blown away by the waves of transparent gold pattern. If the sword net was a huge net, then the gold pattern would be a huge whale. A normal net would not be able to catch a whale that was the king of the ocean. After breaking through 2 of Situ Hao's attacks in a row, Yi Qin was only 100 meters away from his opponent. Defensive sword spell. 100 meters was Situ Hao's attacking limit. He did not hesitate anymore as he performed a sword spell with his right hand. The long sword on his back automatically took out of its scabbard, bringing with it a sharp sword light as it attacked towards Yi Qin, who was not far away. The long sword's flying speed was extremely fast. It had already surpassed the normal speed. It was like the sword had just been taken out of its scabbard when it arrived right next to Yi Qin. Ding. Yi Qin's expression did not change as he blocked out the long sword with his sword, bringing up a huge amount of sparks. Kill? Situ Hao's expression was cold as he performed a sword spell with his right hand. The long sword that had been thrown out suddenly started dancing in the air, attacking towards Yi Qin from another direction. Ding, 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 ding. The flying sword's speed had been pushed to its peak. Even if it was blocked out by Yi Qin, it could still attack again without any time to stop. No wonder he was so confident. He had reached the level where he could move the sword with his mind. The defensive sword spell was a long-lost sword spell, so it would be impossible to say that it was not powerful. The user of this spell only needed to move his mind, and the flying sword would be able to kill his enemies in the air. Since the flying sword was not an intelligent creature, it did not have any chi and blood. Therefore, it would not have to face the awkward situation of having to use up all of its power, which made it extremely hard to deal with. Most importantly, every time the flying sword was blocked by Yi Qin, it would try its best to fly back and wait for the chance to attack again. Therefore, every time they clashed, it would only be a fake attack. As long as Yi Qin made a mistake, the flying sword would attack right in and turn from a fake attack into a killing attack. Ha, I do not believe that you would be able to maintain that flawless attack for a long time. Even if you have no flaws, I will still make sure that you do. Situ Hao backed out a little. Once the defensive sword spell was performed, it would be necessary to increase the distance. Is that all you have? Yi Qin's voice was heard. Hearing him, Situ Hao's expression changed as he said sarcastically, "You are just trying to be mysterious. Even if you have a powerful sword attack, so what? As long as it is not fast enough, you will not be able to do anything to me." The biggest use of the defensive sword spell was to stop some of the powerful martial arts that were not fast enough from being performed. Chapter 649. Indeed, I need to be faster. Then let's be faster. All of a sudden Yi Qin's sword speed increased. The whole area was filled with a gentle sword wind, which was formless and traceless. The flying sword was affected by the sword wind, causing sparks to appear on its body. Each wave of sword wind was actually an attack. With a dang sound, Yi Qin's sword speed had surpassed the flying sword's attacking speed. It suddenly landed on the flying sword's weak spot and blew it away. Right then, the spiritual sword had already reached a whole new realm, which was not something that could be compared with half a year ago. The flying sword was connected with Situ Hao's mind, so when it was attacked, Situ Hao's face turned pale, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Oh. After blowing away the flying sword with one sword attack, Yi Qin's body did not move. He waved his right arm down, and the gold sword seemed to disappear into the surreal space. The gentle sword wind suddenly turned fierce as it traveled through the air, turning from illusion to reality. Oh, Qin. Situ Hao's protective Zhenyuan layer was shattered, and sparks appeared on his armor. His whole body looked like it had been struck by lightning, with blood flowing out from all of his orifices. The spiritual sword seemed to be very light, but it did not mean that its power was light as well. The power of that sword attack was extremely reserved, but its destructive power was shocking. Even with the defensive armor, a part of the condensed sword power still managed to get into Situ Hao's body. The sword power's destructive power made Situ Hao unable to hold it anymore. He puked out a mouthful of blood that contained a small amount of sword qi. His face turned pale gold and his aura weakened. The defensive sword spell has been ruined in your hands. The first was Zhenyuan, the second was Profound, the third was Sword Intent, and the fourth was Soul Power. The Zhenyuan would ensure the basic attacking power of the flying sword, while the Profound would increase the attacking power. The Sword Intent would be just like the Profound, which would also increase the attacking power. Meanwhile, the Soul Power would be the most important part. The more powerful the Soul Power, the faster the flying sword would be, and the better the control would be. Then, when it came to a powerful collision, it would be able to handle it. For example, if it was Yi Qin who was controlling the flying sword just now, it would not have affected his control because the flying sword was sent flying by a heavy blow. Of course, if the one controlling the flying sword was Yi Qin, then the flying sword would be terrifying. It must be known that Yi Qin's soul force was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Although the speed of the flying sword could not be increased by 5 times, it was not a problem to increase it by 2 times. The flying sword's speed had been doubled. What kind of a concept was that? Even Yi Qin himself would not be able to block it. All he could do was defend with all his strength and look for a chance to fight back. However, in the process of fighting back, he might be killed by the flying sword. After all, the flying sword was already a powerful killing attack in Situ Hao's hand, and in Yi Qin's hand, its attacking power would be horribly powerful. It's actually faster than my flying sword? After coming back to his senses, Situ Hao's face was full of shock. However, when he heard Yi Qin say that the defensive sword spell had been ruined in his hands, his face turned pale again. Yi Qin smiled. The defensive sword spell has a high requirement for the soul power. Your soul power is just normal and you do not have much of a talent. In your hands, it could indeed increase your power, but it would be very limited, and the degree of improvement would not be that big. Wait until you learn a more powerful profound martial art, then the defensive sword spell would not be your only ace attack. Plus, you can also see that the advantage would be less and less. The soul power talent was not just Yi Qin. There were a few people who also had the same soul power. Of course, they would not be as crazy as Yi Qin. In fact, as long as one had a high comprehension ability, he or she would usually have a high soul power, much higher than normal people. Of course, it did not exclude some people with normal soul power but high comprehension ability. So what? Situ Hao knew that what Yi Qin had said was the truth. The defensive sword spell had a very high requirement for the soul power, but the growth of the soul power was way too hard. It would only increase when one reached a higher realm but not a small one. As long as he did not reach the life and death realm, the value of the defensive sword spell would decrease day by day. Once he reached the life and death realm, although the defensive sword spell would increase again, the life and death realm was basically the top realm of the true spirit continent. As time went on, its value would decrease as well. Let's make a deal. I will use enough money to exchange for your defensive sword spell. What do you think? Yi Qin and Situ Hao did not have a huge grudge against each other. The intense battle inside the tower was just a normal thing. In front of treasures no one would give up. Situ Hao sneered. With a thought, the flying sword in the distance flew over automatically. Semi-extreme rank defensive armor. I will have the chance to get it one day. Semi-extreme rank attacking weapons, I am not lacking in them. Some spirit plants and medicines are nothing to me. Besides that, what else can you give me? Do you really think that you can make me exchange for the defensive sword spell with you with just a few words? I do not have any prized artifacts. As for spiritual herbs, I believe you will not be interested in ordinary spiritual herbs. However, I can see that within the profoundness that you are comprehending, the profoundness of what takes up a large part of it. How about this? I will trade my spiritual sword for your imperial sword technique and 4 dragon blood grasses. Yi Qin decided that as long as it did not cross his bottom line, he would get the defensive sword spell. As for robbing, he did not even think about it. Right now, the whole world knew that Situ Hao had gotten the defensive sword spell. Even if he had a copy in his storage ring, he would not dare to use it even if he got it, since he did not plan to fight against the king warrior behind Situ Hao. It would not be a wise move. 4 dragon blood plants. Situ Hao was shocked. The dragon blood plant was a spirit plant that could increase one's physical strength. 1 dragon blood plant could increase his power by at least tens of thousands of pounds, which would increase his power by a lot during close combat. With 4 of them, it would be even more significant. It would be more than enough to turn him into a body training warrior. Taking a deep breath, Situ Hao's mind started to move a little bit. He said with a low voice, "The spiritual sword you are talking about, is it that sword spell just now?" "Indeed." Yi Qin nodded. "The spiritual sword spell contains the wood profound. What other profound does it contain?" Situ Hao did not think about the fast profound at all. He thought that it was some other factor that had caused the sword's speed to increase, since all the profound in the world were connected. Once they were combined, a lot of the effects would be unpredictable. Fast profound. Yi Qin did not hide it at all. His pupils shrunk as Situ Hao's heart started to beat faster. As a sword artist, there was no one who did not want their sword speed to increase. And the fast profound was the purest profound that could increase the sword speed. It was also the easiest to combine with the other profounds, since most of the profounds actually contained a slight bit of the fast profound or the slow profound. Give me another 3 dragon blood plants and I will agree. Although Situ Hao was not on good terms with Yi Qin, under the situation where the benefits were big enough, it was just a small misunderstanding. He had already experienced the power of the spiritual sword spell, which was even faster than the defensive sword spell. Of course, he did not think that he would be able to reach Yi Qin's level. But as long as he could reach 80% of it, it would be enough for him to increase his battling power without the defensive sword spell, which would not be any weaker than the defensive sword spell. Most importantly, he could extract the fast profound from the spiritual sword spell. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to learn the fast profound by himself. There were many things that could not be obtained just because one wanted it, especially the fast profound, which was a very rare one. Without a doubt, learning someone else's profound would have a great chance of learning the profound in that area. As for how far he could go, it would be his own problem. Plus, exchanging the defensive sword spell would only mean having one more user. He could still use it himself, so there would be no loss at all. Yi Qin shook his head. "I do not have that many dragon blood plants. I will give you one more." Situ Hao said without hesitation. "Alright, deal." Yi Qin did not hesitate anymore. He had only used 1 dragon blood plant before, so there were still 7 left. If he gave him 6, he would be able to keep 1 for himself. "Alright. You have to promise me that you will not give away the defensive sword spell." Situ Hao was afraid that the whole world would have the defensive sword spell. If that was the case, then he would not have the advantage anymore. "Don't worry. Even if you plan to give it away, I will not." If it were not for the defensive sword spell, Yi Qin would not have used the spiritual sword spell and 6 dragon blood plants to exchange for it. He was just lucky that he had found a dragon cave with Yen Feng Feng and the rest in the savage ruin ancient place. If he wanted to get more dragon blood plants in the future, he would not be so lucky. Here, this is the manual for the defensive sword spell. The defensive sword spell did not contain any profound meaning, so it did not need to be stored in a jade scroll. It was just a manual. Situ Hao took out the manual and threw it over to Yi Chen. He was not afraid that Yi Chen would go back on his words. Yi Chen would naturally not go back on his words. After taking over the manual, he roughly flipped through it before nodding and putting it into his storage ring. He then took out a jade scroll and 6 dragon blood plants. The jade scroll could be bought on the market and its full name was the Memory Jade Scroll. The owner of the jade scroll would be able to put his mind into it and record the image of him performing profound sense martial arts. Throwing the jade scroll and the plants back to him, Yi Chen said, "You check it." "No need." Situ Hao put away the jade scroll and the plants, turned around and flew out, sitting on top of a small mountain peak. Smiling lightly, Yi Chen also went back to his own mountain peak. Since Yi Chen and Situ Hao did not make a big deal, everyone only knew that the two were trading things but no one knew what they were trading. "The defensive sword spell is in my hands." Yi Chen looked happy. With the defensive sword spell, his soul power would not only be reflected in his comprehensive ability in Soul Eye, but also in his attacking power. Otherwise, having 5 times more soul power than normal people would be such a waste, and he would not be able to use it to its fullest. Just like Yi Chen, Situ Hao was in a good mood as well. The unhappiness of losing to Yi Chen had disappeared completely. The dragon blood plant could turn him into a body training warrior immediately, which would increase his survivability drastically. The jade scroll that contained the spiritual sword would give him a huge chance to learn the fast profound. With the fast profound, he would be able to infuse it into the profound sense martial arts he created in the future, increasing its speed and attacking power. By the afternoon, 2 of the top 5 young warriors had arrived, by Wuxia and Xiao Chuha. Soon Bai Minghui arrived as well. The arrival of the first 2 had caused quite a commotion, and Bai Minghui's arrival was no less shocking than the first 2. Right now, most of the people thought that Bai Minghui had already reached the level of the top 5 young warriors. That horrifying skybank second movement had scared a lot of people. Even Situ Hao was quite scared of Bai Minghui, since he did not have the confidence to beat his spear speed. Ah! Bai Minghui laughed out loud as he looked at Yi Chen with an obvious gaze. His skybank second movement had been perfected after battling with Lin Xiaonan, and it was even more powerful than before. This time he would not only beat Yi Chen but also some of the top 5 young warriors. Chapter 650. Bai Minghui's gaze was too direct, and most of the people had noticed that he was looking at Yi Chen. There was no friendliness in that gaze, only battle intent and hostility. Why does it seem like Bai Minghui and Yi Chen have some conflict as well? Strange. Situ Hao and Yi Chen have conflicts, and so do Bai Minghui and Yi Chen. When did Yi Chen fight with them? Plus, I have a feeling that they have all suffered from Yi Chen before. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to be so hostile toward Yi Chen. I have the same feeling as well. One Situ Hao was not that big of a deal, but now there was Bai Minghui. Everyone had started to understand how powerful Yi Chen was. He had managed to make 2 of the most powerful warriors suffer without anyone knowing. This kind of power was not something normal people could have. Yi Chen could sense Bai Minghui's battle intent, so he smiled lightly and sat on the mountain without getting up. He had realized that Xiao Chuha had actually gotten the battle intent for Bai Minghui. Obviously, after Bai Minghui had beaten Lin Xiaonan, it had affected Xiao Chuha's status. Yi Chen was the first one to realize that Xiao Chuha had the battle intent for Bai Minghui, and soon Bai Wuxia had noticed it as well. Later on, Xiao Chuha's battle intent exploded out all of a sudden. With him as the center, the air seemed to have stopped moving as that iron blood aura attacked toward Bai Minghui. "Xiao Chuha, you want to challenge me?" Bai Minghui took back his gaze from Yi Chen and squinted his eyes, staring at Xiao Chuha. Xiao Chuha walked out step by step and said lightly, "Even if I do not come out to challenge you, you will challenge us in the future. So, I might as well take care of it now." How could he not realize Bai Minghui's ambition? This kind of ambition could only be possessed by people who had increased their power drastically. Xiao Chuha had had it before as well, but he was very lucky to have beaten Xin Qianlang, one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, which had helped him accumulate a lot of power. You are right. This time, I have come to the 9-Dragon Mountain to beat a lot of people. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a great opportunity. Pausing for a second, Bai Minghui continued to say, "You guys have been the top 5 young warriors for too long. It is time for you to take a break. Let me be the first one." Being the first one to reach the top would mean a lot. In the future, people would say that Bai Minghui was the first one to break the rule of the top 5 young warriors. Looks like you're very confident, but I like to kill that kind of confidence. Xiao Chuha's battling style was very calm, but it should not be forgotten that he was a blade artist after all. The aggressiveness of a blade artist was carved into his bones, but it did not mean that he would be calm as well. Flying into the middle of the lake, Bai Minghui took out the long spear on his back and pointed it at Xiao Chuha. Among the top 3 master-level blade artists, I have already beaten Lin Xiaonan. You are next. Are you ready? Bai Minghui's attitude had shocked a lot of people. It had been a long time since they had seen someone challenge the top 5 young warriors. It is indeed the Sky Martial region. It is so intense. Li Daoxian and the other 2 had never seen such an intense battle before. The top 5 young warriors were well known to them, but there were still people who dared to challenge them in the Sky Martial region. Thinking about it, they could not help but admire Yi Qin even more. In such an intense place, Yi Qin was still able to survive like a fish in the water. How horrifying was that? He is so bright no matter where he is. Bing Ling sighed, her face full of admiration. When they first arrived in the Sky Martial region, they were like normal people who had just come out to see the world. But right then Yi Qin's fame had already spread out. He was able to compete with all the top martial geniuses, and even someone as powerful as Bai Minghui seemed to have lost to Yi Qin before. I will start as a normal person then. Yan Qihua tightened his fists, his fighting spirit high. Tapping his feet on the ground lightly, Xiao Chuha arrived in the middle of the lake, right in front of Bai Minghui. Beat me. Then let me see what you have got. Xiao Chuha was not arrogant enough to not take out his blade, since his opponent was not a chicken or a dog. If he did not take out his blade, it would only make him lose the upper hand. Therefore once he arrived he took out his long blade. The blade was shining with a white light that seemed like flowing water. All right. Take this. The lake water under his feet exploded all of a sudden as Bai Minghui's body shot out like an angry dragon, his spear intent extremely sharp. Silver Dragon 7 attack. Right from the beginning Bai Minghui wanted to test the waters. When the power gap was not that big, throwing out an ace attack would be very dangerous. Either he would be able to beat his opponent within a second, or he would be dodged by his opponent, who would then use his ace attack to beat him within a second. Although he was very confident in his Skybank second movement, his opponent was still one of the top 5 young warriors, so he could not underestimate him. There were 7 variations in the Silver Dragon 7 attack. As he performed it in his hand, his long spear seemed to have turned into a silver flood dragon, slashing out aggressively. Da, 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 da. As one of the top 5 young warriors, Xiao Chuha would naturally not be beaten by the Silver Dragon 7 attack. His body did not move at all as he threw out blade after blade attack. If it were performed by other people it would look very normal. However, in Xiao Chuha's hands, those normal blade attacks were able to block out the aggressive Silver Dragon 7 attack. After blocking out the last attack, Xiao Chuha suddenly attacked back. His long blade carried an aura that seemed to be able to split the ocean as he threw out a blade attack. Swoosh. The 9-Dragon Lake could not handle this kind of powerful blade pressure, so it was split into 2. Come on. Dragon Transformation Spear Spell. Bai Minghui did not back out but went forward instead. His long spear shook once, turning into a massive silver dragon that roared into the sky. It shook its head and tail, attacking toward the blade light aggressively. Boom. The blade light and the massive silver dragon clashed together, and the center of the lake was almost flipped over. A huge amount of lake water shot up into the sky, forming a 100-meter thick water column. Ocean separation. Xiao Chuha cut through the water column with one blade attack, and that white blade light extended out rapidly. It had increased by hundreds of times within a second, and a bright white light shone out. This is indeed not easy to take on. Bai Minghui was a bit surprised. He had always heard that Xiao Chuha's battling style was calm and steady. But now he realized that it was because he was preparing for an explosive attack. It was like the calm ocean, it was quiet most of the time, but once it exploded, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. Dragon Transformation Spear Spell. Dragon Power. Last time when he was battling with Yi Qin, his dragon power had not been completed yet. So, he only had defensive attacks, not attacking ones. The dragon coiling up was also to accumulate power. Boom. Xiao Chuha's blade light landed on that massive silver dragon, which had been wounded badly. It roared into the sky as its body shot into the sky, blowing away that blade light. This Bai Minghui is so powerful. Before, when some of the young warriors challenged Xiao Chuha, they would all be defeated within a couple of attacks. But now it has already been dozens of attacks, and Bai Minghui is still not at a disadvantage. Seeing that Bai Minghui had blown away that blade light, a lot of people started to discuss. They were all very shocked, since it was their first time seeing someone who was not one of the top 5 young warriors battling against Xiao Chuha. You have improved quite a bit. This dragon power made Yi Chen's eyes light up. Sky Bank. After blowing away Xiao Chuha's blade light, Bai Minghui's eyes shone with a bright light as he stabbed out his spear. Most of the people could not even see the spear's trajectory. They only felt that the distance between the two seemed to have shortened in that second. You think that you can beat me with this spear? Xiao Chuha was unbelievably powerful. Without thinking, he threw out a blade attack right at the center of that invisible spear light, cutting it in half. Then how about this attack? Bai Minghui yelled with a low voice as his long spear shook 5 times in the air. 5 twisting silver light beams shot out. It looked very slow, but it was actually because it was so fast that it caused a visual contrast. All of a sudden, the splashes on the surface of the lake seemed to have frozen in time. Xiao Chuha's expression changed drastically. The power of that spear attack was out of his expectation. Although he had heard about the power of the second movement, he had never seen it with his own eyes. That bone-deep sense of danger made Xiao Chuha's eyes turn blood red. He tried to focus his power to the point that everything around him was automatically ignored by him. There were only those 5 silver light beams in his eyes. Ding, 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 ding. No one could describe how fast Xiao Chuha's blade speed was. Each blade attack he threw out was extremely decisive. Normally, when warriors trained on the ocean, they would not try to maintain their blade speed for a long time. But when a huge wave came, they would have to push their blade speed to its peak within a second. Otherwise, it would not be enough to split the ocean waves open. And Xiao Chuha's blade speed was 10 times faster than the one used to split the ocean waves open. In other words, Xiao Chuha's average blade speed was not the top of the line, at least not as fast as Yi Chen's sword. But within a second his blade speed was extremely horrifying. But the second movement of the sky bank was not that easy to break through. 4 of the 5 silver light beams had been cut in half, and the remaining one landed on Xiao Chuha's left shoulder, blowing him away. A huge amount of blood poured out of the corner of his mouth, dyeing the lake red. Ocean-splitting 3-blade. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Chuha was about to lose, he forcefully stopped himself from backing out. Both of his feet landed heavily on the surface of the lake, bringing up a huge wave. Using the momentum of the wave, he threw out 3 blade attacks in a row. The 3 blade attacks stacked on top of each other, bringing up a huge gale and an undercurrent. The color of the sky suddenly darkened, giving people the feeling that they were in the middle of an ocean where a storm was about to break out, making them feel like they were in the middle of an ocean. Not good. Bai Minghui did not expect Xiao Chuha's counterattack to be this aggressive and sudden. He yelled as he performed his dragon aura again. Crack. The transformed silver dragon had only managed to block out 2 blade lights before the 3rd blade light cut off its head and blew Bai Minghui away. You want to take away the title of the top 5 young warriors? It is still too early. Xiao Chuha stood on top of the waves coldly, his eyes red. In his eyes, it did not matter if it was Bai Minghui or Yi Chen, they were just people with a bit of power who had gotten a bit too much confidence. Right now they wanted to take the top and take them down. It would just be a joke. The top 5 young warriors had been accepted by everyone through countless battles. Chapter 651. Right then Xiao Chuha's aura was way too aggressive. His whole body was emitting an aura that made people's hearts skip a beat. That aura was like an army charging out, and even ghosts and gods would have to back out. I did not expect Xiao Chuha to be this powerful after being angered. He is completely different from before. Bai Minghui is indeed powerful as well. He managed to wound Xiao Chuha first. I wonder if he still has the power to battle after this. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Chuha's aura, and they started to discuss quietly. That blade attack that Xiao Chuha had thrown out was unbelievably powerful, and the remaining power had been pressing on Bai Minghui the whole time, bringing his body to shoot out like crazy. It tore open a few miles-long gully on the surface of the lake. When the last bit of power was about to run out, the remaining blade chi continued to attack on Bai Minghui's defensive armor. It seemed like it would not stop until the armor was broken. Bai Minghui had not stopped puking out blood at all. Seeing that the remaining blade chi was still so powerful, he yelled and shook his body. That rich Jin Yuan shattered the blade chi, and the remaining wave spread out in a spherical shape. One could see with naked eyes that there was a huge dent in the lake's surface. Wah. After doing all that, Bai Minghui puked out another mouthful of blood. The spot that had been hit by the blade chi had gone completely numb, losing all connection with the rest of his body. Xiao Chuha won. Yi Chen, who was sitting on top of the mountain, shook his head. Bai Minghui did not have the power to battle anymore. Xiao Chua's ocean-splitting three-blade had the power to break the ocean, and the blade power was extremely condensed. Even with the defensive armor, it had already cut through some of the meridians in Bai Minghui's chest. Top 5 young warriors. None of them are easy to deal with. Besides the godly shark princess who he did not know much about, Yi Chen had always thought that Xiao Chuha would be the weakest one among the top 5 young warriors. But now, it seemed like even if Xiao Chuha was not as powerful as Bai Wuxia, he would definitely not be weaker than Xia Hozuan. The battle between him and Lu Xiaoyu might be a tough one. Taking a deep breath, Bai Minghui's pupils shrunk as he stared at Xiao Chuha. His opponent's power was beyond his imagination. To be honest, he had never thought of Xiao Chuha as a threat. He was more afraid of Bai Wuxia and Xia Hozuan, since one of them was extremely well-rounded and flawless, while the other was extremely powerful in both offense and defense. Besides these two, Bai Minghui was not even afraid of Lu Xiaoyu, since Yi Chen was also a sword artist. He would beat the two sooner or later. However, the reality had slapped him hard in the face. Xiao Chuha, who he had been treating the least, had exploded with a battling power that he had never seen before. Although his Skybank second movement was extremely powerful, he had not expected that Xiao Chuha would be able to cut through 4 of the silver light beams and only be hit on the shoulder by the last one. Obviously, one silver light beam would only cause some internal injuries to Xiao Chuha, and it would not even be a serious wound. After all, the top 5 young warriors' defense would not be this weak. It would take more than 2 silver light beams to make them lose their battling power completely. Damn. I was so close. Blue veins popped out on Bai Minghui's forehead. If he could go back in time, he would definitely not underestimate Xiao Chuha. He would use his power that was way beyond his limit to fight with him, and only use the second movement when he was absolutely sure. He was sure that if he had another chance, Xiao Chuha would not be able to cut through 4 of those silver light beams at once. It would already be impressive if he could cut through 3 of them. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a medicine for regret. Yi Chen did not know what Bai Minghui was thinking, and even if he did, he would only shake his head. The reason why Xiao Chuha was able to beat Bai Minghui was because of his real power, which was something that could not be faked. Therefore, even if they were to fight again, Bai Minghui would still lose. My biggest mistake was underestimating you, Bai Minghui said. Xiao Chuha said lightly, it is not that you underestimated me, but you overestimated yourself. I think you are not the only one who overestimated yourself. In his opinion, Bai Minghui, Situ Hao, and Yi Chen had all overestimated themselves. Alright, I have lost this time. I have nothing else to say. In front of this many people, no matter how thick Bai Minghui's skin was, he could only admit his defeat. As he spoke, his toes touched the surface of the lake and his body flew into the air, landing on a huge tree right next to the Nine-Dragon Lake. After swallowing a pellet, he sat down with his legs crossed. In the middle of the lake, Xiao Chuha glanced at Yi Chen before turning around and flying back to his seat. Bai Minghui lost. The top 5 young warriors are indeed the top 5 young warriors. I am afraid that will not change in the next year. Yi Chen and Bai Minghui's power is still a bit lacking after all. It was not until Bai Minghui admitted it himself that everyone knew the result of the battle. I wonder what kind of level Duguju has reached right now. Someone said suddenly. Tomorrow is the day of the battle. We will know by then. On top of a small hill, Li Daoxian Yan Qihua and the other two had been watching the battle. Yan Qihua had never seen a powerful blade artist like Xiao Chuha before. Compared to him, those blade artists from the Fire Spirit Palace were like babies who had not learned how to walk yet, and he himself was only learning how to walk. The huge gap had made his blade artist heart even more determined. One day he would beat a powerful blade artist like this and stand on top of all the other blade artists. Li Daoxian was waiting for Lu Xiaoyu's arrival. The fact that Xiao Chuha had lost to Lu Xiaoyu was known by a lot of people. Therefore he really wanted to know how powerful Lu Xiaoyu's sword art was, and how it would compare with Yi Chen's. I really hope these two can have a battle. This thought suddenly flashed through Li Daoxuan's mind. He then forced a laugh, thinking that it would not be possible. Yi Chen's opponent was Duguju, and if it were Lu Xiaoyu, it would still be a bit of a stretch, since the latter was a top sword master who had beaten Xiao Chuha before. On the ranking, besides the old monster sword artist who was ranked second, Lu Xiaoyu would be the leader. Soon the 4th day had passed. On the morning of the 5th day, today was the day of the battle. The sun had not completely risen yet, but the air-slicing noises from all directions suddenly became more intense. Most of the people who had arrived were the ones who were a bit further away from the Nine-Dragon Mountain, or those who were a bit slower. Among them were some of the most eye-catching people, such as the head of the top 3 blade artists, Xie Baiting, and a white-haired elder right next to him, along with other master-level warriors. The white-haired elder who had come with Xie Baiting was not some random warrior, but an old monster sword artist who was ranked second in the ranking. He was called Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master, and he was at least 150 years old. One was a blade artist ranked 5th, while the other was a sword artist ranked 2nd. The arrival of the two would definitely attract a lot of attention. Brother Xie, since you are praising this battle so much, I'm starting to get excited. I want to watch it. Su Yuan chuckled. Xie Baiting said, Brother Su, you will not be disappointed. Alright, since Brother Xie has said so, then I will definitely not be disappointed. Su Yuan was very clear about Xie Baiting's eyesight. He did not come a year ago because with his status, there was no need for him to come. But this time, it was because Xie Baiting had told him that the battle between Lu Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuhe would be at the same level as the battle between them. There would not be too much of a gap between them anymore. As for the battle between Yi Chen and Duguju, to be honest, they did not care too much about it. Even the top martial geniuses needed time to grow. Therefore, this battle would be centered around Lu Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuhe, while Yi Chen and Duguju would just be the side dishes. Many people recognized the identity of Su Yuan from the Earth Sword sect, and all of them secretly rejoiced. Su Yuan from the Earth Sword sect had not appeared in front of the public for many years, and he was truly an old monster. It was said that his sword skills had long reached an unimaginable level. Of course, Xie Baiting's status was not any weaker than Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Martial School. Although his ranking was lower than Su Yuan's, the master-level warrior ranking was only for reference, and it had a certain degree of accuracy. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to tell who would be the stronger one. The reason why Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Martial School had stolen his thunder was because Xie Baiting had appeared in front of the crowd more times than Su Yuan, so people had gotten used to it. The morning fog had disappeared completely, and the sun had risen to 1/3 of the sky. People with good eyesight could see that there was a beam of white light flashing in the horizon. Each time it flashed, the distance between them would decrease a lot, as if it was teleporting. Soon, the white light turned into a human figure. It was Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu is finally here. I can't wait. Since Lu Xiaoyu is here first, then his battle with Xiao Chuhe will definitely happen first. Actually, I want to see the battle between Yi Chen and Duguju first. Otherwise, once Lu Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuhe's battle is over, my interest would definitely decrease by half. It was like when one was used to eating good food and suddenly eating something inferior, it would definitely be boring. But eating the inferior food first and then eating the better food would definitely make the enjoyment longer. Lu Xiaoyu was like a white light dragon as he arrived above the 9-dragon lake within a second. That sharp aura seemed to have cooled down the whole place. What a sword artist. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. At his level, he only needed to sense the other's aura to know his cultivation level. Without a doubt, Lu Xiaoyu had piqued his interest. Lu Xiaoyu. Xiao Chuhe stood up, his blade intent aura clashing with Lu Xiaoyu's sword intent aura. The sky above the 9-dragon lake seemed to have changed as countless blade lights and sword shadows appeared. Some of the weaker people suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies and their hair stood on end. This included Li Daoxian and Yan Qihua. One of them was a swordsman and the other a bladesman, so they felt it more deeply than the others. It seems like the two of us will have to battle first. Oh well, let's get it over with and leave as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyu did not have much interest in watching the battle between Yi Chen and Duguju, especially when he was waiting. That is exactly what I was thinking. The other battles are just secondary to me. Xiao Chuhe's wounds had already recovered. As long as it was not a serious injury, it would not be a problem for him to recover in one night. Let's fight. Lu Xiaoyu's breathing was steady as his eyes started to sharpen. Stretching his body, Xiao Chuhe was about to fly out when he suddenly made a noise. He looked into the distance and saw a beam of gray light. It is Duguju. Duguju is finally here. Someone yelled out. The gray light flew over at an extremely shocking speed. When it was close to the 9-dragon lake, it let go of its protective Zhenyuan layer and flashed once before appearing in the middle of the lake. Without looking at the others, Duguju, whose eyes had turned gray, found Yi Chen and looked at him. Sitting on top of the mountain, Yi Chen put away the defensive sword spell manual and lifted his eyes, looking over with an amorous expression. When he sensed her aura, he was a bit surprised and started to think. Oh. All of a sudden, a horrifying chi burst out of Duguju's body. That despairing blade intent pressed down on Yi Chen, who was on the mountain. Under that horrifying blade intent, the people who were standing close to it felt like they had arrived at hell. That despairing emotion started to grow on their faces. Such a horrifying blade intent. Yichen did not move, but Xie Baiting did. He released his own blade intent, which clashed with Duguju's despairing blade intent. What shocked Xie Baiting the most was that the second his blade intent touched Duguju's blade intent, he felt like there was a surreal Duguju attacking him with his blade. That despairing blade light filled the air, reflecting in his eyes and making his breathing speed up. Horrifying. Horrifying. Yichen will lose for sure. Xie Baiting's body shook as he let go of his blade intent. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 652. Although the others did not feel it as deeply as Xie Baiting did, they could all see the change in Duguju. Right then, Duguju gave people the feeling of a killer from hell. As he walked, that despairing chi covered the whole world, and that horrifying blade intent could even scare ghosts and gods. Interesting? Xiaochua's long blade bounced up and down as an interested expression appeared on his face. Duguju's power was indeed out of his expectation. But of course, it was only out of his expectation. As a master-level blade artist, blade intent alone would not be enough to make him change his expression. Let's see your battle with Yichen first. I hope Yichen can last a couple of attacks. As his body relaxed, Xiaochuha knew that his battle with Lu Xiaoyu would have to be delayed. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Duguju with a bit of surprise as he thought to himself, with only blade intent, Duguju is already at the forefront. I wonder how powerful he really is. With a powerful blade intent, one's own power would not be weak. But it could not be the only thing to measure one's power. The power was all about the warrior's overall performance. Besides the most important things like cultivation, willpower, profound sense, and other things that could be improved through training, it would also require battle experience and talent. A white light flashed once as Lu Xiaoyu flew to the lakeside. Facing such a negative blade intent, Yichen did not change his expression as he said, Duguju, if you want to use your blade intent to threaten me, I am afraid you will be very disappointed. Indeed. Duguju put away his despairing blade intent. Among all of the young martial geniuses on this true spirit continent, perhaps only Yichen was someone that he could not see through. He had already guessed this result, but no matter what, he had to give it a try. Only after trying would he be able to make a decision. How could there be such a horrifying blade intent? It almost made me lose control of my mind. Me too. All of the people who were watching the battle had pale faces as they looked at Duguju with fear. This guy is indeed a top martial genius. Once he reaches the life and death realm, he will be a very horrifying king warrior. Perhaps he will become the second evil king. Su Yuan praised. Xie Baiting said, if he can reach the life and death realm, he will not be any weaker than evil king. I think he will walk on another path. Evil king had reached the life and death realm 50 years ago, and was also a famous martial genius. If it were not for Xian Ho, then he would be the #1 martial genius of this continent in 1,000 years. Yeah. Su Yuan nodded and continued to say, the little girl from the Dantai family is also known as a top martial genius. I wonder if this Yichen's title is true or not. Indeed, Yichen's speed of increasing his cultivation could be considered as a top martial genius. But it was still not as impressive as Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. The former two had been showing off their top martial geniuses since they were young, and had never disappointed anyone. Therefore, being a top martial genius was both an honor and a pressure. Su Yuan did not have high hopes for Yichen, since it was not easy to reach the level of a top martial genius. Maintaining it for a short period of time was nothing, but maintaining it for a long period of time would be truly horrifying. Duguju and Dantai Mingyue had already been through it. I am afraid that Yichen will lose. Duguju's change had shocked Xie Baiting. Originally, he was quite optimistic about Yichen, since Yichen was from a small South Rudra region, which was a very low starting point. Therefore it was even more valuable. However, Duguju was still able to explode with a huge amount of power even though he was not as powerful as the others. This was what it meant to be a top martial genius. Top martial geniuses would always be able to do the impossible. Let's postpone our battle for a bit. Unexpectedly, Duguju did not start the battle with Yichen right away. Meanwhile, Yichen acted like it was natural, as if he had already known about it. Turning around, Duguju looked at Xiaochuha. Xiaochuha, you and I are both blade artists. Among the blade artists, there can only be one #1. Therefore you will lose under my blade for sure. As he spoke, he then said to Yichen, Yichen, I will fight with you as the #1 blade artist. I hope you will not disappoint me. The others had taken the top 5 young warriors as their targets, But Duguju had taken Yi Chen as his lifetime rival. Only Yi Chen could threaten him, the others were only temporary. Once Duguju said that, everyone was shocked. Was it arrogance or was it confidence in his power? Without a doubt, compared to Duguju, even Bai Minghui was not as powerful. Before his battle with Xiao Chuha, although Bai Minghui sounded a bit arrogant, it still gave everyone the feeling that he was afraid of Xiao Chuha. But now that Duguju had said it, it was as if he was even more powerful than Xiao Chuha. You are too arrogant. Xiao Chuha obviously did not expect that Duguju would challenge him first. But it was not important. What was important was that the latter's tone had completely pissed him off. He was one of the top 5 young warriors and he had been through hundreds of battles. It was the first time he had been treated as someone who could be easily killed. All right, I will wait for you. Yi Chen's reply was very normal, without any arrogance. But it still made a lot of people look at each other. Duguju had said that Xiao Chuha would definitely lose under his blade, and Yi Chen had said that he would wait for Duguju. Even an idiot could tell that Yi Chen was implying that after he beat Xiao Chuha, Yi Chen would wait for Duguju to battle with him. Obviously, beating Xiao Chuha would not surprise Yi Chen at all. Xiao Chuha had already shown his horrifying power before, and if Duguju could beat Xiao Chuha, then Yi Chen would definitely know how horrifying Duguju was. Under such circumstances, he still dared to say that he would wait for him, which made a lot of people suspicious. Arrogant. Lu Xiaoyu said with a low voice. No one knew if he was talking about Duguju or Yi Chen. Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master frowned as he forced a smile and said to Xia Baiting, young people nowadays do not know how to be humble anymore. Things will come to an end eventually. Xia Baiting touched the handle of his blade. Under the stares of a lot of people, Yi Chen lowered his head, looking very calm. Of course he would not say those words out of arrogance. To be honest, if Duguju could not beat Xiao Chuha, then he would not have the power to fight with him at all. Chen. Taking out his long blade, the tip of the blade pointed at Xiao Chuha as Duguju yelled, "Let's fight." Xiao Chuha's feet stomped on the ground, and like an exploding wave, he arrived above the Nine-Dragon Lake within a second, right in front of Duguju. Bai Minghui had said this to me before, but he had lost. I will still say the same thing. If you want to challenge us, you are still too early. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Chuha said with a low voice. Whether I am early or not, you will find out soon enough. Alright then, I would like to see what kind of power you have. In the battle with Bai Minghui, Xiao Chuha had waited until the end of the battle to finish the battle. But right now, that horrifying aura of an army was coming out of Xiao Chuha's body, and his eyes started to turn red. A lot of people knew that Xiao Chuha had been pissed off, and he would use all of his power right from the start. Very good. Duguju nodded satisfactorily. Lose. That long blade with a white light was taken out of its scabbard as Xiao Chuha held the blade with both of his hands. He threw out an attack from the sky, and that white blade light increased by hundreds of times, looking like a sky blade. The surface of the lake could not handle that powerful blade pressure, and a straight line was formed. All of the lake water within that line was turned into mist. Then, with a wave of his long blade, that incoming blade light was blown away while Duguju himself did not move an inch. He said lightly, Xiao Chuha, since I have the confidence to beat you, then I naturally have my reasons. This blade attack is too weak. Bring out all of your power. Gasp. The sound of people gasping was heard one after another. Although that blade attack from Xiao Chuha was not a killing attack, it was extremely fast in that split second. Since that blade attack from Duguju was not a killing attack as well, it was obvious that Duguju had the upper hand in the first attack. Whoa! Xiao Chuha yelled as his body carried that extremely sharp blade light as he shot out, throwing out 49 blade attacks toward Duguju. Each blade attack contained a blade aura that could split the ocean. With his power as one of the top 5 young warriors, if it were someone else, they would have been scared before the battle had even started. Unfortunately, his opponent was Duguju. Squinting his eyes slightly, the long blade in Duguju's hand shot out a white-colored blade light. Within that blade light, the images of all living beings appeared on it. That despairing chi spread out everywhere. Different from before, this despairing chi did not only affect one's mental state, but also affected Duguju's body. In that kind of despair, Duguju's power became even more powerful. Some of them would lose their will to fight in that despair and become like the Walking Dead. But some of them would explode with power that they had never seen before. Even if it was just a normal blade attack, it would have the power to kill everything in its path. With the despairing blade intent, Duguju had been in closed-up training for half a year in the Evil Demon Cave, so he had learned more about the power of despair. Not only did he need to make his enemies feel despair, he also needed to make himself feel the threat of despair. Only by being under the threat of despair all the time would he be able to perform his despairing blade intent to its limit. Da, da, da. Countless blade lights clashed together, and the battle between Duguju and Xiao Chuha reached its climax. The battle between the two was extremely dangerous. One could only see the blade light flying everywhere and the white light shining everywhere. It was impossible to see the two's figures clearly, as if they had already been merged by the blade light. Using the despairing blade intent as the path of the blade art, Yichen studied the battle and thought to himself. Everyone was walking on a different path. Some people would use the sword as a weapon, which was actually no different from a normal warrior, while some would use the sword art to learn the profound. There would be a small group of people who had the attributed sword intent who would use it as their main path, such as the Double Sword King, the Iron Sword King, and even the Battle King. Most of their martial arts were created with the attributed sword intent as the core. For example, the Double Sword King had the Slaughter Sword intent. Although his martial arts were no different from the others, and contained the same profound, people would be able to sense the killing aura in his martial arts. They were created purely for killing and contained their own characteristics. Since Yichen had inherited their attributed sword intent, he could not be more familiar with it. However, Yichen was different from all of them. He was walking on the pure sword art, and the so-called profound and sword intent were all for the sword in his hand. Of course, the sword in his hand did not refer to a specific sword, but rather his sword artist's heart. As long as the sword artist's heart did not die, he would not stop moving forward. He would use the sword in his hand to break through all the obstacles. He gradually realized that the sword intent was derived from the sword, or it could be said that it was derived from the heart of a swordsman. Without the sword, without the heart of a swordsman, it was impossible to derive the sword intent. The source of the sword intent was oneself, the sword. What he wanted to walk on was the pure sword principle, the upright sword principle, which would not change. Chapter 653. The power that came out of desperation was just way too powerful. Even though Xiao Chuha had already used all of his power and was even slightly more powerful than before, he still could not get the upper hand at all. He was completely suppressed by Du Gujue and had to back out 3,000 meters, his blade art starting to get messed up. Damn. Xiao Chuha was furious. Both of his eyes were bloodshot as his whole body used the power of that long blade attack to jump back into the air, throwing out a blade attack at Duguju in front of him. You have been covered by despair. There is nowhere to run. Duguju looked cold as his gray pupils shone with an emotionless light. Xiao Chuha's figure was reflected in his eyes, almost drowned by the gray background. Da. Lifting up his right arm, he threw out another blade attack. Xiao Chuha backed out hundreds of meters again, and the clothes on his body had been torn apart, revealing the defensive armor underneath. The despairing blade art is indeed powerful. Although Yichen had not chosen the path of developing his sword art based on the attributed sword intent, he did not deny it either. There was an advantage to using the despairing blade intent as the path, which was that the initial growth would be extremely fast. His power would increase exponentially, and the higher his understanding of despair, the more power he would be able to explode. Plus, because of the despairing aura, all of the blade attacks created would have the despairing element, which would be extremely coordinated. It would be able to bring out all of the power within the despair. Meanwhile, Yichen's sword art was very inclusive. It was calm and peaceful, and its growth was neither fast nor slow. However, it was very stable and could be controlled 100%. Therefore, it was still too early to talk about which path would be better. But one thing was for sure. Yichen had not chosen the path of the Battle King or the Iron Sword King. As for the Dual Sword King, it was even more impossible, since he had chosen his own sword art. Da, 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 da. Bright sparks exploded in the air like bright fireworks. Wherever Duguju went, Xiao Chuha would back out. Right then, most of the people could tell that Xiao Chuha had been completely suppressed, and the chance of him turning the situation around would be very slim. Among the people watching the battle, one of them shook his head and sighed, "It is not that Xiao Chuha is weak, it is that Duguju is too powerful. Compared to 1 year ago, his power has increased by at least a couple of times, while Xiao Chuha's improvement is not more than 30%. Therefore Xiao Chuha will lose for sure." The top 5 young warriors are finally going to change. Duguju is indeed a top martial genius. Even Xiao Chuha would have to make way for him. When a veteran powerhouse meets a new monster, the new monster will always be stronger. Before coming here, no one would have thought that Duguju would be able to beat Xiao Chuha and become the first one to make it to the top. They all thought that even if it was a top martial genius, it would still take time to grow, and they thought that within 1 or 2 years, it would still be the top 5 young warriors. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that the reason why the top martial geniuses were top martial geniuses was not something that could be predicted with common sense. Plus, when the top martial geniuses met their opponents, they would explode with even more power. And for Duguju, Yi Qin was without a doubt his catalyst. Of course, there were still people who thought highly of Xiao Chuha. One of them said, "Don't forget that Xiao Chuha still has his ace attack, the ocean-splitting 3-blade attack. Even if Bai Minghui loses to that attack, Duguju might not be able to handle it." Yeah. Xiao Chuha's ocean-splitting 3-blade attack might be able to beat Duguju. People who supported Duguju argued back, "Don't you forget that Duguju still has his despair blade. 1 year ago he could not control it completely. What about now? Just wait and see." Boom. The surface of the Nine-Dragon Lake had been shattered by the battle between the two top blade masters. Ocean-splitting 3-blade attack. Finally, Xiao Chuha performed his ace attack. His whole body stepped on the wave, looking down from above as he threw out 3-blade attacks toward Duguju. The 3 massive blade lights stacked on top of each other, bringing about a drastic change in the weather of the Nine-Dragon Mountain. The wind started to howl and the undercurrent started to rise. "You have the right to make me perform my despair blade attack." The despairing chi on Duguju's body suddenly increased by a couple of times as a cold wind spread out. Meanwhile, his hair had turned gray as well. In the depth of his left eye, a white flame was burning. Whoever was stared at by that eye would feel like they had arrived at hell, where countless evil spirits appeared out of nowhere and attacked their souls. The space in front of him started to blur, and Duguju's body disappeared from where he was standing. Crack. The blade light that Xiao Chuha had thrown out shattered like a bubble. Soon, a ghost-like shadow appeared in front of Xiao Chuha and threw out a blade attack. Without any suspense, under Duguju's despair blade attack, all Xiao Chuha had to face was despair. His protective Jin Yuan was no tougher than a piece of tofu, and it had been sliced in half. The next second, that cold blade power traveled through his armor and into his body before coming out from his back. That invisible blade pressure had sunk a blade mark into the lake surface behind him. A huge amount of blood spurted out of Xiao Chuha's mouth, forming a blood column. He had wanted to dodge, but his body was not listening to him. It seemed like he did not want to lose to Duguju, so he somehow managed to bring out a new power from his despair, wanting to throw out a blade attack at Duguju who was right in front of him. Unfortunately, Duguju was even faster than him. Another blade attack landed on his body, blowing him into the lake and making him flip a couple of times. He had completely lost his fighting power and fighting spirit. Drawing power from despair. "You will never be able to compete with me." If it were someone else, Xiao Chuha might have been able to turn the situation around. But unfortunately, it was Duguju who would not be able to do that, because his understanding of despair was way beyond people's imagination. Therefore, Xiao Chuha's last move was just like a trapped beast trying to fight back. Xiao Chuha lost. Xiao Chuha really lost. It has been almost 5 years, right? After 5 years, a top young warrior has finally fallen. Although they had already thought that Xiao Chuha would lose, when the result came out, most of them were still shocked. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Chuha had lost to Duguju's blade. It was not hard to imagine how powerful Duguju was. Perhaps no one under 40 years old could beat Duguju. Even Bai Wuxia might not be able to do it. So powerful. Bai Minghui dared to challenge Xiao Chuha, but he realized that he would rather challenge someone else than Duguju. Drawing power from despair and making his opponent fall into despair, even if it were someone with the same power as Duguju 99% of the time, they would lose. Situ Hao was also very scared of Duguju. Making his opponent lose the chance to turn the situation around would make one's scalp go numb. "Brother Xia, how confident are you in battling him?" Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master suddenly asked Xia Baiting. Xia Baiting forced a smile and said, "If it were another blade artist with the same power as him, then it would be 50-50. But against him it would be 40-60 at most. 40 for me, 60 for him. It seems like there will not be much to see from now on." Su Yuan nodded. Chapter 654. Even Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Bing Ling, who came from the same place as Yi Qin, felt that Yi Qin did not have much of a chance. It was not that Yi Qin was weak, but that Duguju was just too powerful. One blade, he had beaten Xiao Chuha, who was one of the top 5 young warriors, to the point that he could not even fight back. This kind of power had already surpassed the top 5 young warriors. Even if it were by Wuxia, he would not have much of a chance to win against him, not to mention Yi Qin. Bai Wuxia looked at Duguju with a serious expression. He shook his head and did not say anything. Ding. Lu Xiaoyu's sword kept vibrating, letting out a clear sword hum. The second Duguju beat Xiaochuha, the sword hum reached its peak, almost flying out of its scabbard. Ah, we have all underestimated Duguju. Who knew that he would grow to this level within a year? Right now, not to mention Yi Qin, no one under the age of 40 could beat him. Hai Weia looked at Yi Qin and sighed. Yen Fengfeng said, the final battle has not started yet. Perhaps there will be a chance. Let's hope so. Hai Weia moved his gaze away and looked at Yi Qin. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qin stood up. A heavy wind blew past, causing his blue robe to float in the air. His long black hair danced in the air like ink. Duguju, you have the right to challenge me now. The first sentence that Yi Qin said after standing up had caused a huge commotion. Did I hear it right? Some people thought that they had heard it wrong. I have the right to challenge you? Duguju squinted his eyes. He was different from the others. If it were someone else who said this, he would not care about it at all. But what Yi Qin said had given him a strong sense of danger. It was like a great sword was about to be pulled out of its scabbard. This is Yi Qin? Lu Xiaoyu frowned. Xiaochuha had lost to Duguju, so there was nothing for him to do today. He knew that he did not have that much confidence in fighting against Duguju, which was undeniable. But he and Yi Qin were both sword artists, so what Yi Qin said was obviously way too arrogant. Yi Qin, today is the day of your duel with Duguju. However, I would like to know what level your sword art has reached. Yi Qin nodded. Sure, let's decide the winner in 3 moves. Alright, let's limit it to 3 moves. Stretching his body, Lu Xiaoyu soared into the sky like a white dragon, flying towards Yi Qin at an extreme speed. Before he arrived, a sharp sword chi had already pierced through the air. Lu Xiaoyu and Yi Qin want to fight too. Many people were surprised. Sky kill sword art. Lu Xiaoyu's sword art could only be described in 3 words: fast, brutal, and accurate. And the most powerful attack would be his sky kill sword art. Once performed, the space seemed to have shrunk, just like Xia Hozuan and Yi Chen's void-shattering finger art, which could ignore the distance between them. However, the sky kill sword art did not contain the space profound, but the profound of wind. The wind was everywhere, and so was the sky kill sword art. Lu Xiaoyu waved out his sword, and all of the wind turned into sword chi, attacking toward Yi Qin. No wonder Xiaochuha had lost to him before. Yi Chen's expression changed, not daring to take it lightly. Since the two were limited to 3 attacks, it was obvious that it was not a real battle of life and death. Therefore, losing 1 move was still a loss. Taking out his long sword, Yi Qin took a deep breath and took a step forward. Something strange happened. Yi Chen's soul seemed to have left his body as he walked out of his body. He threw out a sword attack toward that sword chi. Then he changed his step art, and another Yi Qin walked out, waving his sword toward the sky as well. 3, 5, 7. Within that second, Yi Qin had taken 7 steps, turning into 7 Yi Chens. Although they were waving their swords in an orderly manner, it gave people the feeling that there were 7 Yi Chens waving swords at the same time. Oh, oh, oh. The sword chi disappeared completely and the space twisted a bit. Such a fast sword. Everyone watching the battle was shocked by Yi Chen's sword art. They could not help but open their eyes wide. Sky-slaying sword. Lu Xiaoyu's expression changed as the Zhen Yuan inside his body burst out and poured into his long sword. A sword artist Zhen Yuan had always been pure, not to mention that Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation base was already at the peak of late Sea of Souls realm. As a huge amount of Zhen Yuan poured in, the sharp long sword in his hand seemed to twist like a beam of twisted light. His hand grabbed onto the end of the light tightly as he stabbed toward Yi Qin. Pop. This sword stab seemed to have broken through some kind of barrier. The mountain peak where Yi Qin was at started to twist. At first glance, it seemed like there was a mirror there, and it could shatter at any moment. Being inside the mirror, Yi Qin would not be able to escape. Breaking the space is not that far away. Su Yuan knew how powerful this sword attack was. Normally, only Life and Death Realm warriors could break the space. But of course, Life and Death Realm warriors were way too powerful. Even a normal punch would be able to shatter the space, not to mention Life and Death Realm warriors. Below Life and Death Realm, even the half-step king warriors would have the power to break the space. However, if they wanted to escape into the surreal space, it would still be a long way off. As for warriors below the half-step king warrior level, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to break the space. But this sword attack of Lu Xiaoyu was able to twist the space like a mirror. Thunder devour. Silver lightning gathered at the tip of the sword. Yi Qin did not back out at all as he threw out a sword attack. A perfect thunder ball appeared out of nowhere. Boom. The space started to shake and the sky suddenly turned bright blue. Under this intense light, Yi Qin and Lu Xiaoyu looked like two twisted shadows that could be torn apart at any second. All right. I indeed did not expect that your power had already reached this level. I admit that I have underestimated you. Everyone in the world has underestimated you. Lu Xiaoyu had been shaken by that exploding thunderball. He almost puked out a mouthful of blood. That sword attack of his had only touched the edge of breaking the space, and was still far away from actually breaking it. The space was not like a mirror and it was not that fragile. Even though it looked like it was about to shatter, it could actually handle a couple times more power than before. So, this step was extremely difficult. So powerful. Xiao Chua's face was pale as a complicated look flashed through his eyes. While he was still immersed in the battle between the top 5 young warriors, Duguju and Yi Qin had already caught up and even surpassed him. It was a huge blow to him and it had denied him everything. The third attack, let me do it. Yi Qin did not care about the explosion. His body shook once and that vague shadow disappeared. When he reappeared he was already right next to Lu Xiaoyu. Spiritual sword attack. 3 consecutive slashes. The spiritual sword attack was extremely fast, leaving only a flash of light. Ding, ding. Lu Xiaoyu's sword was indeed fast, blocking out Yi Qin's first 2 sword attacks. However, he could not handle the third one anymore. It was not because he was not fast enough but because he could not grasp the timing. Without that, as long as his sword speed was not faster than Yi Qin's, he would lose. His right arm went cold and Lu Xiaoyu was blown away. Standing in the air quietly, that burning blue light had not disappeared yet. Yi Qin said lightly, 3 attacks have passed. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the sword mark on his right arm, his face full of shock. What? Su Yuan had not expected this at all, so he looked at Xia Baiting with shock. The two exchanged a look, not knowing what to say. Xia Baiting opened his mouth a couple of times as if he wanted to say something, and then closed it again. In the end he said, I am getting old. My eyes are getting worse. I could not even see through a young man's power. Su Yuan said bitterly, it is not that we are getting worse. It is just that this young man is way too talented. He has been keeping a low profile and no one knows how powerful he is. First, Duguju had beaten Xiao Chuha, and then Yi Qin, who was not expected to win, had beaten Lu Xiaoyu. 2 of the top 5 young warriors had fallen one after another. The former was still okay since everyone had already recognized him from the beginning. But the latter was basically not expected. They only thought that after Duguju had beaten Xiao Chuha, there would be nothing to see anymore. In their minds, no matter how powerful Yi Qin was, he would not be as powerful as the top 5 young warriors. Reality told them, Duguju was a monster. Yi Qin was also a monster. Within 1 year, Duguju's power could increase by a couple of times and so could Yi Qin. There was nothing that he could not do. No wonder he said that Duguju has the right to challenge him. Someone suddenly realized. It is still hard to say right now. We will have to see how the battle between him and Duguju turns out. But it is a bit more interesting now. Luckily I did not leave. Monster against monster. This is the top battle. After beating Lu Xiaoyu with 3 attacks, no one dared to underestimate Yi Qin anymore. They all calmly waited for the battle between Duguju and Yi Qin. If one had to ask who was the most emotional, it would naturally be Li Daoxian and the other 2. They felt like they were in a dream, their mouths slightly open. Yi Qin's brilliance was too dazzling, so much so that they felt like they did not know Yi Qin at all. The Yi Qin of the past was no longer the Yi Qin in front of them. And the Yi Qin in front of them was the real Yi Qin. I didn't misjudge you. You are my real opponent. Duguju was slightly different, but he soon revealed an excited expression. What top 5 young warriors? What Blade Dao Master? None of that mattered. He had already surpassed those that he should have surpassed, and the one that he had yet to surpass was still Yi Qin. Let's fight. After warming up, Yi Qin's blood started to boil. A destructive sword intent exploded, and the sky suddenly turned dark. It was as if they had arrived in a dark starry sky. There were signs of destruction everywhere. If one's mind was weak, they would not even have the courage to pick up their weapons and fight. Duguju's blade intent made people feel despair, but Yi Qin's sword intent was suppressing Duguju's blade intent, not giving it any chance to fight back. The place where Yi Qin was at was like a sword domain. Thousands of sword intents pointed to hell. Although despair can't do anything to you, it can give me power. Duguju knew that he would not be able to do anything to Yi Qin in terms of willpower. So, he could only let himself be in despair and absorb power. His body flashed once as Duguju held his blade with both of his hands. His blade intent was pushed to its limit, and he threw out a blade attack at Yi Chen with extreme power. Xiaochuhe realized bitterly that this blade attack from Duguju was even more powerful than when he was battling with him. It was obvious that he had not used all of his power yet. Chapter 655. Dang. Dazzling sparks burst forth, lighting up the sky. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen swung his sword at the weak point of the long saber, bouncing Duguju away, causing his opponent's follow-up attack to end in vain. The moment Duguju was bounced away, he immediately knew that the situation was not good. He did not expect Yi Chen's observation and accuracy to have reached the acme of perfection. His saber was extremely fast, but his opponent was still able to find the weak point of his long saber and hit it in one strike. It was as if he was the one who sent himself to the saber. The long saber danced, impenetrable. For the first time Duguju switched from offense to defense. The next moment, thousands of sparks burst forth from Duguju's body. Yi Chen's sword was like the most terrifying venomous snake. Once it found an opportunity, it would launch a fatal attack, not giving his opponent the slightest chance. When the spectators saw that Duguju was suppressed right from the start, they felt a little breathless. Without exchanging blows with Yi Chen, there was no way they would know how powerful he was. At first, Duguju thought that his saber speed was fast enough and his saber force was strong enough to compete with Yi Chen. He might even be able to suppress his opponent. But now he knew that he was wrong. Not only was his opponent's sword speed and sword force not inferior to his, the scariest thing was that even though both of their speed and strength were similar, he was the one who was forced to retreat. He had a feeling of not being able to unleash his full strength. One of them changed from offense to defense, while the other changed from counterattack to all-out attack. The process could only be described as a flash of lightning. The spectators could only see the proof of their exchange from the sparks. Otherwise, they would have thought that the two of them did not even touch each other. Ding 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 ding, Duguju's defense was flawless. Even Yi Chen was unable to break through it. However, Yi Chen could weaken his defense. Every strike landed on the weak point of his saber. Although there were too many strikes, it was not very accurate. But out of 10 strikes he would succeed at least 5 to 6 times. Like spinning silk from a cocoon, Duguju's saber-light defense became thinner and thinner. He was very clear that under Yi Chen's fierce attacks, his saber speed was starting to slow down. If this continued, when his saber speed slowed down by half a beat, his defense would be broken. All of a sudden, that despairing chi on Duguju's body increased again. A white flame burned in the depth of his left eye, and his hair turned gray as well. That thinner saber-light defense started to increase at a visible speed, steadily blocking out Yi Chen's incoming attack. Not only that, once his saber-light defense reached a new level, Duguju shook his wrist, and that saber-light defense disappeared completely. It turned into a bright saber-light attacking toward Yi Chen. It was indeed the despairing saber attack, a different kind of despairing saber attack. Yi Chen had been through hundreds of battles and he had never failed in terms of technique. This time it was the same. He held his sword with both of his hands attacking on that saber light. That golden pattern spread out in all directions. Boom. Yi Chen had only backed out dozens of steps, and his body's center of gravity had not changed at all. Just this alone showed that he was a couple of times more powerful than Xiaochuhe. If Duguju's saber power was extremely powerful, then Yi Chen's sword art would be unpredictable. This was everyone's first impression, since that blade attack was way too sudden and horrifying. However, even in that kind of situation Yi Chen was still able to block it out. After getting the upper hand with that blade attack, Duguju did not stop attacking. He threw out dozens of blade attacks toward Yi Chen, and each one of them looked like a white rainbow. Blocking out one blade attack was not that scary, but to block out dozens of them would be almost impossible. Even Xiaochuhe could not block out the real despairing saber attack, and right now it only had about 1/3 of its power. After hundreds of blade attacks, normal defense would not be able to handle it at all. What a powerful power! Yi Chen could sense that Duguju's blade speed and power had reached a whole new level, and its attacking power had increased drastically. Each blade attack was just like a normal ace attack. If he wanted to defend against it, he would have to use his ace attacks, which would be the only way out. The long sword was waved in the air. With Yi Chen as the starting point, circles of golden patterns spread out, blocking out the incoming white blade light one after another. What? Consecutive ace attacks? Duguju was shocked, and his blade attack could not help but pause for a second. Although his despairing blade attack was an ace attack, it was different from normal ace attacks. It was based on his own body, and there was nothing special about the blade attack. Therefore it could be performed continuously. Of course, performing it too fast would weaken the blade power. But it did not matter. Even if it only had 1/3 of its power, with enough of it, it would still be more powerful than 100% despairing blade attack. However, Yi Chen's ace attacks had cancelled out this attack completely. Thunder Devour. The sword momentum changed. Yi Chen's figure rushed forward, and he waved his sword to release a perfect thunder ball. The thunder ball triggered a circle of space ripples, and instantly appeared in front of Du Guju. Break! Du Guju's eyes were burning with a white flame, and he slashed the thunder ball with his blade. Only when the Thunder Devour was in a perfect state could it burst out with the greatest destructive power. After being slashed in half, it could not even exert 1/10 of its power. Du Guju's blade attack could be said to have displayed the blade's speed and power to the fullest. Otherwise, if he was just a little bit slower, the thunder ball would have exploded in an instant. These two are actually strong to such a degree. There were at least 20 or 30 experts who came to watch the battle. They sadly found that since the beginning of the battle, the strength that Du Guju and Yi Chen had displayed was enough to kill them in a second. Just a random blade light and sword shadow could cut them in half. An unprecedented battle between the young generation. Elder Gao Changtian of the Pavilion Master had come as well. The development of Du Guju and Yi Chen was beyond his expectation. These two were 28 years old, and the other was 26 years old. Their ages were almost the same, but their power had surpassed that of the young generation. Peerless Proud Pair. Someone blurted out the name without thinking. Peerless Proud Pair, this is a good description. The people next to him pondered for a while, and they felt that it was a good description for Du Guju and Yi Chen. Just like that, the Peerless Proud Pair had become a unique term for Du Guju and Yi Chen. As for Dantai Mingyue, although she was also known as a monster, she was a woman after all, and it was a bit awkward for her to be called a Peerless Proud Pair with a man. Besides, not many people knew about Dantai Mingyue's real power. 3 consecutive cuts. Yi Chen activated his sword steps. His body turned into a beam of sword light, moving around without a fixed direction. The long sword in his hand was either cutting, stabbing, or cutting, aiming right at Du Guju's weak spot. Du Guju was most afraid of close combat with Yi Chen, since it required a lot of skills. His skills were already scary enough, but Yi Chen was even better. Before, Lu Xiaoyu, who had a great sword art, had been defeated by Yi Chen's spiritual sword 3 consecutive cuts. The strong sense of danger had pushed Du Guju's reflexes to the limit. He blocked out Yi Chen's last cut, but that sharp sword chi had still taken away a piece of his sleeve. Despairing Fox. Taking 3 steps back, Du Guju's long gray hair danced in the air. He threw out a demonic fox phantom in the air. The demonic fox looked ferocious with its sharp teeth all over its body. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Yi Chen. Explode. A thunder ball was thrown into the demonic fox phantom's mouth. Boom. The demonic fox phantom exploded into pieces, and the electric shock waves spread out in all directions. Alright, that's enough. Yi Chen suddenly increased his speed. He used his dragon power on his arm and poured his Zhen Yuan into his longsword. He then threw out an extremely fast sword attack at Du Guju. This sword attack was so fast that it looked like an illusion. So fast. Am I going to lose? Du Guju was suddenly filled with despair. However, it was different from before. This despair was brought to him by Yi Chen and not by himself. It had to be said that Yi Chen had still underestimated the power of despair. Despair could make one's potential burst out instantly. Du Guju felt like he was back in the evil demon cave again. Dang. At that critical moment, Du Guju saw the sword's trajectory and threw out his blade to meet it. A huge spark spread out in a sphere and a huge fireball appeared between the two. Ichem? You can even block it like this? Close combat was Yi Chen's strongest power. He could not only use his extraordinary skills, but also have the dragon power. In other words, unless Du Guju's defense was like Xiao Hozuan's, who had swallowed a Blood Emperor battle spirit pellet, he would not be able to block out this sword attack at all. But Du Guju was not Xiao Hozuan after all. The despair had increased his 5 senses to a whole new level, allowing him to see the sword's trajectory. The power of despair has its limit. Yi Chen's hands were covered by a layer of white dragon bone defense as he held onto his sword tightly. He threw out one sword attack after another at Du Guju. Each time he threw out a sword attack, the space would twist a little. The whole space was like a mirror, reflecting the two's figures. Du Guju's physical power was not low either, which was about 300,000 pounds. Half of it was his own power, and the other half was from training some of the spirit plants that could increase his power. After all, it was not just the dragon blood plant that could increase chi power. It was just that the dragon blood plant had the best effect. Down, down, down. Balls of fireballs exploded as Duguju backed out while Yi Qin continued to attack. Finally, both of Duguju's arms went numb, and he was stabbed in the shoulder by Yi Qin. That sharp sword power traveled through the defense armor and landed on the inside of Duguju's shoulder. Boom. Duguju puked out a huge amount of blood as his body was blown backward. Because of the extreme speed, circles of pattern appeared in front of him. Duguju has lost. Just how powerful is this Yi Qin? This is unbelievable. Even Duguju could not stop Yi Qin. We have all made a wrong estimation. Monstrous, monstrous. Duguju is monstrous enough, but Yi Qin is even more monstrous. Everyone felt that Duguju was strong enough, so strong that it was terrifying. However, such a strong Duguju still couldn't stop Yi Qin. This caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Yi Qin, who had fully displayed his strength, made everyone feel what it meant to be unstoppable for the first time. Despair. At this moment, Duguju, who was flying backward, suddenly shouted. He used all the strength in his body as well as the hidden potential in the depths of his heart, and slashed out with his blade. When this blade slashed out, the boundless and terrifying blade light instantly shattered, turning into a gray light pillar with a diameter of several hundred meters, sweeping towards Yi Qin. Within the gray light pillar, one could vaguely see the shadows of countless people, and the cries of ghosts and gods could be heard. You can't block this blade. After the blade slashed out, Duguju didn't even have the strength to control his body. The eerie white flames in his eyes also dissipated into nothingness. In his sight, the gray light column was about to devour Yi Qin at a lightning-fast speed. Dodging it was already impossible. The spectators clearly didn't expect that Duguju would have an even more terrifying killing move. All of their mouths were wide open. The so-called instant reversal was nothing more than this. Chapter 656. The power of the gray light beam locked onto Yi Qin, making the space around Yi Qin seem to be frozen. Not to mention escaping, he couldn't even move. Under this blade attack, there was only one way to escape, and that was to fight back with an attack. There was no second way. It would be impossible for Yi Qin to not be shocked, but after the shock, his expression returned to normal. Originally, he hadn't planned to reveal his most powerful attack, the Gold Fury. It wasn't a life-and-death battle, and it wouldn't be wise to reveal his most powerful attack. As the saying went, one more trump card meant one more chance to save his life, and after using it the effect would be halved. But now he had to use it. Gold Fury. Feeling the terrifying blade pressure coming towards him, Yi Qin lowered his center of gravity and held his sword with both hands. He raised it up high and then slashed down with all his might. Boom. The golden ripples twisted and elongated, like the traces left behind by a large ship passing by on a lake. In front of the golden ripples was a perfect arc. The arc was like a side blade, following the gaps, cutting through the gray light pillar. The hundreds of meters thick and thousands of meters long gray light beam was cut open in an instant. The power dissipated, causing the two halves of the gray light beam to scatter and fill the entire sky. In the middle of the sky there was a smear of gold. It was this smear of gold that had split the gray sky in half like yin and yang. After the gray light disappeared, everyone opened their eyes and looked towards the battlefield. On the Nine-Dragon Lake, a shallow mark was disappearing. Following the mark, everyone found Duguju. Right now Duguju was in a very bad shape. His body had crashed into the lake, creating a huge pit that was several meters wide and dozens of meters deep. Duguju was lying in the middle of the pit, covered in mud, and his hair was wet. The armor on his chest had caved in and the light was dim. Seeing Duguju's current state, gasping sounds could be heard everywhere. No one had expected that Duguju, who was about to make a comeback, would end up like this. The power of that last blade attack had made every single one of them feel a trace of despair. Depending on the distance, the degree of despair would be different. But, without a doubt, that blade attack of Duguju's had the destructive power to instantly kill a group of experts. They had thought that Duguju would be able to turn the tables, but the result was the opposite. Ark. Duguju spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. He tried to raise his eyes and look towards the sky. In his sight, Yi Qin, who was dressed in blue, was standing high in the sky. His long sword was already sheathed and his long black hair was fluttering in the wind. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Qin. Compared to Duguju, Yi Qin was unscathed. Those who were observant could see that there were no traces of his clothes being torn. In other words, in this battle, Yi Qin had completely suppressed Duguju. Even when Duguju fell, Yi Qin didn't feel the slightest threat. This is too scary. Even someone as strong as Duguju didn't have a chance to fight back against Yi Qin. Duguju can absorb the power of despair, but Yi Qin has already surpassed despair. Everyone was discussing. Although they couldn't see the details clearly, they could tell that Duguju was completely defeated by Yi Qin in every aspect. In terms of experience, Yi Qin wasn't lacking. In terms of battle techniques, Yi Qin had a complete advantage. Every time Duguju used the Despair Blade Will to increase his battle power, it would be neutralized by Yi Qin's sword and hit his weak spot. Many people sighed in their hearts. It was a tragedy for Duguju to encounter Yi Qin. If it was someone else who was as strong as Yi Qin, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have lost so badly. In the hands of Yi Qin, Duguju was being suppressed from the beginning until the end, and he didn't have his own rhythm. This is Yi Qin? Li Daoxian and the other two hadn't seen Yi Qin for about 2 years. They originally thought that even if Yi Qin's strength was very high, it wouldn't be enough to surprise them. After all, they had already been shocked countless times. But now they still couldn't help but exclaim. If it was a few years ago, they could still see Yi Qin's back. Now they couldn't even see his shadow. All they could see were the traces and glory he left behind. Absolute strength can disregard everything. Bai Wuxia glanced at Duguju and murmured to himself. Being able to make Bai Wuxia mention the absolute power would not be easy at all. The so-called absolute power was not the level of cultivation. Otherwise, only the Surreal King would have the right to talk about the absolute power, because he was the #1 warrior of the whole True Spirit continent. In Bai Wuxia's eyes, the absolute power was the highest standard of power evaluation. For normal people, only the profound and willpower would be qualified. But the power was not that important. Being able to use all of it would be the most important. When the power difference was not that big, the profound and willpower could be ignored. What would be left would be the quality, battle talent, and understanding of battling. Being powerful in every aspect would be the absolute power. Among the same level warriors, they would be invincible. It was like a wooden bucket. If there was no shortcut, the bucket would be complete and could be filled with water. But if there was a shortcut, the water would not be able to be filled, and there would always be some loss. Bai Wuxia was very clear that the reason he was able to become the leader of the top 5 young warriors was not because of his great talent or comprehensive ability. The others were not weaker than him, but in terms of absolute power, he was more powerful than the others. Even if it was Duguju, he could still see some flaws. But, with the appearance of Yi Qin, he had realized for the first time that Yi Qin's absolute power was even more powerful than his. Of course, everyone had to move forward. Although his absolute power was similar to Yi Qin's in terms of potential, he had almost reached his limit. The chance of him reaching the life and death realm in this lifetime was not that big. On the other hand, Duguju might be able to reach the life and death realm. This was the difference in potential. Between the same level, it was about the absolute power. In a lifetime, it was about the potential. The higher the potential, the faster the power would increase. This is so embarrassing. Let's go. Su Yuan from the Earth Sword School looked embarrassed. Before, he and Xia Baiting were not talking loudly, but they were not being secretive either. So, there would definitely be people nearby who could hear them. And now Yi Qin had won without any suspense. No matter how thick his skin was, he could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. The 2 seniors left the 9-Dragon Mountain first. Su Yuan and Xia Baiting's departure did not attract much attention. Most of the people's attention was on Duguju and Yi Qin. Putting a pellet into his mouth, Duguju activated his martial art to refine part of the medicinal power. Only then did he manage to stand up with difficulty, wobbling in the middle of the huge pit. Yi Qin, I, Duguju, have never lost before in my generation. You are the first one to beat me. Duguju took a deep breath and said slowly. Hearing this, the crowd was even more shocked. Before, because they were too excited, they did not think too much. But after Duguju's reminder, they all recalled Duguju's achievements. Duguju had shown his monstrous talent since he was young. He had fought thousands of battles, big and small, but he had never lost once. The only times he had a draw were against the other monstrous talent, Dantai Mingyue. Other than Dantai Mingyue, Duguju had always had the last laugh. And Yi Qin had broken Duguju's record of winning all the time. He was also the first person to officially beat Duguju. Most importantly, both of them were monstrous talents, but they were also each other's stepping stones. When one fell, the other would rise to glory. In the first battle, the winner was Yi Qin. In the sky, Yi Qin said, Among the same generation, I have never met a worthy opponent either. It was a simple sentence, but it shocked a lot of people. They did not know if Yi Chen meant it on purpose, because this sentence included Duguju as well. In other words, until now Yi Chen had not lost even once, even if his opponent was Duguju. On an unremarkable little mountain, Li Daoxian sighed and said, "He has never been defeated before. In the past he was somewhat lucky to have not been defeated. Now he is undefeated because of the general trend. In the same generation there is no one who can defeat him. Not losing when one was weak depended on luck. For example, when Yi Chen was still at the condensing reality realm or clasping yuan realm, he would most likely lose when he came to the sky martial region. As he became more and more powerful, the luck factor gradually disappeared. Without luck, among the same generation, there was no one who could beat him. Against an undefeated opponent, one of them will definitely lose. Too bad I lost." A bitter look appeared on Duguju's face. It was his first time losing, so it would be impossible to say that he did not have any negative emotions. But this loss seemed to have unlocked some kind of shackle for him, making him feel relaxed. From now on he would be even more motivated. Before he was trying to not lose, but now he was trying to beat Yi Chen. The former was for himself, and the latter was also for himself. Everyone will face failure eventually. Wait for me in front. Standing up straight, Duguju's chi was very weak, but his aura did not decrease. Instead it increased. A wave of blade intent that was full of explosive power exploded out, seeming like it was going to break and rise again. Everyone was shocked. In their eyes, Duguju seemed to be even more powerful than before. Could it be that there was no limit to his potential? Good Duguju, good Yi Chen. The elder of the pavilion, Gao Changtian, laughed out loud. The annual ranking list would be updated next month. Gao Changtian was in charge of the young generation, but this time, it was not the young generation that was in the limelight, but two young warriors. Of course, the young generation was also included in the list, and Gao Changtian was in charge of it as well. Duguju, although you have lost to Yi Chen according to the current information, you have the right to be in the top 5, maybe even higher. Gao Changtian said. If Duguju is in the top 5, wouldn't that mean that Xie Beiding will be squeezed out? Someone looked confused. Gao Changtian could tell that everyone was confused, so he said, "The ranking changes every year. After this, Duguju will only get stronger. Therefore there should be no problem for him to be in the top 5. Then, Gao Changtian turned his head and looked at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, if I am not wrong, this year's ranking will be either number 1 or number 2. What? Gao Changtian's words stunned everyone present. The number 2 was still acceptable, but the number 1 was the head elder of the Void Martial School, the head of the 9 great martial institutions. People called him the Axe Master. With 2 words as his title, one could imagine how powerful he was. Normally, many people would want to have 2 words as their title, such as the Sword Master, the Blade Master, or the Spear Master. Unfortunately, there were only a few who could have 2 words as their title because the meaning behind it was extraordinary. It meant that one was the absolute number 1 in a certain field. The Axe Master was the number 1 among all the Axe Masters, and no one could surpass him. "Little brother, I will give you a title. I wonder if you dare to accept it?" Gao Changtian ignored the other's expressions and said with a smile. "Oh, what title?" Yi Chen asked. "Sword Master." Chapter 657. Gao Changtian's words had shocked everyone. Even Yin Fengfeng and Hai Wuya frowned, knowing that it would not be easy to be called the Sword Master. Sword Master. Yi Chen was shocked. There were a lot of master-level warriors in the world. Some of them used weapons such as blades, spears, swords, whips, hammers, staffs, axes, and so on. Some of them were bare-handed and specialized in their palms, fists, or kicks. The number 1 in each area would have the right to fight for the title, such as Blade Master, Spear Master, Axe Master, Head Master, Fist Master, and Leg Master. But it was undeniable that among all of them, the Sword Master and Blade Master were the hardest to get, because most of them were sword or blade users. Even so, there were not that many who could get the title, and there were less than 5 of them in the whole True Spirit continent. As a matter of fact, it was not that there was no first place among Sword Masters and Saber Masters. If there was a battle of life and death, the first and second place would definitely be decided. However, no one dared to call themselves Sword Master or Saber Master because once they used this title, it meant that they looked down on others and would have to face challenges again and again. If the gap was not big, it was very likely that they would be defeated and become a joke. Therefore, without an absolute advantage, no one dared to call themselves Sword Master or Saber Master. If they wanted to use it, sure, but they would have to beat the others to admit their title. Of course, even if they did, it would only be temporary. Once someone thought that they could challenge you, they would come again. In other words, the title of Sword Master was not only a huge honor, but also a huge trouble. After all, if you could beat all of the master-level warriors in the world, there would always be people who would not accept it. You would then become the #1 target of all the master-level warriors in the world. Yi Chen said, "Sword Master, it is indeed a big temptation, but you still cannot give me this title." Gao Changtian laughed, "Of course I cannot represent everyone in the world. But I have the right to give someone a title. As for whether you can keep this title or not, it has nothing to do with me. Plus, I am only asking if you dare to take it or not. If you do not, then just pretend that I did not say anything." With Yi Chen's personality, he wouldn't be so reckless. Li Daoxian had some understanding of Yi Chen. In his opinion, Yi Chen wouldn't take this hot potato. Yan Qihua and Bing Ling nodded slightly. They didn't think that Yi Chen would do that either. "Alright, since you asked me if I dare or not, then why wouldn't I dare? From today onwards, the title of Sword Master belongs to me." Yi Chen's eyes flashed with sharpness as he sternly said. Gao Changtian was shocked. Although he was the one who suggested this title, he didn't think that Yi Chen would dare to accept the title of Sword Master. Moreover, he did it so naturally and without a trace of fear, as if this decision was nothing to him. Too arrogant. Although it's true that Yi Chen is strong, the title of Sword Master isn't something he can become just because he wants to. Just wait and see, he won't be able to keep it for long. The title of Sword Master hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Maybe in a few years Yi Chen will have the right to become Sword Master, but not now. Indeed, it's not hard to obtain the title of Sword Master, but it's hard to keep it. Once you lose it, you will become the laughingstock of the world. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Those who supported Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Their impression of Yi Chen was greatly reduced. Most people thought that Yi Chen was young and frivolous, accepting the title after being tempted by Gao Changtian. After all, the title of Sword Master was a supreme honor to all sword users in the world. Who wouldn't want to become a Sword Master? But without strength, it would be arrogance. Defeating Duguju didn't mean that he was better than all the other sword users in the world. Li Daoxian and the other two were shocked. They thought that they had some understanding of Yi Chen, but it seemed like they knew far less about Yi Chen. Did I hear it wrong? Hai Weia mumbled to himself. Yin Fengfeng thought about it. We were all wrong about him. This is the real Yi Chen. Unable to get rid of the temptation of fame after all. A cold light flashed through Lu Xiaoyou's eyes. His title was the Sword Master, but there was a Ji in between, so it was not the real Sword Master. He sneered inwardly at Yi Chen for daring to accept the title. On the side, Bai Wuxia shook his head. "I don't think so." Hearing him, Lu Xiaoyu looked over at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia said slowly, "People who are not powerful enough to call themselves Sword Master are arrogant. However, people who are powerful enough to call themselves Sword Master are courageous." Without a doubt, Yi Chen already has the power. Even compared to those old sword artists who are over 250 years old and are not in the master-level warrior ranking, he would not be any weaker. Calling himself Sword Master in this kind of situation would require a lot of courage that normal people would not have. If he did not dare to accept the title of Sword Master, then it would be disappointing because he would be afraid that he would not be able to keep the title, afraid that he would fail. Therefore, his heart of sword art would not be pure and flawless. As for fame and fortune, everyone would have it. If one could not face the fame and fortune, then he would not be able to face himself. Lu Xiaoyu, I can see that your sword art is slightly unstable because of Yi Chen's appearance. Lu Xiaoyu was speechless. No one knew that he had lost to Bai Wuxia before. He was the only one who knew about Bai Wuxia's power. When Bai Wuxia and Xia Hozuan battled, only he could tell that Bai Wuxia had not used all of his power yet. Crazy. He dares to accept the title of Sword Master? Bai Minghui could not help but shiver. If he can keep the title, then I will not be his enemy from now on. Sidu Hao's expression changed a couple of times as he thought to himself. Yi Chen, you better take back the title of Sword Master. Right now you do not have the power to take it. As the voice was heard, 3 human figures flew out. They were the Fire Sword Master, who was ranked 29-33, and the Shadow Sword Master, who was ranked 45. Among the 72 people on the ranking, there were dozens of them who used swords. Yi Chen said lightly, I am the Sword Master. Why would I not dare to take it? The Shadow Sword Master took out his long sword and said, Since that is the case, do you dare to take 10 attacks from us? If you do not lose within 10 attacks, then we will admit that you are the Sword Master. Fighting 3 against 1, it would naturally be unfair. Therefore, the Shadow Sword Master decided to limit it to 10 attacks. With that, no one there would object to it since it was not a battle, but a test to see if Yi Qin had the power to be the Sword Master. If he did, then it would be normal for him to not lose within 10 attacks. No need to go through all this trouble. If I cannot beat you within 10 attacks, then I will forget about the Sword Master title. Arrogant. The Fire Sword Master yelled out as he threw out a burning sword chi attack toward Yi Qin. Broken Sword 33 movement. Illusion Sword spell. The Shattering Sword Master and the Shadow Sword Master both threw out their ace attacks as well. Sword step. Yi Qin's body was like a sword light, traveling between the interweaving sword chi. The sword light flashed once and all of the attacks missed. They could not even touch Yi Qin's protective Zhenyuan layer at all. First attack. Yi Qin's first target was the Shattering Sword Master who was the closest to him. He shook his wrist and that gentle sword wind was about to attack him. Back out. The Fire Sword Master caught up. His red long sword drew out a cross in the air. As long as Yi Qin did not back out, even if he managed to beat the Shattering Sword Master, he would still have to take one sword attack from him. Naturally, he would be at a disadvantage. 1 against 3 was not that easy. Not being at a disadvantage was even more difficult, since when the 3 of them attacked each other, there would be 3 attacks. As long as one was hit, one would be at a disadvantage. This was different from a life and death battle. There was no fairness or unfairness here. However, he had obviously underestimated Yi Qin. Taking back his long sword, Yi Qin jumped back. While he was in the air, his sword body shone with silver lightning. The lightning quickly gathered into a thunder ball and shot out. Not good. The Fire Sword Master and the Shattering Sword Master backed out quickly and threw out their ace attacks toward the thunder ball. Boom. A huge shockwave with electricity spread out. The Fire Sword Master and the Shattering Sword Master were both blown out backward, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. Phantom Formless Sword. Right then, the shadow-like Shadow Sword Master suddenly attacked. Dozens of invisible sword chi attacked toward Yi Qin. Boom 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 boom, Yi Qin was already prepared for the Shadow Sword Master. Within a second he threw out dozens of sword attacks. Dozens of golden ripples spread out, destroying the Shadow Sword Master's sword chi and covering his opponent within. The Shadow Sword Master was blown out as well. 3 sword attacks, 1 fake and 2 real. The 3 master-level swordsmen were defeated in a row. In fact, Yi Qin did not need to spend so much effort. He only needed to use his Gold Fury, and he would be able to beat the 3 easily even from a long distance. However, the 3 of them were quite far away from each other, and they were not gathered together. Using the Gold Fury would still require 3 attacks, which would be pointless. Plus, these 3 were not qualified enough for him to use his Gold Fury. Flying out for hundreds of meters, the Fire Sword Master's face was pale. He could not believe it. The 3 of them combined could not even block out 3 sword attacks from Yi Qin. If it was 1-on-1, even if his personal power was doubled, he would still be killed within seconds. There would be no hope at all. I admit that you are the Sword Master, but only the 3 of us admit it. The Fire Sword Master took a deep breath and said. The Shadow Sword Master had blood on the corner of his mouth. We admit it, but it does not mean that those master-level swordsmen admit it. You have to know that the second-ranked master-level swordsman is Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master. As far as I know, there is another Sky Sword Master, who is even stronger than Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master. However, he is already over 250 years old, so he is not on the ranking. Aside from him, some of the famous master-level swordsmen have not come out for a long time, including the Demon Sword Master, the Blood Sword Master, and the Evil Sword Master. Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master opened his mouth. Yi Qin, it will be hard for you to keep the title of Sword Master. Maybe those master-level swordsmen don't care about the glory of the ranking, but they have to care about the title of Sword Master. As long as one uses a sword, no one would care about it. Yi Qin said, since I dare to call myself the Sword Master, I have already prepared for the challenges. They don't dare to call themselves Sword Master, but I, Yi Qin, dare to. If your so-called Sky Sword Master, Demon Sword Master, or Blood Sword Master dare to challenge me, I will give them the title of Sword Master. They don't dare, but I do. Gao Changtun laughed, thinking to himself, this time it is Sword Master and next it will be Blade Master. I hope Duguju will not disappoint me. I think the leader will not blame me either. The ranking only includes warriors under 250 years old, which is really ridiculous. Either we don't create a ranking or we do. As long as one has the power, he or she will be able to make it. Unfortunately, it will not be possible for the next few competitions. Gao Changtian had not suggested that warriors over 250 years old should not be included in the ranking, since it would lose half of its meaning. A lot of people knew that there were still some powerful warriors over 250 years old. Although it would disturb their training, what would be the point of fighting? As for the body being too old to handle it, it would be a joke. Once one reached the Sea of Souls realm, they would have already left the realm of mortals. As long as they were not dead yet, their stamina would not decrease that much. Plus, they would have more experience, which would give them an advantage over the younger generation. Chapter 658. Hearing Yi Chen's words and Gao Changtian's attitude, some of the people became quiet. Indeed, the title of Sword Master needed someone to take it. If no one dared to take it, then there would never be a Sword Master. Yi Chen taking the title was not as simple as they thought. But of course there were only a few people who could think that way. Most of the people did not agree with Yi Chen, thinking that within a couple of months, Yi Chen would become the joke of the world and a lesson for all the young people. Yi Chen, the battle between us is not over yet. We will fight again if fate allows it. Duguju did not set a time limit, since it would not make any difference anymore, since the competition between him and Yi Chen would not last for a day or two. If he could catch up to Yi Chen, then there would naturally be a battle. If he could not, then everything would just be empty talk. On the other hand, if Yi Chen did not have enough power, then the result would be the same. What he did not expect was that when he and Yi Chen battled again, it would already be many years later. As Duguju left, more and more people started to leave. Before they left, a lot of people suddenly realized that the reason why the Nine-Dragon Lake was so crowded was because Bai Wuxia and Xiaohozuan had battled here a year ago. This year there was also Duguju and Yi Chen. What about next year? Let's go. Bai Wuxia and Lu Xiaoyu left right after them. Yi Chen, we will catch up when we have time. Hai Wuya and Yen Fengfeng said goodbye to Yi Chen before leaving as well. All of a sudden the Nine-Dragon Lake went from being crowded to being quiet. Everything had its downfall after reaching the peak. It was inevitable. Li Daoxian and the other two arrived at the hill where Yi Chen was. Li Daoxian chuckled, Yi Chen, long time no see. Yi Chen smiled, indeed long time no see. Time flies. Time flies and looks get older. Luckily we are all at the Sea of Souls realm. Even if we meet again in decades, nothing will change. Yi Chen smiled. Time was merciless, but it was also invincible. Only by cultivating could one preserve the most precious time, even if it was only a few short decades. Thinking back, when Yi Chen met Li Daoxian and the others in the competition of the Hidden Dragon rank, it was 8 years ago. At that time they were still young and inexperienced, but they were still very young. 8 years had passed in a flash, and Yi Chen could not help but sigh at how fast time had passed. 8 years have passed. My appearance hasn't changed, but my heart has. No matter what, I'm still very happy to have met you, Yi Chen. Your appearance has brought us earth-shattering changes. The one who spoke was Yan Qihua. 8 years ago he definitely wouldn't have said this because he was young and full of vigor. He couldn't allow himself to fail. But after 8 years his mentality had changed and the way he viewed things had also changed. The appearance of Yi Chen didn't silence them. Instead, it made them erupt with even greater potential. Brother Yan is right. But besides your appearance, the only thing that hasn't changed is that you are still so bright. We should call you the Sword Master now. Bing Ling smiled, which was rare to see, like an ice flower blooming. Forcing a smile, Yi Chen asked, you guys plan to stay in the Sky Martial region for a while? Indeed. We have just arrived in the Sky Martial region and it is a bit strange. We plan to explore a bit. Li Daoxian nodded. Yi Chen said, Hai Wuya, Yen Fengfeng and the rest are not bad. If you run into them, just tell them that they are my friends. As for me, I will go back to the South Rudra region first. Alright. The three did not reject. Traveling outside, the more friends the better. Then I will go now. You guys be careful. Waving his hand, the flying puppet was thrown into the air. Yi Chen flipped and sat on it, turning into a beam of light and disappearing into the sky. We are here and he is gone. Li Daoxian sighed and looked away. For the three of them, the Sky Martial region was still very strange and it was a new starting point. But for Yi Chen, there was nothing worth staying in the Sky Martial region anymore. He had everything he needed. On the way back to the South Rudra region in the sky above the Turtle Mountain, shoo! A beam of light broke through the sky, its speed extremely fast. Yi Chen, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Right then, a human figure flew into the sky, blocking in front of the flying puppet. It was a man wearing gold robes and a gold crown. Who else could it be but Xiaohozuan? The flying puppet flapped its wings, turning the momentum into resistance as it slowly slowed down. On the back of the flying puppet, Yi Chen stood up and stared at Xia Hozuan. If I have guessed it right, you have already trained your void-shattering finger art to completion. Otherwise you would not dare to challenge me. The void-shattering finger was a low-rank profound sense martial art, and because it contained the space profound, it was much more powerful than normal mid-rank profound sense martial arts. Right now Yi Chen had trained it to 90% completion, which was only one step away from completion. But of course this step would be the hardest as well. Without the basic understanding of the space profound, it would be very hard to make any progress. You have guessed it right. Therefore you have to lose. Xia Hozuan's eyes shone with a gold light, looking extremely powerful. Yi Chen shook his head. Before, you still had a bit of hope. But now you have no hope at all because you do not dare to challenge me in front of everyone. That is also why you are blocking me here. What a joke. How arrogant. Xia Hozuan's expression turned cold. Alright, since you are this confident, then bring it on. Yi Chen put away his flying puppet and placed his hand on his sword. Shooting star finger. Xia Hozuan did not want to waste time with Yi Chen either, so he immediately used his best attack, shooting star finger. After half a year of closed-up training, besides his space profound, Xia Hozuan's starlight profound had also improved a lot. Right then, the shooting star finger in his hand was no different from a real meteor shower. Waves of them shot out, covering the entire sky. Break. Taking out his thunder disaster sword, Yi Chen held it with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. That powerful sword aura covered up the stars, seeming unstoppable. Rumble. A huge chunk of the shooting star shower was shattered, and that massive sword chi cut out a black path in the middle of the shower. The black path extended all the way towards Xia Hozuan. This sword aura? Xia Hozuan looked confused as he pointed out his finger and shattered the sword chi. Gold pattern. Yi Chen flew over, his clothes fluttering in the wind like a god. He threw out another sword attack, and that aggressive gold pattern spread out at an extreme speed. Impossible. How could his sword aura be this powerful? Xia Hozuan had to throw out 3 attacks before he managed to tear apart the gold pattern. That powerful exploding power had forced him back out dozens of steps. Nothing is impossible. Right now, I have the title of Sword Master, and my mental chi has been changing slowly, forming a great power. You, on the other hand, have always been hiding like a coward. Right now, all you are relying on is your completed void-shattering finger art. Other than that, you have nothing else. After accepting the title of Sword Master, Yi Chen somehow felt that he had become more powerful. It was not just his outer appearance but his inner heart. Perhaps he could not bring out his inner power directly, but it would allow Yi Chen's every move to have that kind of power. It would be like the sun rising and setting, the black and white alternating, and the winter coming and going. On the other hand, Xia Hozuan had been affected by Yi Chen's sword aura, so he was already at a disadvantage. Perhaps he could bring out 100% of his power, but he would not be able to break through his limit and bring out 110% of his power. In a battle between powerful warriors, even the smallest difference would be magnified. Xia Hozuan's inner heart was not powerful enough, which was why Yi Chen's power had made him lose his cool. Sword Master title? Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Do you think anyone can get the title? In front of me you are not even worth mentioning. Xia Hozuan roared as his whole body shone with a gold light, looking like a golden sun rising up. He looked down from above, pointing out a sharp finger at Yi Chen. Behind him, a king warrior shadow appeared. It was extremely powerful and the whole sky seemed to have frozen. You are no longer my opponent and you will not be in the future. Thunder devour. Yi Chen shot into the sky, flying even higher than Xia Hozuan. His long black hair danced in the air without any wind, and that sharp sword chi surrounded his body, shattering the frozen chi field around him. He yelled with a low voice, seeming like the master of all swords. Millions of thunder and lightning gathered at the tip of the sword as he threw out a sword attack. Crack. The silver thunder ball was like a lightning punishment from the sky, leaving a crystal silver trail in the air. The end of the trail was aimed right at Xia Hozuan. Boom. Boom. Su King's finger power had been shattered, and Xia Hozuan was blown away. That king warrior shadow behind him seemed to be something that had been imprinted in the mirror. As the mirror was shattered, the king warrior shadow twisted a little before disappearing completely. Xia Hozuan had been affected by the chi flow, and he could not help but puke out a small mouthful of blood. Damn. Void-shattering finger. Xia Hozuan was extremely frustrated. He was planning to get closer to Yi Chen before performing his void-shattering finger art. But right now he could not even get close to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sword chi was extremely powerful, and with one sword attack, even the surreal space had been shaken, making his chi and blood boil. The gold-colored void-shattering finger power ignored the distance between them, appearing right in front of Yi Chen within a second. Under that unstoppable finger power, the sword aura that Yi Chen had created had been shattered as well. He had to admit that the void-shattering finger was indeed powerful beyond his expectation. If it were another profound sense martial art that was similar in power, Xiaohozuan would not be this powerful. Circles of gold patterns spread out. The void-shattering finger power entered the pattern, but it did not dissipate. Instead, it was extremely condensed. But the spreading nature of the pattern had increased the resistance of the void-shattering finger power. So, it was dragged to the side and shot past Yi Chen's body. Spiritual sword. Turning his body in the air, Yi Chen looked like a swift bird flying in the sky. He shook his wrist, and that silver mark landed on Xiaohozuan's chest. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere as Xiaohozuan was blown backward. You have dodged my void-shattering finger. But it does not matter. I already have a semi-extreme rank armor, so you will not be able to hurt me. Xiaohozuan was a bit surprised, but he soon laughed out loud. The semi-extreme rank armor he was wearing had come from a great master, and with it, his defense would increase by at least 50%. Added with the powerful defense profound sense martial art, it would be more than enough to cancel out 70 to 80% of Yi Chen's sword chi. As for the remaining 20 to 30%, it would be impressive if there was even 5% left. Gold Fury. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he threw out his long sword. That twisted gold pattern stretched out endlessly, landing on Xiaohozuan's semi-extreme rank armor again. Crack. A metal exploding sound was heard, and Xiaohozuan looked like he had swallowed a goose egg. His eyes popped out and blood poured out from all of his orifices. Oh, oh. A strong wind blew out as Xiaohozuan was blown backward, landing heavily on a 9,000 meters tall mountain, shattering half of it. Isn't this Yi Chen and Xiaohozuan? Xiaohozuan has lost so badly. Inside the Turtle Mountain, a Sea of Souls realm warrior who was passing by looked surprised. Ha! I'm so lucky to be able to see this. A lot of people would not know that Xiaohozuan had lost to Yi Chen. Chapter 659. Yi Chen and Xiaohozuan were both famous people. No matter who lost, it would be a big news. If they sold the news to the pavilion, they would be able to get at least 1,000 top-rank spirit stones, since not every Sea of Souls realm warrior would be as rich as Yi Chen. Normally, normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would only have tens of thousands of top-rank spirit stones. If they bought some extremely expensive profound sense martial arts or top-rank weapons, then they might only have a few thousand or even hundreds of top-rank spirit stones left. Therefore, 1,000 top-rank spirit stones was not a small amount. It was just like how even if you had hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, you would not be able to ignore 10,000. Afraid that Xiaohozuan would see him and cause him trouble, this Sea of Souls realm warrior left the Turtle Mountain without even looking back. I welcome you to challenge me anytime if you have the determination to do so. For Yi Chen, there was no one in the young generation who could threaten him anymore. Even Bai Wuxia, who had hidden his power well, would not give Yi Chen this kind of feeling. At most, he would be able to match his opponent. If Xiaohozuan wanted to challenge him again, he would not be afraid of trouble. He was sure that it would not be him who would be able to make it, but Xiaohozuan. No one would be able to keep challenging after losing so many times. If Xiaohozuan could really do it, then Yi Chen would have to change his opinion of him. Damn. I will beat you. Xiaohozuan roared, his eyes red. Right then, he was like a completely different person compared to the Xiaohozuan who had battled with Bai Wuxia. Yi Chen shook his head and turned to leave. When everything was going well, everyone would feel proud and confident. But when things went bad, only a small portion of people would be able to stay true to themselves. In his previous life, Yi Chen had seen a lot of entrepreneurs jumping off buildings because of bankruptcy. Those people had been on TV when they were so famous, so enviable. But once the gap was too big, they would be even worse than normal people. Therefore, the biggest opponent would not be anyone else but oneself. Even if it were Yi Chen, he would not dare to say that he would be able to look normal and stay true to himself when things went bad. All he could do was to improve his mental state and continue to improve himself. The flying puppet flew for days and nights, passing through the mountain region and arriving at the South Rudra region. The South Rudra region had 4 big countries and 10 mid-sized countries. When passing by the mid-tier country, the White Mystery Country, Yi Chen's expression changed. He commanded the flying puppet to descend at the speed of light. Sect war? As he descended, Yi Chen saw hundreds of people fighting in the mountains below. These people wore 4 different types of clothing. One had a large centipede embroidered on the back, one had a small snake embroidered on the sleeves, one had a small sword embroidered on the arm, and one had a flame pattern on the chest. If Yi Chen's guess was correct, the large centipede embroidered on the robe should be the 8th rank sect, the Black Nightmare sect. The small snake embroidered on the robe should be the 8th rank sect, the Green Serpent Valley. The small sword should be the 7th rank sect, the Flying Sword sect, and the flame pattern should be the Fire Cloud sect. Of the 4 major sects, Black Centipede Gate and Flying Sword sect were on the same side, while Green Serpent Valley and Fire Cloud sect were on the same side. The 2 groups fought crazily, and there were people dying from time to time. This was Yi Chen's first time witnessing an official sect war, and he was quite interested. Spirit vein? Shifting his gaze, Yi Chen finally understood why the 4 major sects were fighting. It turned out that the essence chi in the air above the mountains was very dense. Somewhere in the mountains there was a huge mine. The essence chi outside the mine even formed an essence chi whirlpool. The essence chi whirlpool was nearly 100 meters wide, and it seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, causing the essence chi that had accumulated for countless years to not leak out. So it's a top-notch low-grade spirit vein. Apart from the 4 grades of spirit vein, there were also 4 grades for each grade. Among the low-grade spirit veins, the lowest was the normal low-grade spirit vein, followed by the medium low-grade spirit vein, followed by the superior low-grade spirit vein, and the best was naturally the peak low-grade spirit vein. A normal low-grade spirit vein was enough to support the expenses of a grade 8 or grade 9 sect for 10 years. A medium low-grade spirit vein could support a grade 8 or grade 9 sect for 20 years, and a superior low-grade spirit vein could easily cause a war between 2 grade 7 sects. As for the superior low-grade spirit vein, once it appeared, there would be a situation like the following, where several sects would fight for it, even if they would suffer heavy losses. In the past 50 years, the best that the Sky Cloud Martial School had ever found was a mid-level low-grade spirit vein, and the Yi family had also found a normal low-grade spirit vein. The spirit fountain was way too important for a martial institution. It could be said that it was the foundation of a martial institution. Not everyone in the martial institution would be like Yi Chen, traveling alone, killing enemies and taking their wealth. Then he would go in and explore the ruins and gain a lot. But if he was unlucky, he might be killed by the enemies or he might not find any opportunities at all. So he would have to live a hard life. Therefore, a martial school could not be supported by one person. Most of the martial schools wanted to develop, they needed a spirit vein. Only with a spirit vein could they have enough spirit stones, and with spirit stones they could pay salaries. In the Flowing Cloud sect, an outer elder would need hundreds of low-grade spirit stones a month, and an inner elder would need thousands of low-grade spirit stones and dozens of medium-grade spirit stones a month. Adding some attendants, core disciples, inner disciples and outer disciples, they would need at least hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones a month, which would be around 1 or 2 million a year. Yi Chen had given the Flowing Cloud sect millions of low-grade spirit stones, but it could only last them for a few years. According to Yi Chen's knowledge, a grade 7 martial school could not survive without 5 million low-grade spirit stones and 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones a year. A top grade 7 martial school would need 7 or 8 million spirit stones a year, and a grade 6 martial school would need even more. Without 30 or 40 million low-grade spirit stones and millions of medium-grade spirit stones a year, they would need nothing. If they could not even give out normal spirit stones, then who would want to join the martial school? Being rich was the symbol of a powerful martial school. They could not let everyone go out to earn spirit stones, could they? The high-grade low-grade spirit veins would produce about 1% of the total mid-grade spirit stones, while the top low-grade spirit veins would produce 5%. Therefore, it was not strange for 2 top grade 7 martial schools and 2 top grade 8 martial schools to fight for a top low-grade spirit vein. In the mountains, beautiful light waves shone everywhere. From time to time, people would be blown into pieces and killed on the spot. That kind of brutal scene was very spectacular and shocking. The battles between rank 7 and 8 martial schools are already this brutal. The battles between rank 5 martial schools would be 10 times more brutal. A rank 5 martial institution was different from a rank 7 or 8 martial institution. The main fighting force was made up of astral-reaching realm warriors. Hundreds, or even thousands of astral-reaching realm warriors were battling against each other. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would have to back off, because one wrong move could lead to instant death. Seeing this battle, Yi Chen could not help but worry about the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Its opponents were the top 4 rank 5 martial schools. Even if they were individually weaker than the Dragon God Celestial Palace, Once they combined, their overall power would be more powerful than the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Last time, the leader of the White Dragon Palace Missouri Feng and Long Bai had told him that the Dragon God Celestial Palace had lost 300 Astral-reaching Realm Warriors and 20 Sea of Souls Realm Warriors. Yi Chen decided that once the Dragon God Celestial Palace was in danger, he would definitely go and help. Although one's personal power would not make a difference in the battle between rank 5 martial schools, helping and not helping were two different concepts. Helping in a time of need would be much more valuable than adding flowers to a brocade. If it were someone else, they would probably try to take the Spirit Fountain. The top low-rank Spirit Fountain was not something that Yi Chen wanted, because he did not need low-rank Spirit Stones or mid-rank Spirit Stones. But, if there was a martial school behind him, then it would be different. Fortunately, Yi Chen would not do such a thing. His sword art was righteous. If the martial school lacked Spirit Stones, he could help find them, and would not try to take other people's harvest. Quietly, Yi Chen rode his flying puppet and left the area. Finally left. Yi Chen did not hide his tracks, so the astral-reaching realm warriors below had basically seen Yi Chen. They were afraid that Yi Chen would ignore his identity and take the Spirit Fountain for himself. If he really did that, then they would have no choice but to hand it over. Fortunately, it did not happen. Kill? As soon as Yi Chen left, these astral-reaching realm warriors let loose and started to fight against the astral-reaching realm warriors. Blood rained everywhere. After leaving the White Mystery Nation, Yi Chen specially went to the Murong family. Murong Qingqing was still in closed-up training. She had been wounded too badly last time. Forcefully using her demon power essence had almost shattered her demon power ocean, which would not be healed in a short period of time. After staying in the Murong family for a day, Yi Chen returned to the Yi family in the Misty Mountain. Once there, Yi Chen learned that the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng, had already left the South Rudra Martial School. The situation in the East Shallow Ocean was not looking good for the Dragon God Celestial Palace. If it reached a certain point, they might have to call back most of the people they had set up in the True Spirit Continent. Yi Chen had told Long Bai that if she needed him, he could go over any time. On this day, Yi Chen started to train the defensive sword spell. Training the defensive sword spell required a top-rank great sword in addition to soul power, because only top-rank great swords could be imprinted with the soul mark. Although mid-rank great swords could be used as well, their control would not be as good as top-rank great swords, which would reduce their power. The defensive sword spell was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the most basic defensive sword spell, which allowed the user to control the flying sword and kill the enemies from a distance. The more powerful the soul power, the further the distance. The second level allowed the user to control the sword as if it was his own arm. Within 100 steps, he could kill the enemies with just a thought. Moreover, the flying speed was even faster than the first level. The third level was where the true profoundness of the defensive sword spell lay. It allowed the user to split Jinyuan into flying swords. Once trained to the highest level, the user would be able to kill the enemies with 100 swords. Beside the lake in the inner courtyard, go! With a sword finger on his right hand, the emerald long sword on Yi Chen's waist flew out of its scabbard automatically. Like a beam of emerald light, it instantly pierced through the fake mountain hundreds of steps away. Its speed was even more impressive than the spiritual sword. Of course, it was not because the defensive sword spell was powerful to this extent. What truly made the defensive sword spell powerful was Yi Chen's soul power. His soul power was 5 times that of normal people. Controlling the flying sword to kill the enemies was as easy as eating or drinking. It was only the first level, but he could already kill the enemies with just a thought. Chapter 660. It was only a straight line attack, but Yi Chen was still not satisfied. He pushed his soul power, and his sword finger drew an arc in the air before pulling back. The emerald light was the same as Yi Chen's sword finger. After drawing an arc in the air, it pierced through the fake mountain for the second time. Its speed was so fast that it was only a little bit slower than a straight line attack. Then Yi Chen's sword finger kept on moving. The emerald light pierced through the fake mountain from different angles. No one knew how many times it had pierced through. Eventually, the fake mountain that looked like a hornet's nest could not handle the huge weight anymore, and collapsed immediately. Come back. Yi Chen pulled his sword finger back, and the emerald light turned into a sword, which was put back into the scabbard. My soul power is 5 times more powerful than normal people. I have only trained the defensive sword spell to the first level, and I have already reached the second level. Plus, my flying speed is even faster than Situ Hao's second level, and my attacking power is even more powerful. I can basically control it like my own arm. If Situ Hao saw Yi Chen controlling the flying sword, he would definitely be shocked. If the first level was already better than his second level, then wouldn't the second level be even better? However, the first level is still the first level after all. Controlling the flying sword is still a bit stiff, and the turning is not natural enough. If I encounter a top warrior, I would be easily found out. After thinking about it, Yi Chen decided not to train the second level for now. His soul power was very powerful, and there was still room for improvement in the first level. When he reached the point where he could no longer make any progress, then he would train the second level of the defensive sword spell. The effect should be much better then. A couple of days had passed, and Yi Chen was improving every day. He had to admit that the defensive sword spell seemed to have been created just for him. With his powerful soul power, training the defensive sword spell was just a little bit harder than eating or drinking. Of course, this was only the first level, and the second level would probably not be this easy. On this day, 4 young girls came to the Yi family. The girl on the left was about 25 or 26 years old. She was wearing a green dress and had a long sword on her waist. She looked very pretty and her eyes were like cold stars. Looking closely, she even looked a bit similar to Yi Chen. Normally, people who looked a bit similar should be related by blood. The girl in green was none other than Yi Chen's 4th uncle's daughter, Yi Xian. Yi Chen's father, Yi Tianhao, and his 4th uncle Yi Wenhao already looked 50 to 60% similar. Therefore, their names were only one word apart. As the 4th uncle's daughter, it was not strange for Yi Xian to look a bit similar to Yi Chen. Yi Xian had reached the astral reaching realm last year, and was the 4th person in the Yi family to reach the astral reaching realm. The first one was Yi Chen and the second and third were his parents. Before Yi Chen's rise, Yi Xian was the #1 martial genius of the Yi family, so it was natural for her to have this achievement. The 3 young women walking next to Yi Xian were all around 25 years old. The first one on the right was a woman in red. She had a beautiful face and a sexy body. There was a black whip wrapped around her waist, and when she walked, her body swayed in the wind, which was quite eye-catching. The second one on Yi Xian's right was not as pretty as Yi Xian and the girl in red, but she looked extra pretty. Her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were watery. The first impression that she gave people was that she wanted to protect her, and not let her suffer even a little bit, as if it would be a huge sin to let her suffer. The third one was not any weaker than Yi Xian in terms of appearance. She looked a bit cold, but there was also a bit of arrogance in that coldness. She was the tallest one among the 4, and had a thin willow sword on her waist. The scabbard was decorated with tiny gemstones, which looked very bright. The first 3 were all at the early astral reaching realm, while the cold-looking girl was at the mid-astral reaching realm. I wonder if I can see your cousin this time. I have been here a couple of times already, and as long as I can see him, I will be satisfied. The red-clothed woman was filled with anticipation, but there was a trace of nervousness in her expression. She was like a shy girl who was about to see her sweetheart. If someone who was familiar with the red-clothed girl saw her like this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. This was because in the eyes of outsiders, the red-clothed girl had always been spoiled and unreasonable by nature. Yi Xian shook her head helplessly. These 3 were all her good friends and they all had special backgrounds. The girl in red was called Di Hongyin, and she was the princess of the Red Moon Nation, a mid-ranked country in the South Rudra region. Her status was even higher than the head disciple of a rank 7 martial institution. The pretty-looking girl was Lan Cuizue, a young lady from a rank 7 family in the Sky Serpent Nation, who also had a high status. The one with the highest status was the cold-looking girl, Luo Baishuang. She was a top disciple from the rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, and her cultivation was one small realm higher than theirs. Among the 3 she had met Lan Cuizue first, and the friendship between the 2 was very pure. As for Di Hongyin and Luo Baishuang, it was only because of Yi Chen that they started to get to know each other. But as time went on, after going through a couple of life and death situations together, this impure friendship started to become pure as well. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not spend so much time with them and bring them to the Yi family as guests. But of course, friendship aside, when the 3 were with Yi Xian they still talked about Yi Chen a lot. My cousin always goes to the Sky Martial region and every time he goes, it would be for a long time. Even I have only seen him a couple of times. Yi Xian was not at home all the time, so she rarely saw Yi Chen. The Sky Martial region is a holy place for all the martial geniuses. Normal martial geniuses would not even have the right to go there. But your cousin is even more powerful. He is the #1 warrior just below the top 5 young warriors. He is the only young warrior in the master-level warrior ranking besides the top 5 young warriors. Di Hongyin could not help but think about it. If she knew that Yi Chen had already beaten Lu Xiaoyu, and Xia Hozuan had indirectly beaten Xiao Chuha, she would probably go crazy. Lan Cuizue blushed and said in a small voice, Yi Xian, can you take us to your cousin's yard for a look? No. Yi Xian rejected right away. In the Yi family, which one of them did not see Yi Chen as a legend? She was both respectful and scared of Yi Chen, so she would not dare to bring anyone into Yi Chen's yard. But I can take you to the Wind Pavilion. You can see my cousin's yard from there. Yi Xian said again. All right. Take us there now. Di Hongyin said eagerly. The Wind Pavilion was one of the tallest buildings in the Yi family. It could look over half of the entire Yi family. Yi Chen's yard was the biggest in the Yi family. It was covered in green trees, blocking most of the buildings and bedrooms. However, the lake and the open space next to it were not blocked at all. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps were heard as Yi Xian and the other three arrived at the 9th floor of the pavilion. That is my cousin's yard. Yi Xian walked to the wide window and pointed at Yi Chen's yard. Strangely, the four suddenly quieted down, not even daring to breathe. In Qin Shi's field of vision, a blue-clothed young man was cultivating a unique sword technique at the side of the lake. With a point of his sword, an emerald-green ray of light shot out, and it fluttered and circled in the sky above the lake before drawing out a myriad of strands of light that were extremely beautiful and swift. This young man looked even younger than them, just in his early 20s. But everyone who had seen his picture would know that this was Yi Chen. He was 26 years old this year, and the reason why he looked so young was because he had reached the astral reaching realm when he was 19 and reached the seas of souls realm when he was 24. His appearance had been stagnant for many years, as if time could not do anything to him. Your cousin is at home. Di Hongyin covered her mouth while Lan Cuizue and Luo Baishuang's breathing increased. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded dumbly. To be honest, Yi Xian and Yi Chen did not have much contact with each other, since they were always out. It would be luck if they could run into each other in the Yi family, and it would only happen 2 or 3 times a year. Looking at Yi Chen from afar, Yi Xian did not know what she was feeling. Before Yi Chen's rise, her attitude towards Yi Chen was very cold. Although she was not as hostile towards him as Yi Tang and Yi Ming, she would not be too close to him either. Moreover, because of Ji Shuiyin, her relationship with Yi Chen was very tense. Back then she did not care because she was the #1 martial genius of the Yi family, and she was not on the same path as Yi Chen. However, since then Yi Chen had started to rise. During the family gathering, Yi Chen shocked everyone and won the first place. At the banquet of the head disciple, young Master Emerald, he showed his brilliance and defeated the stone man Shirpadian. Then, in the Heaven Dream Ancient Place, he shocked the whole world and became the #1 martial genius of the 9 nations, beating down the head disciple, young Master Emerald, young Master North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy and the other martial geniuses. All of a sudden Yi Chen became the king and no one dared to compete with him. If this was already shocking enough, then the next one would be a legend. In the Hidden Dragon rank competition that was held once every 3 years, Yi Chen had become a shining star. This star was even brighter than the sun, as he had beaten all the top martial geniuses that Yi Xian could not even imagine. He had stepped on their dead bodies and reached the top, becoming the #1 martial genius of the South Rudra region. Just when everyone thought that Yi Chen would stop there, he had become one of the top young warriors in the South Rudra region, just like Li Xiaoyun, Jing Aoshuan and Chu Zhongtian. It was not over yet. In the new tea gathering, Yi Chen had finally won the first place, and had beaten the uninvited guest from the East region with his own power. Since then Yi Chen had become known by everyone in the South Rudra region. He had become the leader of the martial geniuses, the legend of the whole South Rudra region. It was as if he would not give up until he scared people to death. What had happened before seemed to be just small fights for Yi Chen, and the stage was not big enough for him. He had come to the Sky Martial region as the #1 warrior of the young generation in the South Rudra region, starting a new journey and beginning a glorious life. In just a couple of years, he had become the #1 warrior just below the top 5 young warriors. He had become one of the most famous martial geniuses of the whole True Spirit continent. His fame could no longer be described by one region or one country, but by the whole continent, dozens of regions and countless countries. Right then Yi Chen was no longer a legend but a myth. As a member of the Yi family, Yi Xian knew better than anyone else that everyone in the South Rudra region would want to get on Yi Chen's good side. Those rank 6 martial institutions were unbelievably powerful in the eyes of normal people, but a lot of people knew that as long as Yi Chen wanted to, he could destroy all of them in one night. Everyone in the South Rudra region was looking up at Yi Chen. He was not only the #1 warrior of the young generation, but also the king of the whole South Rudra region. Once the king was angry, everyone would tremble, including the top 4 countries, top 10 mid-sized countries, 36 small countries and countless martial institutions. Because of Yi Qin, the Yi family and the Sky Cloud Martial School had a very high status in the whole South Rudra region. A lot of royal families hoped that their children could enter the Sky Cloud Martial School and become their disciples. Some of them even wanted their daughters to marry into the Yi family, even if it was a son of a concubine. If they could marry a direct descendant of the Yi family, it would be a blessing that they had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Once they had a good relationship with the Yi family, all of the powerful forces in the whole South Rudra region would give them some face. Although the Yi family did not want to get involved with so many powerful forces, there would always be 1 or 2 exceptions. For example, there was a princess from a mid-sized country who married into the Yi family, and the little princess of the Windy Nation was also engaged to a direct descendant of the Yi family. The appearance of Yi Qin had saved thousands of years of hard work for the Yi family. Even the older generation had to respect and fear Yi Qin at the same time. It was a change brought about by power. Even if they were related by blood, it would still be useless. Within the Yi family, only the leader of the family, Yi Tianhao, had the closest relationship with Yi Qin, so it would not be affected too much. Yi Xian, can you introduce me to your cousin? The cold and arrogant Luo Baishuang suddenly said. Yi Xian came back to her senses and shook her head. Don't even think about it. My cousin already has a girlfriend and you all know her. It is Murong Qingqing. Then I can be his concubine. Di Hongyin was not willing to accept it. Right then Yi Qin pointed out his finger, and his long sword returned to its scabbard. He turned his head and looked at the 9th floor of the Wind Pavilion. All of a sudden all 4 of them stopped breathing. Chapter 661. If it were only a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior looking at them, they would not have stopped breathing, unless the warrior had done it on purpose. But Yi Qin had only casually glanced at them, and his expression was not cold at all. It was just like a senior looking at a junior. But the pressure of a senior was way too powerful. It was just a normal glance, but it had already numbed their bodies. If Yi Qin had done it on purpose, they might have been scared out of their wits. Yi Qin naturally did not do it on purpose. He had just finished training his defensive sword spell, so a wave of sword intent was still lingering. Even if it was just a strand of it, it was enough to make the 4 feel uncomfortable. After all, no one in the world could have such a powerful sword intent at the Sea of Souls realm. Plus, Yi Qin had accepted the title of Sword Master, so he had a kind of prestige that could not be violated. Yi Xian, is this your friend? Yi Qin had let go of some of his unhappiness a long time ago. Back then Yi Xian was only a 14 or 15-year-old girl, and did not have any schemes. Not to mention Yi Xian, even his uncle Yi Badian had been forgotten by Yi Qin. As a sword master, one should not be calculative, but one should also be decisive in killing. One should know who was the enemy and who was not. As Yi Xian's cousin, if he did not care about them after noticing them, it would only hurt Yi Xian's feelings. Therefore Yi Qin decided to ask about them. Indeed, a joyful expression flashed through Yi Xian's face as she nodded. Yes, cousin Yi Qin. Come here. Hearing him, the 4 jumped down from the Wind Pavilion and carefully arrived at Yi Qin's yard. Right then even Di Hongyin, who was usually aggressive, seemed very cautious as well. Her small hands were holding onto the corner of her clothes. Luo Baishuang and Lan Cuicui's eyes were full of nervousness. Don't be nervous. I am about the same age as you guys. Yi Qin chuckled as the remaining sword intent disappeared completely. Of course I am nervous. Di Hongyin mumbled to herself. Lan Cuicui asked carefully, Brother Yi, what kind of sword spell did you just train? Can your sword fly out? She didn't know how to address Yi Qin. Fortunately, she was 1 year younger than Yi Qin, so she just called him Big Brother Yi. Yi Qin said, This is the Imperial Sword Technique. It requires soul power to control. Sword control technique? Yi Xian and the other 3 looked confused. They were unfamiliar with this sword art and had never heard of it before. Flying on a sword, taking a person's head from 1,000 miles away. You can understand it this way. After mastering the Imperial Sword Technique, Yi Qin could already fly on his sword. Due to his powerful soul force, the speed of his flying sword was even faster than the sword light flight technique. This was because the speed of the flying sword was faster than most attacks, which was something that the sword light flight technique could not achieve at the moment. Hearing Yi Qin's words, the eyes of the 4 brightened, and an image naturally appeared in their minds. A peerless swordsman was riding on a flying sword, flying elegantly and fiercely. Without a doubt, the image of this swordsman was Yi Qin. It is very rare for you to be able to reach the astral reaching realm at such a young age. If your willpower is strong enough, it would not be impossible for you to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Yichen did not use the standard of the Sky Martial region to treat the four, since those who could appear in the Sky Martial region were all insane martial geniuses. There might not even be 1 in 100 million. But in the South Rudra region, the four of them were already considered top martial geniuses, and it was not impossible for them to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Willpower? Doesn't it need talent? Luo Baishuang asked. Yichen shook his head. Talent can help you reach the astral reaching realm, but reaching the Sea of Souls realm will be extremely difficult. When you fail to make any progress for countless times, you will start to waver and lose your confidence. Then, you will be satisfied with your current cultivation and lose your ambition. Not having talent is not scary, but having your confidence shaken and having no ambition is the scariest thing. When your willpower is strong enough, then even if your talent is a bit weaker, it will still be okay because once you reach the astral reaching realm, everyone will be on the same starting line. People with a strong willpower will have a much higher chance of success than geniuses with less confidence. The talent that Yichen mentioned was relative to their level. If it were those martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region, it would indeed be insane. Even if they did not have enough willpower, they would still be able to reach the Sea of Souls realm. But, whether it was the Sea of Souls realm or the astral reaching realm, one would still need the willpower in the end. Hearing him, Yi Xian and the other three seemed to be thinking about something. Besides Yi Xian, who knew a lot about Yichen in the beginning, Luo Baishuang and the other two had all heard about how Yichen was not that amazing at the beginning. Since he was able to achieve so much, he must have an unimaginable willpower. If Yichen were just an astral reaching realm warrior like them, then they would not think that way. But, in their eyes, Yichen was a legend. Whatever he said, it would not be wrong. After that, Yichen taught them a little bit. Yi Xian and Luo Baishuang trained sword arts, so they did not know much about the last few top-rank Earth Realm sword arts. But after Yi Chen's teaching, they were suddenly enlightened. On the other hand, Di Hongyin and Lan Tsuei trained a whip art and a palm art respectively. Yi Chen also taught them a little bit and they learned no less than Yi Xian and Luo Baishuang. It should not be forgotten that Yi Chen was unrivaled in terms of martial arts training. Although he mainly trained sword arts, any martial arts he learned would be easy to master. Plus, top-rank Earth Realm martial arts were not as powerful as profound sense martial arts after all, which were way easier. As the days passed by, Yi Chen had soon trained to the peak of the first level of the defensive sword spell. Within 100 steps, he could cut off dozens of flies' wings with a single thought. On the other hand, Luo Baishuang and the other two rarely got to see Yi Chen in person, so they refused to leave the Yi family. Yi Xian could not get rid of them no matter how hard she tried. Of course, they did not dare to disturb Yi Chen too much. Every 3 to 4 days, they would only ask to see Yi Chen with the excuse of learning martial arts. To them, Yi Chen was already an extravagant hope, so it should not be a problem for them to see him. Just like that, a month had passed and it was already late October. Yi Chen left the Yi family and flew towards the Murong family. Seeing that Yi Chen had left, Luo Baishuang and the other two finally felt too embarrassed to stay any longer, so they left together. The Yi family was not far from the Murong family, but it was still a few million miles away. On the way, Yi Chen passed by a big city in the Black Dragon Empire, the Black Line City. With a thought, Yi Chen directed his flying puppet to fly down. Inside the pavilion, there were a lot of warriors lining up in front of the gate. The second master-level warrior ranking had been released a week ago, and every day there would be a huge amount of people coming to buy it. The first day had the most people and then the following days the number would decrease. It had only been a week, but if one wanted to buy the ranking they would still have to line up. One had to admit that the ranking had already become a symbol of the whole True Spirit continent. If one had not seen the ranking before, they would be too embarrassed to talk to others, since it would be very easy to be looked down upon. This year there are indeed a lot of young warriors in the ranking. Shengguan Fei, Helian Wuhua, Situ Hao, Yen Feng Feng, Baiming Hui, Xiaochuhe, Lu Xiaoyu, Xiaohozuan, Duguju by Wuxia. So many. What? Yi Chen is ranked number 1, and his title is Sword Master. Yi Chen, Sword Master? Some of the people who had not bought it yet heard people mumbling. Their eyes widened as they dug their ears, thinking that they might be hearing things. Are you sure? Someone asked hurriedly. Of course I am. The number 1 is indeed Yi Chen, and his title is Sword Master. The person who was talking said with a bit of shock. Boss, give me a copy. All of a sudden the area around the pavilion was heated up. Sword Master Yi Chen, the number 1 on the ranking. This news was just too shocking. Those who had not bought it yet were extremely anxious, wishing that they could go and grab one for themselves. Alright. Don't worry, everyone will get one. The owner of the pavilion was so busy that his forehead was covered in sweat. After queuing for a while, Yichen also managed to buy a master-level warrior ranking book. Before he left, someone noticed him and was immediately dumbfounded. However, when he came back to his senses, Yichen had already left. I think I just saw Yichen. High up in the sky, Yichen sat on his flying puppet. Flipping to the first page, Yichen saw his own name. Number 1 on the ranking, Sword Master Yichen. This person is a rare sword art martial genius. At the age of 26, he made it to the top of the ranking, and his title is Sword Master. On September 18th, he beat Liu Xiaoyu and Duguju, and on September 25th, he beat Xia Hozuan in the Turtle Mountain. After the evaluation of dozens of our elders, he has been ranked as the number 1 on the ranking, and his title is Sword Master. This title is still to be decided, but we all think that the title will definitely belong to him. The pavilion had a very high evaluation for Yichen, and their tone was very certain. He actually called me Sword Master? Yichen was a bit surprised. Gao Changtian calling him Sword Master was just giving him a title, which was different from the pavilion calling him Sword Master. At least, the latter would be more powerful than the former. So, whether or not the leader of the pavilion was involved would be a mystery. Without paying too much attention to it, Yichen continued to flip to the back. There were indeed a lot of young warriors in the ranking this time. There were 17 of them, which was close to 1/4 of the ranking. It was quite a high ratio. Among them, Duguju was ranked 4th, the Axe Master was 2nd, Suyuan was 3rd, Xia Baiting was 6th, and Bai Wuxia was still the 7th. The title of Sword Master has landed on me just like that. It seems like I will have to work hard. Closing the book, Yichen smiled lightly. This is ridiculous. What is wrong with the pavilion? They put our headmaster in 2nd place? What right does that Yichen have to be at the top? In the surreal martial school, a lot of the disciples were very upset, and some of the elders looked angry as well. Inside the headmaster's palace, the Axe Master Lin Ruhai closed his book, Sword Master. I'm afraid it will not be for long. Those old guys are not easy to deal with. They don't care about the ranking, but the title of Sword Master is something they have to care about. As the headmaster of the surreal martial school, it is not appropriate for me to make a move, but it is not necessary for me to make a move either. In the middle of a mountain of swords, a white-haired elder slowly spat out a mouthful of white mist. The mist was like a blade, flashing across the sky like a piece of white silk. Crack. A mountain that was as straight as a sword had been cut in half, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. It seems like after a long time, the martial world no longer cares about us. They even gave us the title of Sword Master so easily. The white-haired elder had a calm look in his eyes. Every move he made, the plants around him would shake as if they were sharp swords. If any sword artist came here, they would definitely be terrified. Chapter 662. As soon as the 2nd ranking was released, the whole True Spirit continent was shocked. No one had expected Yichen to be ranked 1st, since the former 1st and 2nd rankers, Axe Master Lin Ruhai and Earth Sword Master Su Yuan, were not to be trifled with. For a young man who was not even 30 years old to push them down, it would be too exaggerated. If being ranked 1st in the ranking was exaggerated, then the title of Sword Master would be ridiculous. If it were just saying that Yichen was the Sword Master, it would still be acceptable. However, an organization as big as the Knowledge Pavilion had unanimously agreed that Yichen was the Sword Master. If this was not ridiculous, then what was? Therefore, a lot of people started to doubt the accuracy of the Knowledge Pavilion. As for whether they were right or not, it would be revealed soon. Those famous sword artists of their eras would not be indifferent to the title of Sword Master. The challenge that Yichen would have to face would be very serious. When Yichen arrived at the Murong family, Murong Qingqing had just come out of seclusion for a couple of days. Her wounds had already been healed. Although she had to train for half a year to recover, it was not without its benefits. Because her body had been wounded by the demonic power essence, it had strengthened her demonic body to the 3rd step. In terms of physical defense, it was even more powerful than Yichen's 3rd step spirit body. In addition, Murong Qingqing had also refined a huge amount of demonic power essence, allowing her cultivation to skyrocket. She had successfully broken through to late Sea of Soul Realm, which was 1 step ahead of Yichen. However, this breakthrough had also depleted the demonic power essence inside her body. She was afraid that she would only be able to reach half-step King Warrior level at most. Once that happened, she would have to rely on herself. The demonic power in the True Spirit continent was extremely rare, and it would be several times more difficult for her to reach life and death realm. With her demonic body reaching the 3rd step and her cultivation reaching late Sea of Soul Realm, Murong Qingqing's power had increased by several folds. Before, using the Sky Demon Finger would be a huge burden, but now she could use it dozens of times in a row without any problem. Moreover, during her breakthrough to Late Sea of Soul Realm, Murong Qingqing had experienced the state of being one with the world for a short period of time. Her few profound sense martial arts had all reached 80% completion, and her dark sky curtain had also reached completion, increasing its defensive power. She had already started to think about creating her own profound sense martial art. This was a black ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. The waves surged. The sea was dotted with islands. Basically, there would be an island every few hundred or thousand kilometers. Looking down from above, one could see that the Black Sea was densely packed with islands. It was dozens of times denser than the surrounding seas. There were even people mining resources on some of the islands. The miners on the southern island had a simple dragon pattern embroidered on their clothes. It was only a few strokes, but it gave off a majestic aura. However, the miners on the northern island did not have the same pattern embroidered on their clothes. Some had a black octopus, some had a gale pattern, some had a whirlpool pattern, and some had a giant eagle pattern. Their cultivation was not high, and they were basically all at the condensing reality realm. Shio 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 shio, from the south, densely packed figures shot over. As they got closer and closer, they could see that they were all wearing azure robes with a huge dragon pattern embroidered on them. The people living in this area knew very well that these people were the people of Dragon God Celestial Palace's Azure Dragon Hall. Azure Dragon Hall was the head of the 5 great halls, and its overall strength was the highest. Stop. The leader was tall and sturdy with tiger-like eyes and thick eyebrows. He carried a huge blade on his back, the hilt of which was as long as an arm. He was the deputy leader of the Azure Dragon Hall, Hu Wenhai. His cultivation base was at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm, and his strength was not much weaker than the leader of the Yellow Dragon Hall, Zhang Jingguang. This time he had led hundreds of people here because he had received a message. The enemy force, Whirlwind Gate, would be escorting a batch of resources through this area. What they needed to do was to kill the enemy and seize the resources. Everyone spread out and prepare for the ambush. Wait for my command and attack. Don't let a single one escape. Hu Wenhai said loudly. Yes. Among these hundreds of people, there were more than 30 Sea of Souls Realm warriors. Among them, 15 were at Early Sea of Souls Realm, 10 were at Mid Sea of Souls Realm, and 7 were at Late Sea of Souls Realm. The rest were all astral-reaching realm warriors. With such a powerful force, it would be enough to wipe out all of the rank 6 martial institutions in the whole South Rudra region. Deputy Hu, will there be any danger? A gloomy middle-aged man walked out from Hu Wenhai's side. This person was the former deputy of Yellow Dragon Hall, Yao Yifeng. After Yao Yifeng was captured by Zhang Jingguang, he was sent to Dragon God Celestial Palace. Since Dragon King was already in seclusion at that time, and the 4 great powers were getting restless, the upper echelons of Dragon God Celestial Palace allowed Yao Yifeng to atone for his crimes with meritorious service, and sent him to Blood Battle Ocean to temporarily join Azure Dragon Hall. Of course, the upper echelons of Dragon God Celestial Palace were also afraid that Yao Yifeng would harbor resentment and do something bad to the palace. Therefore, although they removed the yellow dragon sealing great art from his body, they also added another restriction. This restriction wouldn't affect his strength but could control him. As long as he dared to rebel, the restriction would activate, and he would immediately die without a burial. After joining Azure Dragon Hall, Yao Yifeng didn't make any abnormal movements. He fought a few bloody battles and killed many enemies, which made the upper echelons of Dragon God Celestial Palace feel relieved. Originally he was only a combat attendant of Azure Dragon Hall, but now he was promoted to a chief attendant. Once Dragon God Celestial Palace completely trusted him, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be promoted to a deputy. Hu Wenhai waved his hand. This operation is extremely secretive. Less than 5 people know about it in advance. So don't worry. It's absolutely safe. Only the hall master and a few deputies knew about this kind of top-secret operation. Even chief attendants didn't have the qualifications to know. It's best if it's absolutely safe. Our Dragon God Celestial Palace's losses have been too disastrous. A cold light flickered in Yao Yifeng's eyes as he sighed. They'll pay a disastrous price. Hu Wenhai's expression was fierce. The ambush was quickly carried out. In a short while, not a single Azure Dragon Hall member could be seen. Gales blew past and the seawater surged violently. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the Azure Dragon Hall members hiding in the seawater or on the islands gradually became anxious. Why aren't they here yet? Could it be that they found out? Don't jinx it. Sweat, I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. Another short while passed. Suddenly, screams resounded. Not good, we've been counter-ambushed. In the sky and in the sea, densely packed figures surrounded them. At a glance, the number of people on each side was not much less than theirs. Added together, it was more than 3 times their number. Once they were surrounded, it was very likely that none of them would be able to escape. Impossible. How did they know? Hu Wenhai turned pale with fright. Since they couldn't easily release their soul power during the ambush, it would be tantamount to telling others that they were lying in ambush. Therefore, the enemies were only seen dozens of li away. Almost subconsciously, Hu Wenhai activated his soul power and spread it out. Within his soul power perception, there were enemies in every direction. There were Whirlwind Gate, Black King Gate, Sky Eagle Cult, and Water Wave Sect. The speed of these 4 sides was extremely fast. In a few blinks they were still dozens of li away, but in a few blinks they were already less than 20 li away. Operation failed. Break out at full force. Hu Wenhai made a prompt decision and roared. Voila! Azure Dragon Hall's forces gathered in 4 directions. Under Hu Wenhai's lead, they charged toward the southeast like a sharp blade. Can you escape? Kill. An ominous glint appeared in the leader's eyes. With a wave of his hand, countless attacks rained down on Azure Dragon Hall's forces. The speed of the attacks was much faster than their flying speed. In the next instant, the outermost forces of Azure Dragon Hall were torn apart. Roughly speaking, the number of casualties was no less than 50. And this was just the first round of attacks. If there were a few more rounds, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill our way out. Hu Wenhai's eyes were bloodshot. Right in front of him was the Water Wave Sect. Kill? Killing 1 is 1, killing 2 is a profit. Boom, boom, boom. Azure Dragon Hall's forces' eyes were all bloodshot. The outermost forces raised their shields one after another, blocking the attacks from the right, left, and rear. Then all of them began to circulate their Zhen Yuan, sending waves of Zhen Yuan toward the Water Wave Sect. Formation: Water Curtain Skyflower. The majority of Water Wave Sect's people cultivated water-attributed martial arts. In the ocean they were always successful. The leader of Water Wave Sect formed seals with both hands, and the people behind him also did the same. In the next instant, a huge water wall condensed in front of them. It was several thousand meters long, several thousand meters tall, and 100 meters thick, blocking the attacks from the Azure Dragon Hall's forces. The water wall was in tatters. It was constantly being destroyed and repaired, but it didn't collapse. Yao Yifeng, Zhuaheng, Xiang Yihui, the 6 of you work with me to break through the water wall and kill our way into Water Wave Sect's forces. Hu Wenhai knew that only by killing his way into the enemy's midst would there be any hope of breaking out. Otherwise they would be wrapped up like dumplings sooner or later. All right. The others replied solemnly. Mad Wave Chop. Blazing Spear. 7 attacks landed on the water wall, and it finally exploded, turning into thousands of water pillars that shot out in all directions. Charge. Hu Wenhai took the lead and charged. The machete in his hand emitted a huge white blade aura that was unstoppable. Hu Wenhai, you're dead for sure this time. The Water Wave Sect's forces gathered together. Facing the Azure Dragon Hall's assault, they were disdainful. If they couldn't even kill their opponents like this, they might as well commit suicide. Rumble. A huge water ball condensed and shot toward Hu Wenhai and the Azure Dragon Hall's forces behind him. At this moment, Yao Yifeng, intentionally or not, dashed to the right, dodging the water ball's attack. The combined attack from hundreds of Water Wave Sect's forces was too fierce. Hu Wenhai was the first to fall, blasted into pieces, while the Azure Dragon Hall's forces behind him had lost at least a third of their forces. As for the remaining, they were falling one after another. They simply couldn't block the combined attack of the other 3 forces. Follow me, charge out. Yao Yifeng led the remaining dozens of people and broke out of the Water Wave Sect's encirclement. After losing half of their forces, they actually succeeded. Chapter 663. Not only did we kill a large number of Azure Dragon Hall's people, we even killed Azure Dragon Hall's deputy Hu Wenhai. The people of the 4 sects didn't chase after Yao Yifeng's group. Instead, they all stopped and laughed heartily. The leader of Water Wave Sect smiled. In these few years, the number of Dragon God Celestial Palace's people who died in our hands should be more than 1,000. I'd like to see how long Dragon God Celestial Palace can last. Let's see whether they nurture experts faster or we kill them faster. 5th grade sects nurtured astral reaching experts dozens of times faster than 6th grade sections. It should be known that a 6th grade sect had tens of thousands of people, from elders to janitor disciples. Meanwhile, a 5th grade sect would have hundreds of thousands of people. A peak 5th grade sect like Dragon God Celestial Palace already had more than 1 million people. As long as there were enough resources, astral reaching experts would be endless, and Sea of Soul realm experts could be easily produced as well. After all, those who could enter 5th grade sects were all geniuses with decent innate talents. The ratio of experts produced by 5th grade sects was extremely high. However, 5th grade sects also had a limit. If their experts continued to die like this, it wouldn't take more than a few years for their vitality to be greatly damaged. In less than 10 years, there would be a gap between the younger generation and the younger generation. Once a gap appeared, it would be a sign of decline. We can only blame Dragon God Celestial Palace for being too powerful. Our 4 sects only occupy 40% of Eastern Shallow Ocean's resources, while Dragon God Celestial Palace occupies 50%. In the long run, we'll never be able to catch up to Dragon God Celestial Palace. We don't have as many experts either. The leader of Whirlwind Gate caressed the blade in his hand, his gaze cold. Alright, this encirclement is over. Dragon God Celestial Palace has suffered a disastrous loss. I don't think they'll make any big movements in the near future. Let's go back and report. Sky Eagle Cult's people left in the sky. Soon after, Waterwave Sect, Black King Gate and Whirlwind Gate's people also left, leaving behind a blood-dyed ocean and hundreds of mutilated corpses. Several thousand li away, Yao Yifeng and dozens of Azure Dragon Hall's experts who had just escaped from death stopped. Damn it! Where did these bastards get the news? How did we get ambushed instead? Even the deputy is dead. An Azure Dragon Hall expert roared with a hoarse voice. Someone must have leaked it. Otherwise the news wouldn't have leaked. If I find out who leaked the secret, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death. A strange look flashed in Yao Yifeng's eyes. He said in a deep and sorrowful voice, only the Hall Master and the Deputy Hall Masters know about this kind of secret operation. I think the possibility of them snitching is very low. Hall Master, Vice Hall Master? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They trusted the Azure Dragon Hall leader, but they had doubts about the Vice Hall leaders. After all, the Azure Dragon Hall had lost too many people this time, which was equivalent to 1/7 of the Azure Dragon Hall's total manpower. If this happened a few more times, the Azure Dragon Hall would probably only exist in name. When I return this time, I will make a trip to the Heavenly Palace's headquarters and get the Elders' Assembly to send people to investigate the Azure Dragon Palace and find the mole. Right? If we do not find out who the mole is, the people of the Azure Dragon Palace will not be at ease. Yi Chen stayed at the Murong family for a week. During this time, besides enjoying the world with Murong Qingqing, he would occasionally spar with Murong Qingqing, pointing out her weaknesses in battle. Because of his powerful soul power, Yi Chen could easily sense some of the details. He knew how to get the upper hand and suppress the opponent. In this aspect, no one could compete with him. Her profound sense martial arts had improved drastically, and Murong Qingqing just happened to be lacking an opponent to train with. After 1 week, her battling power had increased steadily, and she might even be a bit more powerful than Bai Minghui now. If she were to rearrange the master-level warrior ranking, she would at least be in the top 20. During the spar with Murong Qingqing, Yi Chen did not just sit around either. His main sword spell had already reached the 2nd level. With just a thought, he would be able to control his flying sword to kill his enemies. Within 300 steps, it would be no different from within 10 steps. Even Murong Qingqing, who had an amazing speed talent, would have a hard time avoiding Yi Chen's flying sword. In terms of killing speed, it was twice as fast as the spiritual sword. After 1 week, Yi Chen had returned to the Yi family, while Murong Qingqing had calmed down and started to create her own profound sense martial art. In the sky, a white satin-like light flashed past. It was as sharp as a sword, looking like an illusionary flying sword. The white light arrived in the sky above the Windy Nation. A small nation, a small family, and yet, a rare sword art genius has been born. It is indeed not easy. But, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. It is not a good thing for a young man to not know how to be reserved. Let me teach him a lesson. The white light paused for a second before increasing its speed again, flying toward the Misty Mountain. Misty Mountain Yi family. Yi Chen was teaching a disciple of the Yi family. This Yi family disciple was none other than Yi Xiaoshui, who had given Yi Chen the inspiration and helped him complete his gold pattern. Although Yi Xiaoshui's cultivation talent was ordinary, his sword art talent was quite good. Last time, the Sky Water Sword spell, that Yi Chen had given him, he had already trained to the 6th movement. The first 5 movements were all 60 to 70% complete, and the 6th movement was also 50% complete. While watching Yi Xiaoshui practice, Yi Chen said, "Soft sword art can confuse the enemy, making them unable to see the sword's trajectory. But, no matter if it is soft sword art or any other sword art, it should not be flashy without any substance. Your sword art is not bad, but it is still a bit superficial. The Sky Water Sword spell focuses on 3 words: softness, entanglement, and ruthlessness. You have achieved softness, but entanglement and ruthlessness are still a bit lacking. Entanglement requires you to use softness, and ruthlessness is the ultimate form, like a whirlpool, devouring the enemy." Yi Xiaoshui regarded Yi Chen as a legend, so he listened very carefully and learned very seriously. He could feel that although his sword art did not improve substantially, he still had a high chance of winning against an opponent at the same level. This was the difference between sword art attainments and actual combat. Yi Chen's on-the-spot teaching could at least save him a lot of hard work. "Alright, that's enough." Yi Chen suddenly stopped Yi Xiaoshui and looked at the sky. In the sky, a beam of white light was flying straight over. The sharp sword chi resonated with the sky, as if it had become one with the sky. This person? Yi Xiaoshui held his breath and his skin felt cold. Master Sky Sword. Yi Chen did not need to guess to know who it was. Among the top swordsmen of the older generation, Master Sky Sword, Master Blood Sword, and Master Demon Sword were the most famous. These sword masters had different styles. Master Blood Sword sword art was cruel and merciless, bloody and murderous. Master Demon Sword sword art was strange and unpredictable. Master Sky Sword sword art was even more amazing. It was like a great pressure, unstoppable. Without a doubt, this person was Master Sky Sword. The white light speed was extremely fast, and it soon arrived in the sky above Yi Chen's courtyard. It was a white-haired old man. His clothes fluttered as he gently landed on the lakeside, standing beside a large tree. The white-haired old man sized up Yi Chen and was slightly surprised. He could see that Yi Chen carried a great momentum, and this momentum was different from his own. It was a kind of pressure that came from the unseen. Connecting this with the previous incident, the white-haired old man was sure that this was the other party's sword sect momentum. It has only been a few days and he already has the sword sect momentum. The white-haired old man frowned slightly. A person's faith was very terrifying. Some bodhisattvas and temples were clearly inanimate objects, but after receiving a lot of worship, they could produce some strange things and gradually gain spirituality. Of course, this spirituality did not mean that it was omnipotent and could satisfy the wishes of the believers. It could only allow the sincere believers to have pure thoughts and not have any distracting thoughts. This was what was known as faith nourishment. The title of Sword Sect was the #1 title under Sword King. Since ancient times, it had been an incomparably glorious title. The significance it represented was very great. Accepting the title of Sword Sect would give one the Sword Sect momentum, and other swordsmen would be suppressed if they encountered it. Good, not bad. You are Yi Chen? The white-haired old man slowly exhaled, his eyes shining. Yi Chen nodded. You are Master Sky Sword, right? This old man is. Master Sky Sword cleared his throat and said, the title of Sword Sect has not been obtained by anyone for hundreds of years. Do you know why? Yi Chen knew some of the reasons, but he still said, I'd like to hear the details. Before entering life and death realm, Sword Sect is the ultimate glory of a sword artist. For hundreds of years, it's not that there hasn't been a #1 sword artist. On the contrary, there have been them all the time. However, none of them dared to call themselves Sword Sect, because no sword artist could hold onto the title forever. Not being able to hold onto the title is a humiliation to the Sword Sect. Therefore, it's still too early for you to call yourself Sword Sect. I didn't inform anyone this time and I don't want to bully the weak. How about this? Hand over the title of Sword Sect, and I won't make things difficult for you. Yi Chen smiled. My view is different from yours. The reason why there hasn't been a sword sect for hundreds of years is not because those people thought they couldn't hold on to the title, but because they lacked courage and responsibility. Without even this bit of courage, even if they had the strength, they wouldn't be worthy of being a sword sect. The so-called sword sect is both internal and external. One must have both strength and courage. Since they have strength and courage, why can't they be called Sword Sect? Master Sky Sword's eyes narrowed. Seems like words are useless. Since you think you have the strength, I'll have to wake you up. Please enlighten me. I'll make sure you return empty-handed. Yi Chen wasn't the slightest bit intimidated by the opponent's name. In his eyes, the opponent was only a powerful sword artist and he was a sword sect. Hee, this is the first time I've seen such an arrogant youngster. Master Sky Sword laughed out of extreme anger. With a wave of his hand, several leaves suddenly flew out from a nearby tree. These leaves revolved around his palm, and with a flick of his wrist, the leaves flew out. As the saying went, even a flying flower or a plucked leaf could injure the enemy. Swish, swish, swish. These leaves were no longer ordinary leaves. Not only did they contain Master Sky Sword's formidable Zhen Yuan and sword intent, but they also contained a unique profound. Without any exaggeration, these leaves could instantly kill an ordinary master. Moreover, this was only Master Sky Sword's initial probing. Bus. Yi Chen's body remained motionless. Suddenly, a golden ripple blossomed around his body, shattering the invading leaves. Chapter 664. Sky Sword Style White Flood Dragon. Master Sky Sword faintly creased his brows. The golden ripples emitting from Yi Chen's body gave him a misconception, as if the latter would pounce on him at any moment and brazenly attack. Raising his index and middle fingers, Master Sky Sword slashed in the air, and a white silk-like sword chi shot out. This sword chi extended and extended indefinitely, looking like a small white flood dragon shrouded in white light. Draw your sword. As he spoke, another golden ripple burst out from Yi Chen's body. The ripple was extremely powerful, and when the white flood dragon sword chi came into contact with it, it immediately created thousands of sparks. Then its direction changed, bypassing Yi Chen's body and shooting into the center of the lake. Rumble. The lake undulated up and down, and shortly after, a water column hundreds of meters thick erupted, erupting thousands of meters into the sky. When it fell, the entire cloud mist mountain seemed to be raining. Looking at the lake again, the water level had dropped by dozens of meters, almost completely drained. Good, worthy of being a sword prodigy that only appears once in 1,000 years. To be able to research such a strange protective chi. How could Master Sky Sword not see that Yi Chen was using his body as a sword, releasing a move that was somewhere between offense and defense? This move not only had a powerful offensive power, but it also had a divergent effect. Any attack that approached would be weakened by 30%, and then pushed away by the divergent force, deviating from its direction. The path of the sword is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall back. I am improving at every moment, so I dare to call myself Sword Master. Yi Chen stretched out his hand, and the rain in the sky suddenly converged, turning into a water dragon, pouring back into the lake, filling it up again. Hearing this, Master Sky Sword suddenly felt a little regretful. He didn't have any great enmity with Yi Chen, nor did he have any gratitude towards Yi Chen. This time, he had come here purely because he was dissatisfied that the title of Sword Master had been given to a young man. He could tolerate being forgotten by the world, but he couldn't tolerate the title of Sword Master being tarnished. In his eyes, the title of Sword Master was sacred, and it was precisely because of this that he couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of impurity. However, after exchanging blows with Yi Chen, he discovered that compared to the information he had obtained, Yi Chen was indeed much stronger. If he had known that Yi Chen's potential was so strong and was improving at every moment, he might have considered it. Of course, regardless of whether he regretted it or not, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, and it had to be released. As long as he could defeat Yi Chen, this trip would not be in vain. Clang. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword unsheathed his sword, and as soon as it was unsheathed, it brought with it a sharp murderous aura as it attacked Yi Chen. As the sword slashed out, the space in front of it distorted, and the multicolored light made people feel as if they had entered an illusory realm. This is my residence. Let's go to the sky. Yi Chen didn't receive the attack. He bent his knees and turned into a flash of sword light as he soared into the sky, narrowly avoiding Grandmaster Heavenly Sword's attack. Pop. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword's sword chi was extremely condensed. Although its destructive power was great, its area of destruction was not wide, so it only left behind an unfathomably deep black hole at the lakeside. Seeing that Yi Chen had left, Grandmaster Heavenly Sword waved his sleeves, and a white light surged out. His body turned illusory and real, and he chased after Yi Chen like a white silk. Oh. After the two of them left, Yi Xiaoshui, who was several hundred meters away, panted heavily as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Wiping off his cold sweat, he raised his head with a pale complexion and looked at the two people chasing after him in the sky. Too strong, 100 times stronger than me, 1,000 times stronger. Just a random wisp of their aura can make me feel like I'm close to death. If I can be 1/10 as strong as them in this life, my life will not be in vain. No, I might not be able to see a battle of this level in my lifetime. Even if I can't understand it, it can still broaden my horizons and improve my state of mind. I can't miss it. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword and Yi Chen had already disappeared into the eastern horizon. Yi Xiaoshui gritted his teeth and chased after them at full speed. After leaving the Yi family, he soared into the sky and doubled his speed. After a cup of tea's time, Yi Xiaoshui finally saw the figures of Yi Chen and Grandmaster Heavenly Sword in a small mountain range. At this time, this mountain range, which was used as a training ground for the Yi family's descendants, was already riddled with holes. Sword scars covered a large area, sharp and narrow, and the sword intent was still lingering. Because of the distance, Yi Xiaoshui couldn't even see the appearance and movements of the two clearly, but this was enough. In the sky above the mountain range, the two figures constantly clashed and sparks flew everywhere. Sky sword style sky cleaving. After another collision, Grandmaster Heavenly Sword used the momentum to fly above Yi Chen, and then he and his sword became one, slashing down. Before the sword arrived, the majestic and condensed sword pressure split the center of the mountain range in half, leaving a clear sword scar that was hundreds of meters deep. Extreme speed sword. Yi Chen almost couldn't catch the trajectory of this sword. Raising his center of gravity, Yi Chen raised his sword to meet the attack using the spiritual sword. Dang. The two, one above and one below, their swords collided. Buzz. With the two as the center, circles of spatial ripples spread out, and the air became as viscous as mercury, incomparably heavy. Even time seemed to stop. Yi Xiaoshui, who was dozens of miles away, also felt that time had become much longer, and his thinking speed had decreased. Rumble. After the extreme silence, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the shockwave crazily swept out. The tall peaks in the mountain range were all blown off, and a layer of them was shaved off. All the demonic beasts were bleeding from the 7 apertures of their heads and died. Fortunately, there was usually no one here, or else it would have led to a tragedy. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword and Yi Chen separated upon contact, and both retreated. However, Yi Chen only retreated a few hundred steps before recovering, while Grandmaster Heavenly Sword kept retreating, unable to control his momentum. Thunder Devour. Withstanding the remaining shockwave, Yi Chen's body streaked across the sky like a sword light, and a sword carrying a silver thunder ball smashed toward Grandmaster Heavenly Sword. A destructive aura filled the sky. Heavenly Sword style, sword array. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword's face was filled with shock. 18 Jin Yuan long swords rushed out of his body, forming a sword array, and its power increased by several times as it faced Yi Chen. Kacha. The silver thunder ball and the sword array collided, and the sky suddenly lost its color. Only silver lightning and sword chi could be seen flying everywhere, as if it was the end of the world. Such a huge commotion couldn't have gone unnoticed. From all directions people could be seen rushing over from time to time. In the northwest were people from Yi family and South Rudra sect, and in other directions, there were also people from the pugilistic world. In a short period of time, all the people nearby had arrived. There were no less than 1,000 people, and it seemed like the situation was getting more and more intense. Xiaoshui, what's going on? Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing came together, and behind them was a large group of people from Yi family. There were Yi family elders, Yi family members, and Yi family disciples. There were at least 300 to 400 people. Yi Xiaoshui cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Family leader, mistress." Soon after, he told them everything he knew. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword, I've heard of him. He was one of the top sword artists 100 years ago. I didn't expect him to be the one fighting Chenair. Yi Tianhao frowned. Will Chenair be in danger? Xin Yuqing said worriedly. Yi Tianhao shook his head slightly. It seems like they are evenly matched. Moreover, doesn't Chenair know the defensive sword art? He hasn't used it yet, so he should have some confidence in himself. Although Grandmaster Heavenly Sword shocked Yi Tianhao, he trusted Yi Chen, so Yi Tianhao didn't think there would be any problem. A martial artist's potential had a limit. Although Grandmaster Heavenly Sword was one of the top sword artists 100 years ago, without any fortuitous encounter, he would be stuck at this level for the rest of his life. The younger one was, the higher the cultivation base the better. This way it would be easier to break through one's original realm. After 100 years there was basically no hope. Even stepping into half-step king realm was an extravagant hope. Otherwise, the number of kings on True Spirit continent would increase by at least 10 times. That's true. Xin Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. They knew a thing or two about the defensive sword art. As far as they were concerned, it was simply a miraculous skill. Who's fighting Yi Chen? This person is so powerful. He can actually fight evenly with Yi Chen. Yi Chen is number 1 on the Master's ranking, titled Grandmaster Sword. The Master's ranking doesn't record experts above the age of 250. Could this person be over 250 years old? Could he be a famous sword artist in the past? There weren't many who recognized Grandmaster Heavenly Sword. They couldn't be blamed for being ignorant. The main reason was that Grandmaster Heavenly Sword had retired for a long time, and there weren't many who recognized him. Some well-informed people vaguely understood the cause and effect. This white-haired old man had certainly come for the title of Grandmaster Sword. Only the title of Grandmaster Sword could make these old monsters make a move. Yi Chen, I'm going all out. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword didn't intend to drag things out. Bring it on. Yi Chen prepared himself. Sky Sword style Star Beheading Sword. The Autumn Water Long Sword was raised high, and the sky above the mountain range suddenly darkened. One after another, flickering star phantoms appeared out of nowhere. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword's white hair fluttered in the wind as he furiously slashed down. All the star phantoms shattered one after another, as if a single sword had shattered countless stars. Golden Hurricane. At the same time as the stars shattered, a golden ripple rapidly extended, as if a golden river had split the starry sky into two. Bang! The violent explosion caused the heaven and earth to shake and space to distort. The area where the two were standing turned fuzzy, and everything was stretched and distorted. The next moment, a resplendent radiance erupted like a star exploding, accompanied by golden specks. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword sucked in a deep breath and pushed his protective Zhenyuan to the limit. His entire being was sent flying, and as he flew, golden specks would fall on his protective Zhenyuan from time to time, producing countless sparks and loud clangs. Every time a loud clang rang out, Grandmaster Heavenly Sword's complexion would turn a shade paler. Yi Chen's situation was more or less the same as Grandmaster Heavenly Sword. He had a half-step supreme-grade defensive armor, and so did Grandmaster Heavenly Sword. The difference was that Grandmaster Heavenly Sword didn't have a dragon bone defense, and so his blood and chi suffered some damage, causing his complexion to turn pale. On the other hand, Yi Chen was much more relaxed, and was only sent flying by the resplendent radiance. Grandmaster Heavenly Sword, if you stop here, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. While retreating, Yi Chen was still able to speak. After a few blinks of an eye, Grandmaster Heavenly Sword calmed his blood and replied, "You and I are about the same. I can't defeat you and you can't defeat me." He had no choice but to admit that he couldn't defeat Yi Chen with his strength, and this shocked him greatly. According to the information he had obtained, Yi Chen's strength hadn't been this strong during the battle with Duguju. It had only been a few days, yet his strength had improved to a certain extent. "I'm afraid not." As he spoke, Yi Chen pointed out with his left hand, and the emerald long sword at his waist automatically unsheathed. With a flicker of sword light, it instantly arrived before Grandmaster Heavenly Sword. Under his horrified gaze, the emerald long sword pierced through his protective Zhenyuan and slashed at his armor. Spurting out blood, Grandmaster Heavenly Sword retreated once more, his eyes filled with fear. Chapter 665. What kind of sword art is this? Controlling a sword to kill the enemy? After all, not many people knew about the sword control art. In a small nation like Windy Nation, the number of people who knew about it was even fewer. Sword control art. With a slap of his palm, a mountain peak shattered. Master Sky Sword also seized this opportunity to stop his figure, his eyes rigidly staring at the flying sword in the sky. "Not bad," Yi Chen indifferently said. "Your sword control art has already been cultivated to the highest realm?" As an older generation sword artist, Master Sky Sword couldn't possibly not know about the sword control art. The reason why this sword art was so famous was mainly because once it was cultivated, any ordinary sword artist could instantly become a peak sword artist. Therefore it was highly revered and even deified. However, Master Sky Sword knew that although the sword control art was powerful, it could only make one a peak sword artist. It was impossible for one to be invincible. The defensive sword art also had its flaws, and that was, it couldn't grow along with the growth of its master. Using the defensive sword art at early Sea of Soul Realm would have the same might as using it at mid Sea of Soul Realm. It was closely related to soul power, and only with the growth of soul power could it grow. Therefore, even though Master Sky Sword knew that the defensive sword art had reappeared, he didn't care too much about it. At his level of strength, the defensive sword art couldn't possibly injure him. For him, it was merely a troublesome sword art, not much of a threat. However, at this moment, the sword control art was almost invincible in Yi Chen's hands. The frightening speed didn't give him any chance to block. He was certain that Yi Chen had cultivated the sword control art to the highest realm. Moreover, Yi Chen also had some talent and soul power. Otherwise, even if he cultivated it to the highest realm, he wouldn't be able to display such might. Hearing this, Yi Chen neither agreed nor disagreed. In the hands of others, the imperial sword technique was merely a shortcut to becoming a top-notch swordsman. Although it had great significance, it didn't solve the root of the problem, as it didn't have enough potential. But in his hands, it was a super-killing move. Currently, he had merely cultivated the imperial sword technique to the second level, and it already had the power to heavily injure Master Heaven's sword. If he wanted to, he could easily take Master Heaven's sword's head. If he cultivated it to the highest level, the third level, even he himself didn't know how destructive it would be. Taking a deep breath, Master Sky Sword's eyes sharpened. I'd like to see how strong the so-called imperial sword technique is. Previously, when he was sent flying by the shockwave, his reaction was a little slow. In a situation where he was fully focused, he believed that he could block the flying sword. You can't stop it. Yi Chen pointed his finger in the air, and the emerald green long sword turned into an emerald green ray of light, flashed to the right side of Master Sky Sword and fiercely stabbed. I saw it. Master Sky Sword found the trajectory of the sword and slashed at it. With a calm expression, Yi Chen tilted his finger. Clang. In the next moment, blazing sparks appeared behind Master Sky Sword's back. At the critical moment, Yi Chen controlled the flying sword, and as if teleporting, he arrived behind Master Sky Sword. The latter didn't even have the time to turn around and was hit. Although the destructive sword chi was weakened by the protective Zhen Yuan, and a part of it was neutralized by the armor, some of the sword chi was still transmitted into Master Sky Sword's body through the armor, causing him to bleed from all 7 apertures. I told you, you can't stop it. Yi Chen's defensive sword art was several times stronger than Situ Hao's. First of all, his soul power was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Not only could he control the flying sword more flexibly and freely, he could also raise the flying sword's speed to a terrifying level. Moreover, Yi Chen's sword intent was the destruction sword intent, and its power was equivalent to a peak 5th step ordinary sword intent. This wasn't something Situ Hao could compare with. With the two added together, Situ Hao's defensive sword art was nothing more than trash in front of Yi Chen. Taking a step back, even if Master Sky Sword could see the flying sword's trajectory and block it in advance, it would still be useless, because Yi Chen's flying sword's offensive power was too high. It was equivalent to a killing move, and Master Sky Sword wouldn't be able to block it more than a few times. After a few times, his blood and chi would start to shake violently. Even if his reaction could keep up, his body couldn't, and he would still lose. How could he be so powerful? Master Sky Sword spurted blood as he was astonished. Yi Chen's defensive sword art had simply subverted his view of defensive sword arts. But, according to some ancient records, defensive sword arts weren't this powerful. Master Sky Sword, you're not my opponent. Whether you admit that I'm Sword Master or not, I'm stronger than you. There's no need to doubt this. Yi Chen's voice transmitted over. Slowly standing up, Master Sky Sword seemed to have aged 10 years. Youngster, I take back my previous words. You're indeed stronger than me, and you have the qualifications to become Sword Master. In the future, I won't make a fuss about this matter. I believe that no one on this continent can challenge your position as Sword Master. Yi Chen was still growing. As time passed, his position as Sword Master would inevitably become more and more stable. After exchanging blows with Yi Chen, Master Sky Sword clearly understood that there was no Sword Master below Half-Step King Realm who could defeat Yi Chen. I hope you're right. With a thought, the emerald long sword turned around and returned to its scabbard with a clang. This matter is settled. I won't disturb you any further. Master Sky Sword smiled bitterly. With a wave of his sleeves, his figure flew back the way he came, disappearing into the horizon in a few moments. Yi Chen won. Seems like the title of Sword Master is in the bag. Nonsense. Relying on defensive sword art alone, no one is Yi Chen's opponent. I didn't expect a Sword Master to appear in our tiny windy nation. It's been hundreds of years since a Sword Master has appeared on the continent. Sword Master. This is the ultimate title for sword artists under Life and Death Realm. If the Sword King was the Emperor of Swords, then the Sword Master was the General of Swords, and all other sword artists were soldiers. After the battle, Yi Chen and the Yi family members returned to the Yi family. Those martial artists who were watching the battle also left one after another. Because of the excitement, These people found a nearby restaurant and drank while chatting, talking about the powerful martial artists in the world. As soon as Master Sky Sword left Windy Nation, he ran into an old rival, Master Blood Sword. Master Blood Sword wanted to ridicule Master Sky Sword, but he discovered that the latter's aura was dispirited, as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. He doubtfully asked, "Old Ghost Sky Sword, did you win against the Yi Qin?" In his opinion, Master Sky Sword had certainly won against Yi Qin. However, Yi Qin was too strong, and Master Sky Sword had also suffered a serious injury. Master Sky Sword had never been fond of Master Blood Sword, so he coldly said, "I lost." With that, his figure flickered and he crossed paths with Master Blood Sword. Lost? Master Blood Sword had yet to recover from his shock. This old guy must be deceiving me. How could he lose? Fine, since I'm already here, I might as well see what tricks this Yi Qin has up his sleeve. A sneer appeared on Master Blood Sword's face as he sped toward Misty Mountain. Yi Clan, Yi Qin frowned. Hundreds of li away, a blood-colored light shot straight toward the Yi Clan. According to this aura, Yi Qin guessed that the other party was Master Blood Sword, who was equally famous as Master Sky Sword. Coming at me one by one is always troublesome. Yi Qin was no longer in the mood to fight with his opponent. Go. With a wave of his finger, the emerald green longsword flew out of its sheath. Master Blood Sword's speed was very fast. In a flash, he had traveled dozens of li. When he was less than 200 li away from the Yi Clan, he suddenly became vigilant and slashed out with his sword. Clang. A flying sword instantly appeared in front of him, colliding with his longsword. The huge force made him stagger back 100 steps. Sword control art? Who is it? Master Blood Sword turned pale with fright. Master Blood Sword, leave now. You're not my match. Yi Qin's voice came from the flying sword. You're Yi Qin? Master Blood Sword was bewildered. Yes. Humph, you want to chase me away with a sword? Treating my Master Blood Sword as if I don't exist. Master Blood Sword was furious. If you don't want to leave, then leave lying down. Yi Qin didn't hold back at all. From 100 li away, he controlled his flying sword to attack Master Blood Sword. Although the huge distance had weakened his control, Yi Qin's soul power was 5 times that of ordinary people. It was still far beyond Situ Hao's, and his offensive power was even more unparalleled. Ding 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 ding. Fortunately, Master Blood Sword could barely block it from 100 li away. But each time he blocked, his blood and chi would shake violently, making him dizzy and see illusions. Not good. Master Blood Sword was shocked. The long sword in his hand danced, creating a sword net. Break. The emerald long sword pierced through the net and slashed at Master Blood Sword's chest. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Master Blood Sword was speechless. They were separated by more than 100 li. What realm had the opponent reached? Swish. The emerald long sword danced in the air and once again appeared in front of Master Blood Sword, thrusting out. Go. Master Blood Sword no longer had the courage to look for Yi Qin. He blocked the flying sword with his blood-colored long sword. After spurting out another mouthful of blood, he borrowed the momentum to fly backward like a huge bird. His body flashed, flying away at a speed even faster than when he had charged. This old man really didn't lie to me. Master Blood Sword was incomparably sullen. He had been scared away before even seeing the opponent. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Master Sky Sword suffered a loss, but I suffered a bigger one. How about I incite Master Demon Sword to challenge him and let him suffer a big loss as well? Master Blood Sword thought maliciously. After chasing away Master Blood Sword, the emerald longsword flew back to the Yi family and returned to Yi Qin's scabbard. There shouldn't be any trouble from now on. Slowly letting out a turbid breath, Yi Qin thought to himself. The news of Yi Qin defeating Master Sky Sword had been spread by word of mouth among the spectators. The speed of the news had been increasing day by day. Of course, no matter how fast the news spread by word of mouth, it couldn't be compared to the news spread by the pavilion. It should be known that every city had a pavilion. Although these shops didn't have transportation gates, the pavilion still had a tool that could transmit simple information. Therefore, in just 1 week, the news of Yi Qin defeating Master Sky Sword had spread throughout the Sky Martial region, making everyone who was waiting to see the pavilion and Yi Qin become a laughing stock. They couldn't believe their ears. Master Sky Sword, who had been a top sword artist for hundreds of years, had actually been defeated by Yi Qin. It was too shocking. In this world, which sword artist could beat Yi Qin? The title of Master Sky Sword had already been fixed and could not be changed. Unfortunately, no one knew that Yi Qin had scared away Blood Sword Master from 100 li away. Blood Sword Master wouldn't be so bored as to spread this sullen matter. Otherwise, the whole Sky Martial region would be in an even greater uproar. Chapter 666. In any case, whenever Sword Master was mentioned in Sky Martial region, it would be Yi Qin and no one else. As for the entire True Spirit continent, it would still take some time to spread. After all, True Spirit continent was simply too vast. It would take half a year for the news to spread across the continent. It would take even longer for everyone to know. Yi Qin was the first genius to obtain the title of Sword Master in several hundred years. Just this one stroke was enough to enter the annals of history. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a man and a woman were drinking tea and chatting. The man was Yi Qin and the woman was Long Bai. Sect leader Long, what's the current situation of Dragon God Celestial Palace? Yi Qin was rather concerned about Dragon God Celestial Palace. Long Bai said, I'm a dozen years older than you. Call me Senior Sister Long. Shortly after, she said in a deep voice, Dragon God Celestial Palace's current situation is very bad. Some time ago, Azure Dragon Hall's deputy Hu Wenhai and his several hundred subordinates were ambushed. They were almost completely wiped out. Only a dozen or so people managed to escape, while Hu Wenhai perished. So many losses? Yi Qin was flabbergasted. Long Bai faintly nodded. Those who survived believe that there's a traitor. Currently, the people of Azure Dragon Hall are restless. Hall leader and the deputy's prestige has dropped somewhat. Elder Association has already sent people to investigate, but the results are unknown for the time being. So that's the case. How did those dozen or so people survive? Yi Qin's intuition was extremely sharp, and he could see some problems. Long Bai said, I also feel strange. Right, Yellow Dragon Hall's former deputy Yao Yifeng is among them. He's one of the survivors. Yao Yifeng? Yi Qin's brows creased. Is there something wrong with him? It shouldn't be too likely. There's a special restriction on his body, so it's not likely for him to rebel. Moreover, he didn't know the details of the operation beforehand. Only Azure Dragon Hall's leader and a few deputies knew. Therefore, the problem is very serious. If the traitor is really a deputy or even a hall leader, it will bring a frightening consequence to our Dragon God Celestial Palace. Long Bai's heart was heavy. Yi Qin turned silent. Indeed, if the traitor was Azure Dragon Hall leader or one of the deputy hall leaders, the impact would not be small. The entire Dragon God Celestial Palace would be thrown into turmoil. After all, Azure Dragon Hall was the head of the 5 great halls. If there was a traitor among the upper echelons, the other halls would most likely become restless and distrust the higher echelons. Once the subordinates did not trust the higher echelons, it would be troublesome. Senior Sister Long, tell the higher-ups of Dragon God Celestial Palace that if they need me, Yi Qin, just say. Yi Qin himself was clear that he couldn't change the big picture by himself. But he was confident that he could play a big role in a small-scale battle. It's good that you have this intention. However, the war between the 5th-rank sects is very dangerous. If you get ambushed or surrounded, the chances of dying are quite high. In fact, Long Bai did not approve of Yi Qin going there. He still had a lot of potential, and there was hope for him to enter the life and death realm in the future. And a life and death king was far more important than an entire war. I know, but I still want to help Dragon God Celestial Palace. Yi Qin was already on the same boat with Dragon God Celestial Palace. Whether it was for Dragon God Celestial Palace or himself, he couldn't cower. Alright, I'll tell you. Long Bai rejoiced that she had taken a fancy to Yi Qin back then. This youngster was even more outstanding than she had imagined. Potential, talent, and character were all top-notch. In the whole world there weren't many like him. While the two were chatting in the eastern shallow ocean, in the Dragon God Celestial Palace's Elder Hall, the sounds of argument never stopped. In my opinion, we should place restrictions on the Azure Dragon Palace's Vice Palace Masters, just like Yao Yifeng, a stout, black-haired old man exuding a heavy killing chi said from the 5th seat of the Elder's table. As soon as these words were spoken, the old man opposite him immediately shook his head. No. Not to mention the possibility of them being traitors. Even if they are traitors, we can't do this. Once we do it, the hearts of the people will become even more unstable. It's tantamount to telling others that our elder council is suspecting them. The consequences will be unimaginable. There's no need to announce it. Do it in secret. That won't do either. If they aren't traitors and are completely loyal to our Dragon God Celestial Palace, wouldn't doing this chill their hearts? If they don't have any rebellious thoughts, we'll force them out. Then what do you think we should do? The opposing old man smiled bitterly. Isn't everyone trying to think of a solution? I believe there must be a solution. Sai, by the time we think of a solution, our Dragon God Celestial Palace will lose a lot of people. The tall and sturdy old man said angrily. Cough cough. Sitting on the main seat was a white-haired old man. He was a core member of the Dragon God Celestial Palace, a person of virtue and prestige. He had held the position of Great Elder for more than 100 years, and his strength was unfathomable. He cleared his throat and said, "This time we're discussing two topics. First, how to deal with the traitor problem, and second, how to reverse the disadvantageous situation facing the four hostile forces. Since we don't have any clues about the traitor problem, let's discuss the second one first." Hearing these words, an elder sitting at the end of the table said, "Great Elder, in my opinion, we should dispatch people from the headquarters to support Azure Dragon Hall and Black Dragon Hall. Right, our Dragon God Celestial Palace has 3 great secret forces. As long as we dispatch one, we can deal with the problem and catch the 4 hostile forces unprepared." The elder beside him agreed. "I don't think it's appropriate. The most important thing right now is to wait for sect leader to come out. Before that, it's best not to provoke the 4 hostile forces too much. If we dispatch the secret forces, the hostile forces will certainly dispatch their own. This is tantamount to expanding the scale of the war ahead of time, which will only bring more harm than good." The similarly virtuous and prestige second elder vetoed. "And second elder is right. This suggestion cannot be accepted." Third elder said. At this moment, an elder suddenly said, "I have a method that satisfies both sides." "What method?" Everybody's attention was drawn. This elder was the 18th elder. He said with a beaming smile, "I don't know if you've heard the news, but the first sword master in several hundred years has appeared on True Spirit Continent. We all know this person. He's Yichin." "Yichin sword master? Not possible, right? It's only been a few years." "Yeah, 18th elder, you didn't hear wrong, did you?" Hearing these words, the 18th elder didn't argue and took out a book from his storage ring. On the cover of the book there were 3 big words, Master Ranking. "This is the second master ranking of True Spirit Continent. Take a look and you'll understand." As he spoke, the 18th elder handed over the ranking to the person beside him. The person beside him flipped to the first page and his eyes immediately widened. "First master ranking Yichin, sword master. It's true. Let me take a look," the other elders urged. Soon the ranking turned around and landed in the hands of the 18th elder. The 18th elder said, "Now you believe me, right? This is indeed true. But 18th elder, don't forget that individual strength is not that important in a sect war. Moreover, he has a lot of potential. We can't let him take the risk. If we lose a martial genius who has the potential to enter the life and death realm, it will be more painful than losing thousands of experts." The 18th elder said, "Once an individual's strength reaches a certain level, it will actually be very useful. He alone is equivalent to a small group of Sea of Soul realm experts. As long as he is not surrounded, he will basically be unstoppable. As for a large-scale war, the 4 opposing parties have a lot of people, and our Dragon God Celestial Palace has a lot of people as well. Even if it doesn't work out, some of us will be able to escape. Of course, the most important thing is that White Dragon Hall's leader Mo Feng mentioned that Yichin has the intention to come. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him up." "This?" Everybody was a bit hesitant as they looked at the head elder. The head elder didn't look at them and said to the 18th elder, "You said it's the best of both worlds. What about the other one?" The 18th elder said, "Azure Dragon Hall has lost a deputy who won high. Let's let Yichin take his place. Moreover, with Yichin in the Azure Dragon Hall, there might be some unexpected gains such as finding a spy." Faintly nodding, the head elder said, "How about this, 18th elder? You go to Windy Nation and have a chat with Yichin. Listen to his opinion but don't force him. It would be best if you could dissuade him. If he insists, I'll talk to the 2 protectors." The affairs of the Dragon God Celestial Palace were usually handled by the Elders Association. Above them were the left and right protectors, who had the same status as the head elder. Usually, when there was an important decision, the head elder would have to discuss it with the 4 protectors. "Yes, head elder." The 18th elder nodded. "All right, dismissed." The head elder stood up and left. After cultivating the defensive sword art to the 2nd layer, it would be impossible for him to improve it in a short time. As for profound martial skills, apart from Golden Hurricane, all of them were already at perfection. However, Golden Hurricane needed to fuse Water Profound and Metal Profound, which was extremely difficult. Yichin didn't have much of a clue for the time being. However, there was always an exception. On this day, while Yi Chen was practicing his killing move Thunder Devour, he suddenly heard a roar in his head. A silver thunder ball shot out with a world-destroying might, flattening a small mountain near the Yi family. Its might was more than twice as powerful as usual. This is fifth step Destruction Sword Spirit. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and sank his consciousness into his Sea of Soul. Inside his Sea of Soul, the Destruction Sword Spirit had grown a lot, emitting a black radiance all over its body. This radiance was like a black hole that seemed capable of devouring souls. On the other hand, the Slaughter Sword Spirit had shrunk a lot, and its color was a bit dimmer than before. When the Destruction Sword Spirit was formed, it had already started absorbing the power of the Slaughter Sword Spirit. Although it was very small, it was still growing. Yi Chen originally thought that this process would take a long time. After all, the Slaughter Sword Spirit's grade was the same as the Destruction Sword Spirit's. Absorbing its power would not be easy. However, the current situation was without a doubt that the Destruction Sword Spirit had absorbed enough power from the Slaughter Sword Spirit, reaching the fifth step from peak fourth step. Its might was equivalent to an ordinary sixth step Sword Spirit. The difference between peak fifth step and sixth step was like the difference between a half-step king and a life and death king. It was extremely frightening. After absorbing the majority of its power, the Slaughter Sword Spirit had fallen from peak fourth step to third step, which was a whole step and a half. Its might had been greatly reduced, and the remaining Slaughter Sword Spirit might not be enough to upgrade the Destruction Sword Spirit to the sixth step. Being able to upgrade it to peak fifth step would already be quite good. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.